Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Awakens Dragon Blood Early. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kuo Town. From a normal person's perspective, this would be nothing more than a Japanese city with a size and population barely above the average. The only remarkable thing about this town would be the prestigious Kuo Academy, which had educational facilities for the majority of ages, from primary school to university, and the ratio of students who got the job they wanted after graduating very high. That was, of course, from the perspective of a normal person who lived completely oblivious of the moonlit world. And it's after the sun goes down, and most normal inhabitants of the city return to their houses to sleep, when the supernatural activity in the city begins. Despite being located in Japan, a place ruled by the Shinto faction, Kuo Town was a territory controlled by devils, creatures from Judeo-Christian mythology. A country so far from Italy, the place where the main base of their natural enemies, the Holy Church, resided, was simply ideal for them. The incidents in this place of battles between inhabitants of the moonlit world were reduced to simple skirmishes that occurred from time to time. Lately, however, these incidences have suddenly increased. The peaceful nights when supernatural creatures took care of their own business came to an abrupt end, due to the arrival of unwanted guests. Atop the roof of a simple house was a figure crouching under the moonlight. His appearance was that of a young man with ash-blonde hair, torn red eyes, pale skin, and wearing a luxurious black suit. Anyone with any knowledge of the supernatural world would immediately identify him as a vampire. A creature of the night that fed on blood, like those in the books of legends inspired by Vlad III, better known as Count Dracula. This particular vampire traveled to this country far from his homeland attracted by certain rumors. A few weeks ago, several supernatural creatures began to disappear under suspicious circumstances after entering this city. This not only drew the attention of the devils who oversaw the city but also began to attract other creatures. Until now, the only thing that could be deduced from all these disappearances was that they all had something in common. They were always creatures with clear intentions to attack or devour humans. From this, the rumor that there was a hunter in this city, someone who exterminated supernatural creatures, began to become popular. A powerful monster, a stray exorcist, a magician? After these weeks, the identity of this slayer remains a complete mystery. All that's known is that all those who entered this city to challenge this slayer have not been seen alive again. And this particular vampire had come to try his luck. But at this time, he wasn't observing the landscape to find this slayer. His glowing red eyes were following a lonely person walking through the deserted streets of Kuo. He was stalking his prey. A snack to replenish energies before fighting against this slayer wouldn't hurt him, and would also serve to attract the slayer. He would be killing two birds with one stone. And besides, this human seemed to give off an unusual amount of magical power, so all the better. He was a 16-year-old teenager, dressed in a school uniform consisting of black pants and jacket, and a white shirt with vertical black stripes. His height was above average, and his auburn hair made him stand out like a sore thumb in this country. The boy seemed to be walking aimlessly, completely oblivious to the dangers lurking in the night. It was quite strange that a student was wandering around at this time of night. But the vampire wasn't going to ignore such easy prey, so he followed the boy with exceptional stealth. Eventually, the boy entered a murky alley, which made his stalker frown. Maybe the boy had noticed his presence and was trying to throw him off? But it didn't really matter. With his speed, following the boy through the alleys would be child's play. Besides, luck seemed to be on his side. The kid ran into a dead end just as he walked into the alley. Once he turned to get out of there, his only escape route had been already cut off by the creature of the night. A vicious smile appeared on the vampire's lips, causing his fangs to reveal themselves. His overwhelming presence would make any human begin to tremble with fear. Nothing personal, kid. You just had the misfortune to run into a being above you in the food chain. Now then. Still, the vampire didn't attack like a wild beast after cornering his prey. As a member of a race of aristocrats, he had his manners. Without even waiting to see the human's reaction, the vampire lunged at his prey with superhuman speed. The human would only be able to see a blur, before his hand with sharp claws pierced his neck, giving him a quick and painless death before proceeding to suck his blood. However, blood splashed across the alley. That was something that was supposed to happen. What caused the vampire to release a confused voice was that the head of the human in front of him was still attached to his body. But that made no sense. His outstretched hand should have pierced smoothly through the neck of a fragile and defenseless human. His red eyes then came down to look at his outstretched arm, and then his brain finally registered what had happened. His arm had been cut by the elbow, and the amputated part had flown away a few feet from him, staining the alleyway's walls red. And what had cut it was a sword that had suddenly appeared in the human's left hand. It was a beautiful oriental-looking sword of impeccable craftsmanship. Its blade was of a dark black, and a red hexagonal pattern unprinted on it. But before the vampire could get his thoughts back together, he felt immense pain in his chest. A sword of identical appearance to the previous one, but of a pristine white color that reflected the light of the moon, pierced his heart in a heartbeat. In his immense confusion, the vampire looked into the eyes of the human who had killed him with only 2 quick and precise movements. His golden eyes looked at the creature with cold indifference as if what he was doing was nothing new to him. The somber realization fell upon the resident of the darkness. He was never the predator here. Trace over edge. An enormous amount of energy flooded the sword, piercing his heart. The blade burst, growing twice its original size and completely tearing apart the vampire's internal organs. The last thing that crossed the creature's mind before his consciousness vanished was that he didn't find the Slayer. The Slayer found him. So we were late again, huh? A few minutes later, a group of 6 teenagers, dressed in the same uniform as the young auburn-haired man, entered the alley. The speaker was a foreign beauty with crimson hair, who carefully observed the crime scene with her blue eyes. Her well-developed body for her age had curves that would make any magazine model envious. In front of her was an alley with its walls and floor stained with blood. However, there was no trace of the body of whoever was killed here. This is Bucho. I detect that strange energy in the environment again. Another beauty spoke beside her. This girl had a Japanese-looking beauty pretty close to the ideal Yamato Nadeshiko. Her long black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her violet eyes had a serious, unusual appearance on her. Sniff. In front of the 2 beauties, an adorable-looking small girl with short white hair and yellow eyes had crouched in front of the pool of blood to sniff it out as if she were a bloodhound. After she finished sniffing, she got up and spoke briefly to the crimson-haired girl. Vampire and Steel. Who died this time? The vampire. Oh, at least we know it's the same culprit again. Whoever's doing this knows what they're doing. Quick and efficient killings, disposing of the body without leaving any trace that could point to them. This time it was a boy of European descent who spoke. His blonde hair, beautiful face, and slender body would make any girl stare entranced at him. However, his poster boy face had a frown, and his hand rested on the handle of a sword attached to his belt. Tisk. The crimson-haired girl snapped her tongue with some annoyance. We're not getting anywhere with this. Bucho. The serious atmosphere was interrupted by the awkward voice of the 5th member of the group. Of all the members of the group, he was the most ordinary-looking. He was an average-looking young Japanese man with ruffled brown hair and eyes of the same color. His face at that time was full of confusion. Behind him was the shy figure of the 6th and final member of the group. A blonde beauty with green eyes, whose face was completely pale after seeing all the blood spilled in the place. Yes, Issei? Isn't it a good thing someone's taking care of these guys for us? Well, with all the supernatural creatures that are boldly entering our territory, someone taking care of them certainly gives us a break. However, the problem is that we don't know if whoever is doing this is an ally or an enemy. Although thanks to Kaneko here we know that this isn't another fallen angel, it is still worrying. We could be the next target. I see. The boy nodded. He didn't know much about detective issues like this, but if his master, a high-class devil, was tense, then the thing must be really serious. So what do we do now? The crimson-haired girl turned to look at the little girl. Can you follow the trail, Kaneko? She shook her head. They hid their scent before they left. Bucho let out a sigh. I guess we'll call it a night. We couldn't show to Asia-chan how we fight as a team again. Yawn. A certain auburn-haired teenager yawned as he looked at the history teacher, trying to make her lesson as enjoyable as possible. The woman was doing her job well, as expected from a teacher at the prestigious Kuo Academy. What made the teenager yawn with drowsiness were the few hours of sleep he had the last few days. His name was Emiya Shirou, an ordinary teenager to the naked eye. The only remarkable thing about him would be that he transferred to this school just a few weeks ago, albeit the school PRD had already begun more than a month ago. That and his past. About 10 years ago, the city of Kobe suffered an earthquake of unprecedented scale even by Japanese standards. A man named Emiya Kiritsugu was in that city by chance of fate. While he was helping the local authorities search for survivors, he found a little boy who was barely conscious and miraculously avoided being buried in the rubble. The same could not be said of the child's family. Kiritsugu took the child to a hospital to get his wounds treated and later adopted him. He didn't seem to be able to recall anything from his past until before that accident, the only exception being his name, Shirou. His brain seemed to have suppressed those memories as a defense mechanism to prevent trauma from breaking him even more than it had already done. To prevent such memories from arising, Kiritsugu decided to move with now his adopted son to another city. Said city ended up being Kuo Town, where he bought a large traditional Japanese-style residence. But they didn't stay there long. Little Shirou early began to show an unusual willingness to help others, without caring for himself. Psychologists attributed it to a survivor's guilt case, but still, it was too extreme even for someone who went through such trauma. However, instead of seeking psychological treatments for the boy as most parents would, Kiritsugu decided to help him fulfill his aspirations. It turned out that Emiya Kiritsugu was a mercenary. He spent his life traveling between war zones in the Middle East, eliminating key targets that were entrusted to him, and helping innocent people who were caught up in war. Unlike other mercenaries, he only accepted commissions that would save many other people. It was then that Kiritsugu began to bring with him Shirou as his assistant during his missions. The boy showed an aptitude for the role. Although his father made sure that he wasn't near when he was about to execute a target, the grim and disheartening landscapes which both walked through didn't seem to cause any reaction from him. It was as if the boy was used to be in such places. I want to be a hero. One who can save everyone, so that tragedy doesn't happen again. The words he spoke to his adoptive father as the two watched the stars crossed Shirou's mind. After hearing them, Kiritsugu felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Knowing that his son would continue with his will by his own choice, he died in peace. That was a turning point in Emiya Shirou's life. The only person close to him in this world had died, but that was not the only thing. From that moment on, his memories began to re-emerge. But these weren't his memories from before the accident that took away from him his birth parents. No, they were memories from a previous life. Emiya Shirou always knew he wasn't a normal person. He always knew about magic, and about the magic circuits in his body and how to open them. Using his magecraft to reinforce objects and draw swords out of the air was as instinctive for him as breathing. He always practiced those strange but familiar skills secretly from his father, as he didn't seem to have any knowledge of the moonlit world. But concealing his prowess with sharp weapons and the bow was another matter. But it was when he got his memories back from his previous life that it all started to make sense. His previous life started in a very similar way to his current one, so much so that very often he had found himself having déjà vu feelings. And most likely it was that huge déjà vu feeling when he told his dying father about his dream what triggered those memories. He was a man who lived around the 1st century, and who devoted his entire life to pursuing the impossible dream of saving everyone. It was a lonely path, and although he finally managed to reach his dream and save humanity from a terrible calamity, he ended up dying alone on a hill of swords. In his final moments, he formed a contract with the world, becoming part of the counterforce. History forgot his name, and the few people who remembered his legend referred to him as the King of Fakers. His current body was practically identical to the body he had in his previous life, probably due to the genes of the soul. That put him on a completely different level above modern humans when it came to physical prowess. That also explained the strange habits and circumstances that Emiya Shirou had throughout this lifetime. But at the same time, that brought an enormous amount of questions to which he still couldn't find answers. If he had formed a contract with the world that recorded him on the throne of heroes, causing his soul to be left out of the cycle of reincarnation, then how the hell did he end up reincarnated in this second life? And besides, he ended up receiving the name Emiya Shirou, which although he knew that wasn't his name in his previous life, for some reason, was very fitting for him. The first question had a very ominous answer that even he didn't want to think about. If the nameless hero king of fakers had been summoned to this world, that can only mean a calamity is about to descend upon this world's humanity. But that wasn't the most confusing thing. What was really confusing was how different this world was from the world in which he lived his previous life. It was the 21st century, a time when magecraft and mysteries should be in decline. However, the amount of mana in the environment was equal to or even denser than it was in the 1st century. If he had had the magic circuits of a modern magus from his former world, the Emiya Shirou who still didn't have his memories would have died trying to use them without a proper mystic code to acclimate to the environment. And yet the process of opening them was more painful than he remembered. It was actually as if the age of gods had never ended to give away to the age of man, however paradoxical that may sound given that science and technology continued to expand without problems. That could only involve two things. Either Goldie didn't do his job properly and didn't encourage humans to part ways from the gods, or the White Titan never arrived on this planet to decimate the primordial gods. And that should be plain impossible, as those events should be locked into place by quantum time locks, and messing with them would mean collapsing the human order. By all accounts, this world in which humans never could part ways with gods should have been culled by the counterforce. The situation of this world was so impossible and confusing that Shirou ended up giving up on trying to make sense of it. And actually, this was the dream of any magi come true. Too bad the only common thing he had with other magi was that he practiced magecraft. Either way, the prospect of running into a god wasn't something he was very excited about. Nothing good could come out of getting those guys' attention. That's why he tried to keep a low profile since he recovered his memories. Or so he tried. Finding phantasmal species wasn't surprising considering that this world was still governed by the laws of mystery for the most part. But the case of this city was just absurd. He could find supernatural creatures even beneath the stones. Most magical creatures in this city actually seemed to coexist peacefully with humans, blending with them or simply avoiding them. The problem came with the things, for the lack of a better term, that actively prey upon humans. It started with creatures he couldn't recognize, and that's something considering the number of phantasmal species he fought in his previous life. These things seemed to have lost themselves in madness, and their bodies had been deformed beyond recognition. Without a second thought, Shirou got rid of those things. Supernatural creatures underestimating humans was nothing new to him, but those things weren't even expected him to attack them, and they ended up dying as mere targets. That seemed to get the attention of the other phantasmal species in the country, and since then they keep coming to join the party as if they had nothing else to do. The situation has reached the point that he had to go out to patrol every night, and that in turn has made the city's overseers be on his heels. And that brings us to the next point. How Shirou ended up in this school. After Kiritsuga died, Shirou decided to resume his school life, which had been rather lacking since he had been traveling around the world. Although Kiritsugu had made sure to teach him the basics, and learning modern English wasn't very difficult as he could speak 1st century Latin, his student curriculum left much to be desired. That's why he had to take an exam so that they could estimate his level of education, and he got enough grades to be in the year he should be because of his age. And even though this school had quite high standards, they admitted him to increase their low number of male students. Apparently, Kuo Academy had been all girls until just a couple of years ago, and that's why the female population outnumbered 10 to 1 the male one. Things didn't start very well when, just after setting foot in school, he began to detect that there were non-human students on the campus. They didn't even try to hide their dark presences, and in fact, They seemed to be the ones at the top of the hierarchy of magical creatures in the city. At that time, Shirou realized that his memories weren't the only thing that had returned. His rank luck was back to. Of all the schools in the country, he had to end up being admitted to this one. The entire student council was made up of these human-like creatures, and the same applied to the members of the occult research club. At first, he thought they were dead apostles judging by their dark, ominous presence, but that possibility was ruled out by the lack of red eyes and sharp fangs. The only clue he had was the last name of the president of the occult research club. Rias Surrenders, the acclaimed One-sama of Kuo Academy. Gremory is the name of one of the 72 demons appearing in the Ars Goetia. A rather ominous surname indeed. But when he thought about the 72 pillars, what came to mind was a huge gruesome pillar made out of flesh, tentacles, and eyes, not some beauties straight out of a model magazine. And he doubted they had anything to do with the human order incineration ritual. That matter aside, seeing that they seemed content with leading an ordinary student life, he left them alone for the moment. Still, he watched them every day, to see if that was just a facade and they really had some shady business on their hands. But other than that, his first day at school was interesting to say the least. A male student transferring to this school was hot news, at least for its broad female sector. And if you add to that already having another student transferred just a few days ago, we have that everyone was looking at him with great expectations while he introduced himself. Too bad those expectations went down the drain pretty quickly. Having detected at least 2 magical creatures in his classroom, Shirou made his presentation short and with few details. And even if there were no phantasmal species in the place, he wasn't going to say something like, "I spent my childhood traveling with my father through war-torn countries like Afghanistan while doing mercenary work." Or, "My goal in life is to be a hero who saves everyone." That would make him stand out more than he already did by having auburn-colored hair, and being the center of attention wasn't something that excited him. His classmates didn't take long to stop asking questions after realizing that he was a normal guy with no apparent hobbies, unlike the other transferred student. It was then that he was approached by some guys who called themselves the Perverted Trio, and offered to join them to become the Perverted Squad. But before he could say a word, a bunch of girls showed up and started beating them for no apparent reason. One of them turned to look at Shirou blushing and said, "Excuse the existence of these scum, Amigan. Please pretend they don't exist." To this day, Shirou still doesn't understand what the hell happened at the time. But after that, apart from some polite conversations here and there, his interaction with the other students was sparse. To this day, he really doesn't have anyone he can call a friend. Not that he cares. The less they relate to someone like him, the less impactful will be when he disappears to pursue his dream. For now, he was content to lend a hand to anyone who needed it. And after offering to solve a problem with one of the cafeteria's soda machines, his fame as the fake janitor began to spread. And well, some of the supernatural creatures approached him, probably out of curiosity, but he was even briefer with them. Back to the present, the turmoil around him brought Shirou back to reality. The class was over before he realized it, and the majority of his classmates were leaving the classroom to head to the cafeteria. Quietly, Shirou pulled the bento he had prepared from his desk drawer. Though in his previous life his culinary skills were limited to making the ingredients stop being raw, in this second life, Shirou was forced to learn to cook because Kiritsugu was even more inept than he was in that field. And thanks to today's advanced technology, his food now at least had a decent taste, which he could amplify with reinforcement. "Now then, where should I have my lunch?" Emiya-san." A high-pitched voice made him look to his side. Next to his desk, Shirou found a blonde beauty with green eyes. Her face reminded him of a person he knew in his previous life, Nero Claudius. However, unlike that passionate empress who always had a smile on her face, this girl looked at him shyly. She was Asia Argento, the other transferred student. And for someone who came from Italy, her Japanese was much more fluent than even some natives. "Do you need anything from me, Argento-san?" "Well, since you are always alone, Amisan. I thought you could come to have lunch with us." The way she wavered and her pure intentions would make her look like an angel, if she didn't give off that dark aura that made him prepare in his mind Kancho and Bakuya's blueprints every time she approached. Asia Argento was indeed one of the supernatural creatures that roamed this school, and was also part of the ORC. The first time she tried to make conversation with Shirou, he actually thought she was trying to mess with him, faking her shy and awkward attitude. However, the way tears poured out of her eyes when he completely ignored her, he realized that it was just his paranoia. Of course, he apologized to her, and since then, for some reason, she's trying to get close to him. And the most disconcerting thing is that her intentions are really genuine, and it's not that she's following orders to investigate him. But still, Shirou rejected her attempts to approach him. It wasn't a good idea to bond with a creature he might have to exterminate in the future. I appreciate the offer, Argento-san, but it's not necessary. I like eating my lunch alone. The girl deflated upon hearing his answer. Boo, but I told you, Asia. Trying to talk to this guy is a waste of time. Just leave him alone. A voice full of hostility came from behind Asia. He was an average-looking male student. Hi, Issei, member of the perverted trio, the OCR, and therefore another of the supernatural creatures who attend this school. Since his failed attempt to recruit him to form the perverted squad, to do God knows what, the boy had been hostile toward Shirou. However, it wasn't the kind of hostility directed at him as a human. If so, Hayate Issei would have disappeared in mysterious circumstances a few days ago. According to him, all handsome boys should die. An enigmatic phrase for Shirou himself, as he did not know what that had to do with. If he considered being called fake janitor being popular, his bar is pretty low. Asia pouted. Don't be like that, Issei-san. There is nothing wrong with trying to keep company with a lonely soul like Emiya-san. No, he's actually right. They both turned to look at Shirou in surprise, but he kept talking. You don't have to force yourself to try to get close to someone like me, Argento-san. You should go spend time with your friends. He took a look at the other classmates who had stayed in the classroom while speaking. Everyone was watching them closely as if they were watching a most unusual spectacle. Well, on second thought, the cute Asia Argento that had transferred recently, a member of the perverted trio, and the fake janitor. The three of them had quite the reputation. As he looked back at Asia, she had an expression full of sorrow, and Hayadu by her side was now glaring at him. Well, if you have nothing more to say, I'll take my leave. Shirou maintained his neutral expression and rose to go to the only quiet place he knew. The two supernatural creatures made no attempt to stop him. A few minutes later, after walking through the halls of the academy in silence, Shirou was on the rooftop. Unlike other schools, the roof was not a banned place for students, but rarely did anyone go there. That made it the perfect place for someone lonely like him. He sat with his back resting on the metal fence that prevented anyone from falling by accident, unwrapped his bento, and pulled out his chopsticks. Ita de Kamasu. With the courtesy line said, he unceremoniously dug into his bento. But before he even put the first bite of rice in his mouth, the roof door opened again. The person who entered the place was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Shirou recognized him as Kiba Yudo, also known as the Prince of Kuo Academy by female students, and a member of OCR. And of course, another of the supernatural creatures who attend this school. Shirou could barely suppress a tongue click. His E-rank Luxure is on its game today. The two teenagers looked each other in the eye in an awkward silence, which was finally broken by Kiba. Do you mind if I have lunch here too? This is the only lonely place I found, but if you feel uncomfortable with my presence. He asked permission politely, and Shirou just shrugged. He could sympathize with the creature's desire to avoid that fan club of his that follows him everywhere. This was a situation that he had been avoiding since he transferred to this academy, but rejecting him rudely would make him feel bad, and it would give them confirmation that he was actively avoiding them. Suit yourself. It's not like I own the place anyway. With that said, Shirou looked back at his bento and finally put the first bite of rice in his mouth. His response caused the blonde to give him a relieved smile. He ended up sitting a couple of feet away next to the fake janitor. Not very far, but not very close either. The two boys ate their lunch in a silence that was more awkward by the minute. It had to be Kiba again who broke the silence. Do you practice with the sword, Emiya-san? Shirou eyed him for a moment. What gave me away? It was the way you walk. You keep your balance at all times without wasting movements or leaving any opening. He clicked his tongue mentally. Old habits die hard, and having all these phantasmal species around wasn't not helping. I see. I could say the same applies to you. Those calluses in your hands stick out quite a bit from your pale skin. The Prince of Kuo Academy chuckled. Guilty as charged. I have been practicing the art of the sword since I was a child. As he said that, Shirou realized that his expression became somber for a few moments. However, he decided not to inquire into it. If that's so, then why didn't you join the kendo club? I'm sure their captain, Murayama-san, has tried to recruit you more than once. That's true. However, my hands are tied with my duties as a member of the Occult Research Club. It was really strange that anyone asked themselves why the most popular students at this school are all members of such a strange club that has cover written all over with capital letters. What about you, Emiya-san? You're not a member of any club yet, are you? I'm indeed in the Go Home Club, but kendo doesn't suit me. Too many rules and restrictions, and the armor restrains your mobility too much. It's nothing like a real battle. Kiba raised an eyebrow at that. I do think those rules are necessary to have a fair and enjoyable fight. It was then that Shirou looked Kiba in the eye again. Though the golden-eyed boy's expression did not change, the foreign-looking boy could notice that the temperature around them had dropped. Kiba-san, a sword fight consists of two people trying to hurt each other. There's nothing more to it. I see no point in trying to make it look fancier with rules of courtesy and honor. Those things are likely to get you killed one day. This time it was Kiba who frowned, his easygoing attitude fading away. Those words clashed directly with his beliefs and his way of the sword. However, that was not what made him serious. Emiya Shirou was a human teenager, but his manners and thoughts spoke of huge combat experience. His instincts told him this boy was dangerous, and that was certainly strange. Maybe he should discuss this with his master. While Kiba was mentally debating what to do, Shirou went to take another bite of his bento with his chopsticks but realized that he had already finished his lunch. And if his internal clock wasn't wrong, then it was just minutes before the break was over. I think it's time to wrap things up. He wrapped his bento again before getting up to leave. I'll go ahead. I suppose this conversation was entertaining, Kiba-san. Yeah. The foreigner boy replied absent-mindedly, but Shirou's next words caught his attention again. It seems your friend found our conversation interesting as well. Leaving those words, Shirou left Kiba alone on the roof. The blonde couldn't help but blink confused, but his questions were answered when a little white-haired girl entered through the same door that Shirou exited. Kaneko-chan? Were you looking for me for something? The little girl nodded. I saw you coming here, but then... She then looked at the roof door. You didn't approach me because of Emiya-san? Kaneko nodded again. You don't like being around him? This time, she gave a verbal answer. Not exactly. Emiya-senpai is a kind senpai, unlike pervert senpai. Still, I feel a sense of danger near him. So I'm not the only one, huh? Kiba pondered for himself. Should we tell Bucho and the others? She nodded wordlessly again. The remaining of the day's lessons passed quickly for Shirou. Once the bell rang announcing the end of the last lesson of the day, he picked up his things and left his classroom. Emiya-kun. But as he was walking down the corridors, a voice behind him called his name. Upon turning around he found a couple of familiar girls, and he would have greeted them, if not because they weren't human either. This wasn't his day. The girl who called him with a voice full of enthusiasm had brown-reddish hair and brown eyes. She was Meguri Tomo, the student council's secretary. And the other beauty that accompanied her was a girl with white hair and bluish-green eyes. Hanakai Momo, another member of the student council. Do you need anything from me, Meguri-san, Hanakai-san? Still, he kept up appearances and addressed them in a cordial tone. Nothing special. We just thought, your reputation as the fake janitor has been gaining strength since lately, maybe you could fix a little problem we have. She certainly was straightforward. Even Hanakai at her side looked ashamed. Since the janitor is busy on other matters, could you take a look at our air conditioning, Emiya-san? Shirou thought about it for a few seconds, but his body answered by itself. Sure. Lead the way. Even if they were not human, helping those in need was just part of his very being. Moreover, they had yet to give him any real reason to be on guard around them. His cautiousness was more due to his paranoia as a result of his experiences in his previous life. The two girls in front of him looked at him with their eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. The rumors were actually true. He didn't even think twice. Meguri said her thoughts aloud, while Hanakai now seemed more ashamed. Are you sure it's not inconvenient? Not at all. I actually have nothing to do now. Besides, helping others is not wrong. His sincere response left them in shock again, but they finally took him to the student council room. When they arrived at the place in question, after making a detour to pick up the toolbox from the janitor's booth, there was no one there. Apparently, the other members of the student council, including the president, were dealing with other matters. After taking a look at the room, which looked more like the office of the president of a branch than the office of the student council, Shirou located the air conditioner. Any idea what's wrong with it? Well, aside from it going puff and stopping working a couple of days ago, we don't have any clue. But this time of year hot air is still welcome. I see. Shirou leaned a chair against the wall to reach for the device and began to dismantle it to look for what was wrong with it. Normally, he would use structural grasp to visualize the device's internal comparable components and know immediately which part was damaged or stopped working. However, turning on his magic circuits being less than 2 meters from two magical creatures wasn't the best idea. This would be more complicated than usual, but nothing he couldn't handle. At least not compared to that time he had to fix an electrical generator that had been a few meters from where a bomb fell during his stay in Kazakhstan. And he didn't need to either, as he found the problem just by unscrewing the housing of the device. His eyebrows started twitching as he turned to look at the two girls who brought him here. Meguri-san, how long has it been since you've cleaned the filters on this thing? The secretary then turned to look at her partner with an eyebrow raised. Were we supposed to clean them? Hanakai was just as confused. The janitor was supposed to take care of those things, right? Shirou couldn't help but sigh. I'll assume there was a huge miscommunication here. He immediately proceeded to uncouple the filters and meticulously clean them with a rag. A few minutes later, the filters were already clean as a whistle, but the rag in the toolbox was completely useless, so he decided to throw it away. After that, Shirou reassembled the filters and bolted the housing. That's it? Meguri asked, surprised at how fast it had been. You better pray that it does. Shirou pressed on the remote control, and a few seconds later the device began to blowing air. The three teenagers made faces of relief after seeing the result. Thank goodness. We managed to avoid the worst-case scenario. What would have happened in the worst-case scenario? The compressor would have died, and replacing it would be very expensive. In fact, it would be cheaper to buy another air conditioner. You were fortunate that the central unit froze because it couldn't dissipate the ambient heat before the damage worsened. Both girls' faces turned pale. With our tight budget, Kaicho wouldn't have been amused by the news. You really saved us here, Emiya-san. How can we make it up to you? Nah, you don't have to. I helped you because I wanted to. The fact that I could be of help is enough for me. The room plunged into silence, with both girls not knowing how to respond to that, but then a fourth voice intervened. Although that is a very noble attitude, Emiya-san, I'll have to object. Shirou's gaze turned to the door of the room, where three people had entered. Who had spoken was a beautiful girl with short black hair, violet eyes, and her expression always fixed on a stoic mask. She was Shirtorai Sona, the famous president of the Kuo Academy Student Council, also known as Ice Queen, or one of the 3 One-Isamas. Behind her was another beauty with long hair, monochromatic eyes, right violet and left yellow, and her expression, like Sona, was always fixed on a stoic mask. She was Shinra Tsubaki, vice president of the student council, and as such, she was always with Sona as her right-hand woman. And finally, there was the only male member of the student council, who had just joined them not long ago. Genshiro Saji, a young man with short, scruffy blonde hair and gray eyes, and by his manners, Shirou could see that, at least previously, he was not a role model as a student. Meguri and Hanakai greeted them immediately after seeing them. Oh, hi there, Kaicho, Tsubaki-senpai, Gen-chan. Is the faculty meeting over, Kaicho? Yes. There weren't many points to discuss, so it was brief. But at least it served Saji here to see how such meetings work. After answering Momo's question, Sona's eyes turned to look at Shirou again. Regarding what I said a moment ago, Emiya-san. She walked to the desk at the back of the room, took out an envelope from one of the drawers, and handed it to Shirou. He opened it with curiosity and found several bills. Seeing his eyebrow raised, Sona decided to explain herself. It's your compensation for all the services you've been offering to this academy since you transferred. I see. Still, I can't accept payment for something that anyone would have done in my place. Hearing his reply, a frown appeared on the student council president's face. She pushed her glasses back, making them emit an ominous glow. You know, the day you transferred to this school I did my research on your past, Emiya-san. Standard procedure. Shirou did his best not to let his reaction be shown, as he prepared in his mind the blueprints of various anti-monster noble phantasms and black keys. Although he was sure that there was no way for them to learn of his identity as a magus, much less as a reincarnated heroic spirit, perhaps his time as a mercenary with Kiritsugu made his presence unwelcome. He didn't really kill anyone during this lifetime, human that is, but that was hard to prove. However, Sona's next words proved that, again, he was just being paranoid. Leaving aside the questionable manner in which you spent your childhood, I am aware that your only foster father, Mr. Emiya, passed away recently. You live completely alone in a huge mansion that requires a lot of maintenance, and although the inheritance that your father left you is quite big, it won't last forever. I doubt finding a part-time job with your skills would be difficult, but that would interfere with your studies, wouldn't it? Upon hearing that, Momo and Tomo made sad faces. Shirou, on the other hand, stood firm. That's true, but I don't really need it. I can manage to make my father's inheritance last until I get my college degree and get a full-time job. I'm used to living on the bare minimum. That last might very well be the understatement of the year, coming from the guy that used to sleep in the trees in his previous life, instead of renting a room in an inn, to save the money. However, this time, he ran into a person that was as stubborn as he himself. Still, I must insist on this, Emiya-san. It would be inappropriate for a student of this school not to be compensated for easing the burden on our janitor. But stop with that goody two-shoes act, imminent. The only male member of the student council ended up bursting. If Kaicho says she wants to pay you, then shut up and accept the money at once. He approached Shirou with a very moody expression but was stopped by a single glance from Sona. Soji, keep your manners in presence of a guest. This Kaicho. All his bravado disappeared in an instant, and he straightened himself as if he were a recruit being scolded by a military instructor. Sona then turned to look at the boy with golden eyes silently, waiting for his answer. Although it didn't feel right to be compensated for something like this, Shirou knew this conversation wasn't going anywhere no matter how much he insisted. Breathing a sigh, he finally gave up. Fine, I'll take it. At that moment, an almost imperceptible smile spread on Sona's face. Shirou was sure he was the only one who could notice because he was right in front of her, and yet, it would have been impossible without his hawk-like eyes. Well, if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, I'll get going. Wait, I'd like to offer you a proposal. Those words made him stop before turning around to walk out the door. A proposal? She nodded. Emiya Shirou, would you like to join the student council? Those words came as a surprise to Shirou, but more so to the others in the room. Even the ever-stoic vice president widened her eyes. Kaicho dash? Saji tried to complain but was silenced with another stern look from Sona. Shirou eyed the creature in front of him. He had the feeling that there was another meaning behind this invitation. All the student council's members being magical creatures couldn't be a coincidence, and now she suddenly wanted to add a human to their group? He smelled a rat here. Does she actually know he's a magus? Or is she showing her true colors and wanted to pull him into a shady business like human trafficking? You're asking me something like this so suddenly. I mean, I've been here for just 2 weeks. Even though you've only been in this academy for 2 weeks, That was enough to decipher your personality. Despite not being the most social person, you are kind and helpful, helping those who ask without thinking twice. Such a person would be a very good addition to our student council. But of course, you don't need to answer immediately. Let one of our members know when you make a decision. I see. I'll give it a thought. Very well. See you later, Emiya-san. Shirou walked out the door, his mind reviewing the options he had in his mind. He could politely reject their offer and see what would happen, or he could accept to investigate them more closely. But he didn't really see himself as a member of the student council, so he was more inclined toward the first option. However, just outside the door. Oh, Emiya-kun, what are you doing here? That was received by a sweet voice that was accompanied by an aura darker than that of the other creatures attending this school. Shirou was startled and had to make a great effort not to react by instinct and fire several noble phantasms at the two creatures in front of him. Seeing that their facial expressions didn't change, he sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had managed to suppress his murderous intent in time. This really wasn't good for his mental health. Now, speaking of the two people in front of him, who spoke to him was a beauty of foreign appearance. A characteristic crimson hair that fell to her waist, blue eyes, pale skin like a porcelain doll, and quite large assets. She was Rias Surrenders, president of the Occult Research Club, the top one-one-isama of Kuo Academy, and the magical creature that emits the most ominous aura of the school, closely followed by Sona. At her side, as usual, was another beauty with black hair tied in a long ponytail and violet eyes, and her assets didn't stay behind those of Rias. If he had to describe her, she would be the ideal Yamato Nadeshiko. Her name was Himejima Akino, vice president of the Occult Research Club, the top two. One-isama of the Kuo Academy, and for some reason her dark aura felt different from the others. She asked what he was doing, but he could ask her the same thing. If it wasn't for him knowing that they were all creatures of the same kind, the president of the OC are going to visit the student council so suddenly would be strange. Oh, Gremson, Himejima-san. I was told that the air conditioning was not working and I took a look at it. But it's already fixed. I see. That was the only answer he got from the two one-isamas. Seeing that they didn't seem to want to start a conversation, Shirou gave a short greeting and walked past them. If he had insisted more on talking to them, he would have realized that he had actually screwed up. Akino. Rias spoke with her face completely stiff. Yes. The gentle smile of the Japanese beauty disappeared as she grabbed her arm to stop its trembling. For a moment I felt I was going to die. So it wasn't my imagination. What was that? I don't know. Do you think it was Emiya-kun? I suppose Yuto-kun and Kaneko-chan's concerns were not unfounded, but still. Yeah. Hard to believe that came from the fake janitor. Maybe it wasn't him and it was someone from Sona's group. It's a possibility. Well, let's go inside. The two entered the room, still somewhat affected by being hit by Shirou's murderous intent. There they found the members of the student council already doing the daily paperwork. Sona lifted her head from the papers on her fancy desk and greeted them. You finally arrived, Rias, Akino. What took you so long? Let's just say we had a shocking experience. But anyway, what did you want to talk about, Sona? Well, you are aware of the abnormal increase in supernatural creatures entering our territory and the rumors about this so-called Slayer, right? Rias nodded. Yes. In fact, yesterday we tracked down one of them, a vampire, but when we arrived he had already been killed. Well, that saves me a lot of explaining. Sona then bent over to open a secret drawer from her desk and took out some documents she delivered to Rias. Both Rias and Akino frowned as they glanced at the pages. They spoke of a rather famous entity when it came to stray devils. As expected, the rumors ended up attracting a big fish. Friedrich Steiner, a German scientist who was part of the Waffen-SS during World War II and creator of the chemical weapon called Nova, he was later captured by the Soviet Union and put in charge of mind control experiments, but he was killed during the Cold War. He was eventually reincarnated by the Bune clan as a bishop, and his experiments became about mystical creatures, with chimeras being his obsession. He soon betrayed his master because his only interest was to continue his experiments and he wasn't interested in the least rating games. Sona summarized the curriculum of the man in question, more for student council members than for Rias and Aquino. Everyone's faces paled hearing about such a monster. I see, several of his minions were spotted leaving and entering the abandoned factory just outside the city. The Archduke issued an order to hunt him down, but it is recommended that we work together because of his large number of minions. Yes, it looks like we'll have to introduce our new pieces between them sooner than expected. Rias then looked at the clock in the room. With the time it is, we should leave that and planning the strategy for tomorrow. Sona nodded in agreement. We have to be prudent as we have never fought with our peerages together. But changing the subject, since you met one of the victims of this so-called slayer, tell me, do you have any leads on his identity? The only thing we have confirmed is that, according to Kaneko, he always leaves a scent of steel at the scene. And well, we may have a suspect. That piqued Sona's curiosity. Rias' nonchalant attitude faded after mentioning that subject. And who is this suspect? He was here a few minutes ago. Not only Sona's eyes, but everyone's eyes in the room except for Aquino widened at hearing that. Emiya-kun? No way. The fake janitor? Nah, I doubt that guy would even hurt a fly. Leaving aside Meguri and Saji's reactions, Sona looked at her childhood friend with a raised eyebrow. I know the disappearances and deaths started at the same time he transferred to this school, and his past wasn't very normal. But do you really think he would be capable of that? It is true that a human would be the last possibility you would think of when you think of someone who has exterminated all these creatures of different races. But Yudo-kun told me he knows his way with a sword, and Kaneko-chan feels a sense of dread when he is near. That and... Aquino resumed the explanation where her master left it. When we come across him coming here and greet him, we felt a huge killing intent. Unless it came from one of you, he was the only person around. And he didn't seem to have noticed it. I see. Well, I suppose we could use our authority as heirs to dig deeper into who Emiya Shirou is. Should we keep an eye on him? We really should. At least for the moment. If things get worse, then we should confront them directly. If we are wrong, we just have to erase his memory. Sona sighed. Manipulating a person's memory wasn't something that should be done lightly, but at least her friend considered it a last resort. All right, let's do that. The night fell again in Kuo Town, and with it, the city's paranormal activity reached its highest peak. Specifically, there were a couple of devils wandering the quiet streets of Kuo on a bicycle. The rider was none other than Hayudo Issei, while Asia Argento sat behind him with her legs to one side. As devils, their job was to make pacts with greedy humans to earn points and raise their social status. However, as Asia had recently been reincarnated as a devil, she still had to hand out papers with magic circles engraved on them to potential clients so they could summon devils without the need of one of those shady rituals that involved sacrificing goats. Well, that was the last one. With this, we can go back to the club room. Issei sighed as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. On the other hand, Asia looked at him with a sense of guilt. I'm really sorry that you have to work so hard for me, Isin. The young man gave her a reassuring smile. It's no big deal. Since you don't know how to ride a bike, someone has to ride the bike for you. But I could do it on feet. If you did, I'd be very worried about you, You saw it yesterday. Looks like a bunch of monsters are entering this town, and there's also a guy out there who is killing them. It really looks like a science fiction movie. As Bucho said, walking alone at night right now is very dangerous. Issei tried to sound as calm as possible, though he himself was somewhat afraid. According to Rias, vampires aren't opponents to be underestimated. But in the short time between Kaneko detecting the one yesterday and everyone gathered to confront him, this slayer had already exterminated him. He didn't even leave a body, just bloodstains all over the floor and walls. Even if he was no longer as helpless as he was a month ago when he had just been reincarnated as a devil, the prospect of having to face someone like that was still frightening. Issei's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed small arms wrapping around him from behind. It doesn't matter if a monster or that Slayer attacks us. I know Issei-san will protect me. The cheeks of the member of the perverted trio blushed. The warmth of the embrace and the words of the ex-nun were really comforting. Her really trusting someone like him made him feel like she wasn't that useless. However, any of those thoughts weren't what was in Issei's mind at the moment. Asia's modest assets were touching his back, which caused blood to start dripping down his nose. His mind then began to play the images of those melons, obtained after she had moved into his home a few days earlier. That triggered quite indecent thoughts, which he himself had to suppress by force. To him, Asia was like the little sister he never had, so this kind of thinking made him feel really bad. But that conflicted with his herm-filled teenage mentality. Right? I'll definitely protect your I'll protect you, Asia. Even if it costs my life. Although he couldn't see her because he had to look straight ahead while driving, a dazzling smile spread on the face of Asia. Too bad the tender moment was interrupted when Issei had to hit the brakes suddenly. Kia! Poor Asia almost flew off the bike due to her inertia, but her driver's attention was completely focused on the thing that was a few feet ahead of them blocking their way. The best way to describe it would be a werewolf from a 90s horror film. A 6-foot-tall, bipedal being, covered in a thick bush of brown hair and sharp claws and fangs. But something was really wrong with it. Its tail was not like that of a normal wolf full of hair, but was scaly and ended in. Was that a snakehead? Other than that, a pair of bony bumps sprouted from his back, like a pair of goat horns. It looked like a version of the Frankenstein monster but using animal parts instead of human parts. Sweat began to fall on Issei's forehead as he dropped the bike and positioned himself between that thing and Asia. As bizarre as it was, that monster gave off an ominous aura comparable to that of the last opponent he had to face. The fallen angel Reenacting, the creature who pretended to be his girlfriend just to kill him. After observing them for a few moments, the thing snorted. Just a pair of devils. Very weak at that. There's no way you are the one master is looking for. Issei frowned. This wasn't the first time an enemy was looking down at him because of how little magic he had as a devil. He couldn't even use a magic circle to teleport himself to the place of his customers. But after his fight with Reenacting, he learned that your opponent underestimates you can be an advantage. Asia, stay behind me. I'll take care of this. The girl nodded and went to hide behind a nearby light pole. It wasn't the best of places, but she had to stay close if she wanted to support her partner with her unique powers. Issei swallowed saliva and took an unorthodox pose. This thing must have been one of the creatures that were coming into town lately, and it was clearly hostile. He would tell Asia to use her cell phone to call Bucho, but due to her secluded childhood, she barely knew how to turn it on and answer an incoming call. He had no choice but to fight head-on in this place. He could only pray that the incantations Rias mentioned to him to hide their presence from humans while they did their work as a demon would work in this situation. Come forth, boosted gear. Answering his command, a red gauntlet appeared in his left hand. Its appearance resembled that of a scaled gauntlet with claws, a pair of yellow horns protruding backward from it, and a huge green gem on the back of the hand. The monster's eyes widened upon seeing that gauntlet, but more than fear, it was by surprise. So the rumor that the Red Dragon Emperor joined the Devils was true, huh? Well, I guess this calls for a change of plans. Instead of killing you both, I will take you alive. I'm sure Master will be happy to experiment with your body. After saying that, the werewolf got on all fours as if getting ready to throw itself against the devil. On all fours, the reason for the horns on its back was revealed. It was not that it had horns on its back. It had the head of a goat attached to its back. However, Issei was no longer paying attention to the monster. Hearing those words full of cruelty, a painful memory resurfaced in his mind. The weak and pale silhouette of Asia as her life was bleeding away because he could not save her in time. He wasn't letting that happen again. Boost. The gauntlet's gem roared to life, moved by his determination to protect the girl behind him, effectively doubling his power. But that wasn't anywhere near the amount of power he needed to beat this enemy. He had to stall until his power was doubled enough times. But the werewolf wasn't going to make things easy for him like his previous opponent. The creature lunged at him at a speed that he could barely keep up with his eyes. Even though it was nowhere near Kiba's speed, This thing was fast. He barely had time to lift the gauntlet to protect himself from the clutches of his enemy. But then, Rarg! Ha! The roar filled with pain and confusion of the monster was followed by Issei and Asia's surprised voices. The monster's charge was stopped completely when something pierced his arm. What pierced him did so with such force and speed that Issei would not be surprised if the monster's arm had been dislocated. It looked like an arrow made of steel, but its shape was strange. Issei could distinguish a short red handle, and its main body was a rapier-like blade but twisted to take a more aerodynamic. It was like a sword made into an arrow? He didn't have much time to think about it. Heart, lungs, right eye, neck, pancreas. It happened too fast for him to see. More of those arrows pierced every vital point of the monster. The werewolf flew away like a rag doll, with parts being blown off his body and staining the entire street with blood and debris. The battered body stopped rolling on the asphalt and was completely inert about 10 meters from the two devils. Reset. Issei took his right hand to his mouth to avoid throwing up his dinner upon seeing such a scene, his loss of concentration making the power that the gauntlet gave him fade. On the other hand, Asia was left trembling and paler than a ghost. Not only was the monster brutally slaughtered in just a few seconds, but those arrows gave off a really ominous sensation. It was even worse than being in front of those light swords exorcists used. They seemed to be trying to consume or purify the monster, but the monster's regenerative capacities seemed to be giving them problems. In fact, now that he looked at the thing closely, although the main head had been damaged, the goat head and the snake head were still alive. Dying and writhing in pain, but alive. That didn't last much. Another projectile struck the creature, this time one that looked like a silver blade, and emitted an aura several times more terrifying than the previous ones. Issei was sure he almost set his pants. The force of the impact created a small explosion, and the creature's body was completely pulverized. The only thing remaining on the streets was only a small crater, with the ominous arrows scattered around, and the last of them nailed to the center. But before the two devils could move a muscle, the arrows broke and vanished into specks of blue light without a trace. In his confusion and astonishment, Issei turned to look in the direction from which the arrows came. If the sniper really wanted them dead, they would already be, but in his state of hysteria, he turned to try to defend himself in case of attack. The attacks seemed to come from a high-rise building, several miles from their position. A normal person could never distinguish the figure at the top of that distant building, but Issei wasn't a normal person. He was a devil, a creature of the night, and therefore his vision was several times better than that of an average human during the night. Although he couldn't distinguish the general features of the figure, apart from the enormous black bow that they carried, he recognized an important detail. That's Kuo Academy's male uniform? He immediately reached for his phone in his pocket and dialed his master's number. For the first time, his mind wasn't distracted by the fact that having the number of the top 1-1-sama of the Kuo Academy was a dream come true. A few seconds later, Rias' voice was heard on the other side of the call. Issei? Is something dash? But before she could say another word, Issei cut her off and began to speak hysterically. Bubucho! We got him. I was handing out pamphlets with Asia and a thing attacked us, and then that thing was killed and dash. Wait, slow your roll. Issei, I need you to calm down and take a deep breath. Asia is with you, right? Are you both okay? He turned to look at Asia, who was still in shock, but other than that she was fine. Yes, we're both in one piece. Good. That's a relief. Now, come back to the club room, and you'll tell me what has happened with calm and detail then. Yes. We're on our way. Shirou watched as the pair of devils rode off on their bike from the top of the building with his enhanced vision. It was really weird watching a couple of magical creatures go around handing out pamphlets, but at least they weren't hurting anyone. Or at least, those pamphlets did not cause any mysterious disappearance or gas leakage. The same couldn't be said of the 5 chimeras he had already killed that night. A truly alarming number. Until now he hadn't had to confront more than 2 creatures per night, which was already worrying. And besides, those guys didn't seem to appear randomly like the others. They seemed to be coordinated, combing different parts of the city at the same time. That could only mean one thing. There was a mastermind behind this, and it goes without saying that they were looking for him. Great, just what I needed. Some weirdo wanting to dissect me. Some things don't change no matter what kind of world I find myself in. His golden eyes combed the city again in search of any creature that moved. He would have to settle this matter before his body began to fail for lack of hours of sleep. But it was then that, after his mind stopped being focused on the chimera and the two devils, he finally realized the weak presence that was right behind him. He immediately loaded another black key into his bow and turned to shoot it to the presence. The key of Providence pierced what looked like a big eyeball with a pair of bat wings, killing it instantly. Shirou approached to inspect it more closely. Without a doubt, that must have been some kind of familiar, and by its constitution formed by putting pieces of different beings together, it didn't belong to one of the creatures attending the Kuo Academy. It belonged to whoever had created those chimeras. That complicated things a lot. So far all the creatures that had seen him use his magecraft had died seconds later. The exception would be Issei and Asia, but he doubted that they could see him from so far away. And now a weirdo doing experiments with chimeras knew about his identity as a magus. This was definitely not his day. Yawn. Emiya Shirou found himself yawning during lessons again. The sleep deprivation was already taking its toll on him. The bags below his eyes could no longer be ignored. He had spent all the night looking for any trace that would lead him to the lair of whoever created those chimeras, but his efforts bore no fruit. The only dead body he conserved, the little familiar, wasn't of much help as there wasn't any trace left of its connection to its master. That's why he decided to take a more direct approach. But he would wait for this night. A quick nap, once he returns home, should be enough to recover energy and be able to perform at his 100% for tonight's hunt. Their minions weren't much of a threat to him, but if what he was going to face was this world's equivalent of a magus, he must be cautious. It wouldn't be the first time he goes to confront a magus, and it turned out that they had rejected their humanity and had become a dead apostle. With his mind focused on the upcoming battle, lessons went by without him noticing. The bell announcing the beginning of lunchtime rang, and as usual, Shirou took his homemade bento and walked out of the classroom to head to the rooftop. Unlike yesterday, no one approached him. He would have sighed relieved if he didn't notice a pair of eyes stuck in his back as he walked through the hallways. Someone was watching him, and they weren't doing a good job hiding their presence. After giving his stalker a sideways glance, he was able to confirm his identity. And it brought really bad news. Shirou could just ignore him and pretend to be completely oblivious to his poorly attempt of spying on him. But it was so obvious that doing so would make him look suspicious to the real spy. She was doing really good job hiding her presence. Not on the level of an assassin's presence concealment, but it was enough to pass under his radar. If her white hair didn't stick out of the crowd so much. Even if she was short and was able to blend into the crowd, his hawk-like eyes spotted her without applying reinforcement to them. This was no longer being just curious about the new transfer student. They were now watching him. He didn't know if he made a mistake that gave him out, or if this was due to the offer he received to join the student council. But one thing was sure. He needed to lay low for a while if he didn't want to get caught, as much as it pained him to let those creatures run wild in the night. All the more reason to put an end to the magus, who was sending those creatures this night at lastest. Ah! Sighing, he turned a corner and prepared himself to confront the stalker. Meanwhile, a certain devil, Hayate Issei, was following closely the golden-eyed teenager. After talking with his master, Rias Surrenders, about the incident last night, they determined that Emiya Shirou was most likely the true identity of the Slayer. It was a process of elimination. She and her queen, Himejima Akino, checked the profiles of all the male students in Kuo Academy who were aware of the supernatural world. But none of them had any power, nor sacred gear, that could slaughter a werewolf in a matter of seconds, let alone from more than 2 miles away. With him being the only male student that they haven't confirmed yet if he knew about the supernatural world, along with Kiba and Kaniko's testimony, he was labeled as a target of observation. The situation was so tense that she told him he was going to meet the other devils in the school today. The Slayer had attracted a problematic stray devil, and they were hunting him tonight. But that was something he should put aside, for now, to be able to put all his attention into the task he was given. Bucho said he should watch him if he could, and that's what he was going to do. Honestly, he still had his reservations about this. Yeah, Emiya Shirou would fit very well all those memes about the quiet kid that reaches into his suspiciously big backpack after saying, "I had enough." But even so, the fake janitor, being someone who exterminates monsters like they were just inconveniences, was too much to take. What happened that night was engraved in his mind. The feeling of dreadness, that he and Asia could have been killed in a matter of seconds without being able to do anything. It was really terrifying. Just thinking about it made him shiver. While he was remembering those things, Emiya Shirou disappeared from his sight. DMN. He turned a corner. Ignoring all the stares in his direction, Issei picked up his pace to catch up to Shirou. He gave up his lunch alongside Asia to do this, so he was completely determined to see this through. Whoa! But just as he turned the corner, he nearly fell on his butt after running into someone. "Oh, sorry for that. But He started to apologize, but his blood ran cold as he realized who was in front of him. It was Emiya Shirou. "Do you have any business with me, Hayato-san?" Issei paled at that question. Did he knew he was spying on him? Well, if he is indeed the Slayer, it wouldn't be that strange if he was able to feel his presence. Quick, think of an excuse. It's not something that important. I just wanted to know if you considered our offer. Yeah, just that. Shirou raised an eyebrow at that, but just a moment later he seemed to remember. You're talking about your invitation to become part of that pervert trio of yours, right? After seeing Issei nodding enthusiastically, Shirou gave him a troubled look. I gave it some thought, but I still fail to see the logic behind your actions. I mean, you guys are always complaining about not having a girlfriend, but aren't you just scaring the girls away with all that pervert stuff? Juge. Issei felt a metaphorical punch in his gut as his way of life was questioned in such an innocent way. But he quickly pulled himself together. This was not the first time someone questioned his obsession with melons, nor would it be the last. Therefore, he didn't even need to think of an answer. A popular guy like you wouldn't understand it. Some things are beautiful because they are out of your reach. Melons. The forbidden treasure that every man on Earth seeks and is completely denied to losers like us. We can fantasize about them, their shape, their smell, their sensation in our hands. Because of that, just a little glimpse of them is worth every hit I received with a shurnai. That is the magic of melons. Shirou couldn't help but sweat drop after hearing that speech. The logic behind it was so alien to him that he discarded thinking about it, and put it in the things he had to investigate later, just after why the Age of Gods never ended in this world. He could already hear the people around them whisper between them things like, "There goes that pervy speech again," or, "Is that scum trying to corrupt Emiya-kun?" But both teenagers ignored them. Instead, Shirou decided to remark something weird in his speech. "Me? A popular guy? What are you talking about? Being called the fake janitor doesn't mean being popular in my book. You won't fool me. You're like that pretty boy. I bet your locker is full of letters from girls wanting to confess their feelings every morning." Shirou blinked a couple of times. "No, I didn't receive any letter from any girl, and I doubt I will ever receive one. What kind of girl would want to be the girlfriend of someone like me?" This was Issei's turn to look in astonishment at the boy in front of him. He would call it bullshit, but Shirou's words were so sincere that even he couldn't see any trace of deceit behind them. What is this? Even Kiba, who wasn't interested in any kind of relationship, was aware of his fan club. And those words. It sounded like he was rejecting the very thought of someone falling in love with him. "Anyway, about your offer." Shirou's voice brought Issei back to reality. "Sorry, but I'll have to decline. I have no interest in that stuff, and I have more important things to do after lessons." The devil frowned at that. Not because he politely rejected his offer, but because of his last words. What did Shirou do after lessons that were more important than peeking into the girls' locker room? He doubted this guy had to fix heaters and vending machines every day. And Rias said he didn't have a part-time job. Could it be? He really was that Slayer, the one patrolling the city at night and exterminating monsters? No, he was jumping to conclusions without enough evidence. Maybe he had other hobbies. Who knows? Maybe that traditional mansion of his was actually a gaming mansion on the inside? Well, if you have nothing more to say, I'll be going. I don't want to miss my lunch. You're right. Shirou turned around and resumed his way to the rooftop, while Issei sighed relieved. He couldn't get a lot of information about Emiya Shirou, but he managed to get off the hook. A couple of minutes later, Shirou was already on the rooftop, unwrapping his bento. The Prince of Kuo was nowhere to be seen. That was a relief. But unfortunately, even if he couldn't see them, he knew the other stalker was still there observing him. However, he didn't feel any hostile intention from them, so he just proceeded to eat his bento. But to his surprise, the moment the aroma of the food spread through the place, his peripheral vision caught something twitching behind the door. He was able to get a glimpse of the skirt of his stalker. After that, the little girl started to stare intently at him, or more exactly, at his bento. Any kind of stealth and discretion was completely thrown away. She seemed to be even drooling. That reaction. Could it be? She wanted to have some of his bento? He could pretty much ignore her and avoid a confrontation. But that face she was making was too much adorable. It triggered a nostalgic feeling, even if he didn't know why. He might be shooting himself on the foot with this, but you can have some if you want. There is plenty for the two of us. Tujo Kaneko hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, she ended up approaching him. And even so, she was really cautious, approaching him slowly like if he was going to attack her at any moment. Shirou just brought out a pair of spare chopsticks and left them at his side before focusing again on his lunch. He made his offer, and now it was up to her to take it or not. The way she was being so cautious was bordering the absurd. That didn't seem to be her instincts warning her of a possible threat, or at least there was more to it than that. But he wasn't a psychologist, nor he knew much about this creature, so he could only make assumptions. The little girl finally took the chopsticks, and after inspecting in search of anything suspicious, she dug into Shirou's bento. After staring at the food for a few seconds, she slowly put it in her mouth. After savoring it, her entire body winced. Her eyes widened and she purred. For some reason, she sounded like a cat while she was finishing savoring and swallowing the bite. Shirou had to make a double take on that. Was she actually a yokai? But her presence was darker than that of the other evil yokai he encountered in the city. The only thing that came close to that profile. Was she a kitsune? An evil fox that blends with humans, taking the appearance of a young girl and manipulates them to get what they want. No, that might suit her, but that doesn't seem to apply to the other creatures, and a fox doesn't sound like a cat. Putting that aside, he focused again on his lunch, but his chopstick hit the bottom of the bento. He was sure there was still half of it a moment ago, but now there wasn't any trace of food there. His eyes darted to the little girl at his side. She was happily chewing what little remained of his food. Did she just devour all the remaining food in his bento in a few seconds? Delicious. She mumbled shamelessly after swallowing. There were even some grains of rice and sauce over her cheeks. He sighed in defeat. He would have to endure until lessons are over, as he no longer had time to pay a visit to the cafeteria. Let me clean the food on your face. You don't want to show up in your classroom like that, right? Shirou took out a handkerchief and brought it close to her face. Kaneko flinched and nearly jumped, but in the end she conceded. Kind senpai. There you go. After cleaning her face, Shirou wrapped his bento and set to go to his classroom. But before he took the first step, he felt an intense glare on his back. After turning around, golden eyes met yellow ones. The two stared at each other for a few moments without moving a muscle. It was like Kaneko wanted to say something, but she was ashamed to do so. And Shirou could guess what she wanted. I don't mind bringing more than one bento from now on. At that moment, a ghost of a smile appeared in her always stoic face, and her eyes shone with excitement. If spending a little more time in his kitchen every morning could bring a smile to this little girl's face, it will be worth it. Even if he knew that he might have to exterminate her one day. The remaining lessons of the day proceeded without any remarkable event, as usual, and Shirou went straight home. Anyone asked for help, and his body was starting to demand some rest. Meanwhile, the members of the ORC met in the old building near the high school building. The room they always used was quite gloomy, lit by candles and a magical circle draw in the center. The room had a desk used by the club's president, a couple of comfortable sofas at both sides of a table, a small kitchen in a corner, and a shower. Issei always asked himself why they had a shower of all the things in their club's room, but apparently Rias used it quite frequently. He and Asia were sitting on the same sofa, with Kaneko sitting on the other one eating some cookies. Kiba was standing next to the door, his sword already strapped to his belt. Akino was making tea in the kitchen, and Rias was sitting on her desk. Unlike on a normal day, they weren't talking about their job as devils, as they weren't going to attend any call tonight, nor was Asia going to handle pamphlets around the city. Today they were going to hunt a stray devil, and a dangerous one at that. They were waiting for the other devils in the school, so Issei and Asia would introduce themselves to them and start planning in strategy to storm the stray's hideout. Era, you seem to be in a good mood, Kaneko-chan. Did something good happen to you today? Akino spoke as she left 3 cups of green tea on the table. While Issei and Asia needed it to calm their nerves, Kaneko just wanted it to go along with the cookies. Emiya-senpai shared his delicious food with me. She answered blankly between bites. Everyone then looked at her surprised. Even Asia, the most recent member of the club, could notice she was in a good mood regardless of her stoic face. It was like a kid that received a new toy for Christmas. But Akino and Rias were surprised by a different reason. Oh my! I thought you were going to watch him from afar, not approach him like that. Didn't he give you a feeling of danger? The smell of his food was irresistible. And the feeling disappeared once I approached. There wasn't a trace of shame on her face. Well, everyone agreed that Kaneko's cuteness could make people drop the hostility. However, the fact that she dropped her guard near someone she barely knew was strange. His cooking skills are better than Rias-senpai's. The pure-blood devil's eyebrow twitched at that bold statement, and the others couldn't help sweat-dropping. I'll be the judge of that. But anyway, while we are at it, did he have any slip-up? Well, Pervert Senpai's lecture about pervert stuff didn't throw him off that much. Hey, I was enlightening him in the way of melons. Issei was completely ignored by the other members. And he even tried to talk some sense into Pervert Senpai, but it was a useless effort. Aside from that, he was just a kind senpai. So you didn't get any evidence of him being aware of the supernatural world, did you? I guess it was to be expected. Kaneko shook her head. He promised to bring more food tomorrow. Oh my, Kaneko is growing so fast. Akino's eyes turned to Asia, a teasing grin plastered on her face. You should learn from her, Asia. Both girls tilted their heads in confusion, the implications of her joke having gone over their heads, causing the queen to pout. Oi, what if that guy is trying to do something bad to Kaneko-chan? Who actually got the message was Issei, but he was quickly taken down by the albino. Emiya-senpai doesn't have pervert thoughts. He rejected Pervert Senpai's offer to join the perverted trio. Pervert stuff isn't allowed. Juge. For the second time that day, Issei felt a metaphorical punch in his gut. Even Asia couldn't stand up for him on this. That also made him remember his conversation with the golden-eyed teenager, and he discarded that option grudgingly. The conversation had to end there as someone was knocking on the door. Oh, they are here. Kiba opened the door and a group of people quietly entered the room. Sorry for the wait, Rias. We had to finish today's paperwork in time record before coming here. Asia and Issei blinked a couple of times after recognizing all these people. Kaicho and the student council? Wait, does this mean? Yeah, they are the other group of devils in this school. Actually, Sona's surname isn't Shirtorai, but Citri. In other words, she is the heiress of the Citri house, one of the 72 pillars that survived to this day like the Gremory house. The Gremory house controls this city during the night, but that changes during the day, when the city is controlled by the Citri house. That's how our schedule is arranged. Rias surmised the basic information for them, but instead of clearing their doubts, that left them even more surprised. So Rias-senpai didn't talk you about us, huh? Even if thanks to us they can have regular school life. Son pushed up her glasses after hearing Saji's remark. That's because that's how things should be. You weren't meant to know each other yet, but these are extraordinary circumstances. Besides, like you, they had been reincarnated quite recently. Now, introduce yourself properly, Sagi. Yeah. My name is Genshiro Saji. I'm in the second year, and I'm Kaisha's pawn. Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you're the same year as me, and you're also a pawn. Contrary to Issei's excitement to meet another devil reincarnated with the same evil piece, Saji grimaced. My pride is really hurt right now. You, a member of the perverted trio, a pawn like me. A vein popped in Issei's temple. What did you say? Want to come at me, huh? Even if I look like this, I took 4 pawns to be reincarnated. Even if I was reincarnated recently, I won't lose to someone like you. He was taunting Issei, but just a glance from Sona made him froze in place. That's enough, Saji. Yesterday with Emiya-kun, and now with Hayato-sen. Maybe I have to discipline you so you don't shame us during an important meeting. The blonde's blood ran cold after hearing that. She then looked at Issei. Besides, Hayato-san here took all the 8 pieces to be reincarnated, so in that terms, he is superior to you. He is the owner of a Longinus-class sacred gear, the boosted gear. What? You mean this pervert is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor? Issei couldn't help but feel awkward. The entire student council was now looking at him with curiosity written all over their faces. He felt like a zoo animal. Sona's stare turned again to her pawn. Saji. Weiss. Let's get along. He stretched out his hand grudgingly. Yeah, let's all get along. Asia took his hand shyly, and Saji's expression changed completely. If it's Asia, I will gladly get along with you. Issei gritted his teeth. He was all nice to the cute girl, but he was a punk when talking to him. He took Saji's hand and squeezed it hard as he talked with a fake smile. Ah, please, take care of me as well, Saji-kun. But if you put a finger on Asia, I'll kill you. Saji then answered in kind, squeezing even harder Issei's hand with another fake smile. Let's get along, Hayato-kun. You want the blonde beauty just for you? Your estisti. Men, you deserve a divine punishment, DMN pervert. While they exchanged insults, their masters sighed with frustration. You have to be having a hard time with him. Right back at you. But, at any rate, this should be enough for introductions. Let's start planning today's operation. The curtain of night fell on Kuo City, and with that, the beasts came out into the streets in search of the slayer. Now that they knew how he looked like, it was just a matter of time finding him. 2 chimeras walked the lonely streets while smaller familiars scouted the surrounding houses. Do you think we can capture him? One of them, a beast man that seemed to have been modified to make him look more like a cheetah instead of its original appearance of a werewolf, asked the other. This one, a lizard man that seemed to have an exoskeleton similar to that of a beetle over its scales, replied confidently. Of course. He may be skilled with the bow, but we can overwhelm him in close range. Who would have thought the so-called slayer was a high school teenager? Once we capture him, Master will give us a generous reward. Oh, this master of yours sounds like a nice person. Would you tell me more about him? An unexpected third voice accompanied by a really terrifying feeling put the 2 beasts on alert. After turning around, their eyes met a lonely teenager who was 10 meters from them. He was wearing a black and white tracksuit and matching sneakers. But what made them tense was his appearance. He was the slayer? While the wolf cheetah was cautious, the lizard man's hostility raised. Hey, so you came to us. That makes our work easier dash. The beast was about to throw itself into the teenager, but before it could take a step, 3 black keys pierced its body. Brain, neck, and heart. It died instantly, its body hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Whoops. My bad. Your friend was so excited I had to calm him down. Shirou's golden eyes then settled on the other chimera. He pulled out more black keys from one of his sleeves, and his murderous intent became overwhelming. Now, what are you going to do? By this point, the werewolf's body was shaking so much it had trouble remaining standing. If its face weren't covered with fur, its face would be completely pale. The boy's killing intention didn't match his appearance. It felt more as if the Beastman was standing in front of a monster leagues above it. Was this what someone felt in front of a dragon? No, the feeling was much eviler. An evil born from humanity. Sorry for the trouble, sir, I'll be heading back now. In any case, the chimera turned around and ran away. It knew that it was going to die for sure if it stayed there in front of that human. No, in front of that monster. The incredible speed it obtained after several modifications in its body, which was meant to be used to quickly close the distance between it and the Slayer, was ironically being used to put all the distance between them. Even if that boy gave off a terrifying aura, he was still human. There's no way he could catch it? What? But that thought was proven wrong, as it could see the Slayer just behind him. The golden-eyed boy was jumping from roof to roof at superhuman speed. Even if he wasn't as fast as the Beastman, he was easily tracking the beast, using shortcuts to close the distance when it got too far. But the chimera didn't pay attention. It kept running as fast as its legs allowed him, a destination in its mind. If he managed to lure the Slayer into its master's lair, he and the other chimeras could overwhelm him with their number. So he ran without looking back. The chase lasted a few minutes that became eternal for the beast, but it finally reached the abandoned factory. The euphoria was apparent in the beast's features as it went through one of the factory's windows. Gah! But just as its body broke the glass, the beast released a pained groan as several swords pierced its back. It fell limply on the ground, its body lacking the strength to rise again. It was so close but at the same time so far. The Slayer fell upon the beast, piercing its head with his black twin sword to put it out of its misery. Shirou then took a look at his surroundings. The moment he entered the place, he felt a really dense, ominous atmosphere. It just confirmed this was the place, as this feeling was the same as a magus workshop. The place was completely dark, except for the faint moonlight entering through the broken window. Even with his reinforced eyes, he could barely distinguish the factory's rusted machinery. But luckily, he didn't have to search, as a guy wearing a doctor's coat came out from what had to be a secret basement. His appearance was that of an old man, and he had a really disturbing smile while he looked at the corpse at Shirou's feet. The old man's dark presence told him that he wasn't facing a human, but a creature quite similar to the ones attending Kuo Academy. It would seem Experiment 87B completed its mission with its last strength. What a pity I can't reward him with more adjustments to improve him further. His eyes then landed on Shirou and began to analyze him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Slayer. I assume you're one of those magicians. But that magic of yours doesn't seem to be demonic in nature. Could it be a really special school of magic? Or is it one of those famed sacred gears? A devious grin spread across the madman's face. At any rate, you'll make a really valuable subject for my experiments. So I'll recommend you to surrender and come to me quietly. I'll make you reach highs that you could never dream as a human. Shirou's eye twitched. Even if this guy wasn't human, he was the stereotype of an immoral magus. Ignoring those unknown terms, he made aside from the werewolf's corpse and prepared for the battle. Trying to talk some sense into him would be a waste of time. This thing was completely beyond any kind of salvation. The old man made a disappointed face. So that's how it is, huh? Well, your body will suffice then. Get him, my children. At his command, several candles lit the factory, revealing all the grotesque creatures that had been lurking in the shadows, and the gates of the factory were shut. There were of all kinds, hidden behind the machinery or clinging to the walls and ceiling. Shirou was completely surrounded, and he stopped counting them after reaching the 100. But the beasts didn't attack him immediately. Something was stopping them. Not just the murderous intent Shirou was releasing, but also the fact that he wasn't faced in the least by the situation he was in. Before we start killing each other, I'll ask you a question. As he spoke, Bakuya was projected in his right hand to accompany the Konsho in the other. Do you really think I couldn't kill that thing before it reached this place? More swords began to appear floating above him as he let the ominous realization settle in their minds. The holy and anti-monster blades aimed at the creatures, causing some of them to panic. Even their master's expression turned into one of wariness. That was right. He could have easily killed the Beastman before it got here, but he chose to not do so, and that thing ended up ratting out its master's lair. They hadn't trapped the Slayer. They were trapped with the Slayer. Is everybody ready? Rias asked another time, and all her peerage's members nodded. The same applied to Sona and her peerage. Both groups were already reaching the stray devil's lair, and the tension was starting to fill the atmosphere. Their formation was pretty simple. Both of Sona's bishops, Hanakai Momo and Kasaka Rhea, and one of her pawns, Nimur Ruruko, would stay outside in case the stray or any of his minions tried to escape. The other members would go on the offensive, with both kings and their queens staying on the rearguard with Asia to provide long-range support. Issei leaned his hand on Asia's shoulder to reassure her. She was the most visible nervous of the group as this was her first hunting mission. You don't have to worry, Asia. Everything is going to end well. With everyone here, I doubt that guy has any chance. And I'll be protecting you. Issei-san. I'll do my best too. The tender moment was interrupted when the entire group stopped suddenly once the abandoned factory came into sight. Is something wrong, Yudo? Kiba, who was on the front, narrowed his eyes. I see light coming from inside the building. That put everyone on alert, but at that moment, Kaniko's ears twitched. Explosions. There's a battle inside. After hearing that, they rushed to the building, just to discover that Kaniko's words were the understatement of the year. What in the world is happening in there? Saji voiced everyone's thoughts. Sounds of explosions, screams filled with agony, and flesh being torn apart, came from inside the building. The entire building seemed to be shaken by the explosions. There wasn't a battle inside the building. There was an entire war being fought in there. One side must be the stray using the place as his lair, Friedrich Steiner, and his minions. But then, who was the other side? The first thing that came to mind was the mysterious Slayer, but that was hard to believe. The Slayer was just a single person, but the sounds of the storm-like battle taking place inside the building hinted that there were actually two armies involved. Then, another stray devil was invading their territory and fighting with Steiner, or a group of exorcists came to hunt him. There was only one way to find it out. Rias turned her eyes to her only knight, and he nodded before trying to open the gates, his other hand resting on his sword's handle. It appears to be sealed. Should I cut it? No. Leave it to me. Kiba stepped aside, and Kaniko readied her punch covered with a kickboxing glove. But she stopped at mid-swing, her sharp senses having picked up something. Something's coming. Get out of the door. Her warning barely came in time, but everyone managed to step aside before the factory's gates burst open and something landed in front of them. Everyone grimaced at the sight. They assumed it was one of Steiner's minions, but it was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable flesh with several swords piercing it. The ominous feeling that those swords gave off was already alarming, but what really freaked them out was the sight waiting at the other side of the gate. No way! Oh God! Issei and Sad brought their hands to their mouths to avoid throwing up, and Asia was so shocked that she ignored the pain she received from mentioning the biblical God. The reaction of the other devils was similar to several degrees. The corpses and blown pieces of flesh were all over the place, and the blood was starting to form pools in the several craters around the place. All the bodies were pierced by at least one sword, and almost all the machinery was turned into rubble. It was a sight that would put to shame any horror film. And in the center of such horrifying landscape, Ruhuer! An inhuman roar shook the entire place. The thing in the middle of the land of death could no longer be called a devil. What was left of the stray known as Friedrich Steiner was now a gruesome pile of muscle and flesh. Countless blades were puncturing its body, their holy or ominous auras trying to purify and consume it. But Steiner's high-speed regeneration was able to keep up with them. That just confirmed that man experimented with his own body to, in his words, reach perfection. But it was that regeneration that turned him into this abomination. He was being damaged so fast that his regeneration got out of control. Let me squash you already, you little maggot. The madman frantically swung his oversized and deformed arms. The ground was cracked, lifeless bodies and debris being blown away by the shockwave. But the abomination failed to hit its target. Around its massive body, dancing between its arms and even some tentacles growing from it, was a familiar auburn-haired teenager wielding a pair of yin-yang swords. The fake janitor Dash? Meguri had to cover Saji's mouth so he wouldn't give their position, and Kaneko did the same with Issei. They continued to watch the unrealistic fight in front of them, their minds still processing that Emiya Shirou was actually the Slayer. Even if they suspected it, it was still a shocking revelation, even more after seeing the cold, emotionless expression on his face. Demon Yu. Shirou narrowly avoided being turned into a red sticker by one of Steiner's arms, and he then jumped on it to run to the abomination's head. Kansho and Bakuya severed swiftly all the tentacles that tried to slow him down. After reaching its top, Shirou stabbed its atrophied head with his twin swords. Arf! The abomination let out a pained cry, but it seemed that this wasn't enough to kill it. Trace, over edge. He pumped a great deal of magical energy into the married blades, which in turn spread to all the other copies stabbed around the body. Shirou jumped from the creature, just seconds before all the Kanshus and Bakuyas burst and grew twice their original size. The abomination's body was torn apart from the inside out, blood spurting out of its wounds like fountains. But still, you're still kicking around? It's useless. An insignificant human like you cannot kill a superior being like me. I am immortal. Then I just have to blow you away so there's no trace left. That said, a massive black bow appeared on his left hand, while an ominous silver sword appeared on his other hand. The sword was loaded in the bow, its appearance changing to take a more aerodynamic shape as he pulled the string. As the magical energy began to fill the cursed sword, its malevolent aura spread throughout the place, sending chills down the abomination's spine. Why can't Dash? Redeemer! With its true name summoned, Shirou let loose the bowstring and the broken phantasm hit the abomination square on its chest. The resultant explosion blew away part of the ceiling, and turned the abomination and all the corpses around it into dust. The only thing left was a smoking hole in the ground, which most likely lead to the secret basement, where that madman conducted his inhuman experiments. Shirou lowered his bow, the weapon fading in specks of light alongside all the swords scattered around the place. The land of death was now in dead silence. He then turned to look at the entrance, his expression returning to his usual one. Even if they were hiding now, he noticed the dark presences that arrived at the place while he was cleaning. Does the audience need some popcorn to further enjoy the show? After hearing his voice filled with sarcasm, the devils had no other choice but to confront him. Shirou was not surprised they were the same creatures attending Kuo Academy. The devils watched him closely, their bodies tense despite not sensing any hostile intention from the auburn-haired teenager. The figure in the middle of the land of death made their instincts scream dangerous in their minds. The air in the place was charged with tension and could be cut with a knife. Well, Shirou decided to speak first as it didn't seem they won't make their move anytime soon. To what do I owe this visit? You didn't come here to avenge that thing and its army, do you? Rias and Sona took a step ahead. As the kings of their peerages, it was their duty to do the negotiation. The heir of the Gremory house was the one who answered Shirou's question. No. Actually, we came here to hunt that stray. But it would seem you beat us to it, Emiya-san. Or should I call you, Slayer-san? She didn't let any of her distress be seen as she spoke with the dignity of a high-class devil, a confident smile on her face. I'm not familiar with that title. But as that thing called me that, I guess that's how the creatures in this city call me. Just to be sure. It was Sona's turn to ask then. Are you the one that has been killing supernatural creatures for the past few weeks? That is correct. Do you have any objections about it? That was a simple question, but they had the feeling that an affirmative answer would cause the number of corpses in the place to raise. That will depend on your reasons to do that, Emiya-kun. Well, you won't expect me to let those creatures kill innocent people indiscriminately, will you? I thought you guys aren't that type of creature. But I might have to change my thoughts if you allow those actions. A frown appeared on Sona's features. The way he was talking. Could it be he didn't know they were devils? Your assumptions are correct, Emiya-kun. We have a mutually beneficial relationship with humans. Shirou stared at her for a moment, but he couldn't find any trace of deception in her words. I see. That's a relief. Things won't have to get violent then. Those words relieved the devils, but at the same time, the way he wasn't faced in the least by the prospect of taking all of them at once was a bad omen. Now, would you tell us what faction do you serve, Emiya-san? Rias cut to the chase. Even if it looked like he preferred talking things out civilly, the chances of having to fight him would still be present until they confirmed he didn't work for an enemy faction. Shirou raised an eyebrow at that question. Of all the things she could have asked him, he wasn't sure if the 3 branches of the Magus Association existed in this world still ruled by the laws of mystery, but that's the only thing it came to his mind when talking about a faction. A faction? Well, I don't serve any faction. You can think of me as a solitary Magus. This was Sona and Rias' turn to raise an eyebrow. Again, it looked like he wasn't getting what they were talking about. And they haven't heard the word Magus in their lives. So you don't serve the Holy Church or the Grigori, do you? Keeping a straight face became harder for Shirou as the conversation went on. Holy Church, that was something he was familiar with, even if that organization hadn't been created yet during his first life. But Grigori? Never heard of that. The difference between his original world was bigger than he expected, and hiding that fact wasn't going to be an easy task. He just prayed that this Grigori thing was something similar to the Holy Church. That's correct. I don't serve any of those mafias, even if exterminating evil creatures lines up with their objectives. Sona pushed her glasses up. With that settled, they could begin to talk things out. Then, you say you're a magician, Emiya-kun. What organization are you from? So the factions don't have anything to do with Magi organization. Shirou had to stop himself from correcting them about the term they used. He wasn't a sorcerer, but from this world's perspective, the most powerful Magus could pull off things close to true magic. That was actually troublesome, but maybe it was just semantics entering at play here, and they just referred to any user of magecraft that way. I don't work for any organization. I was self-taught. A half-truth, as it was his father from his first life who taught him the basics, but the rest was up to him. In other words, you are a stray magician that settled in our territory without asking for our permission. We have a problem here, Emiya-san. Shirou frowned. Do I have to ask you permission to live in a human city? From my point of view, it should be the other way around. The tension filling the atmosphere skyrocketed. The average Magus would have taken them to the dissection table already, but he decided to give them a chance as they seemed to just be pretending to have a human life. But what's this about asking permission? They actually think of themselves as the owners of the city and treat its population as livestock? That's something he wasn't allowing in his watch. Just as I thought, you're up to something. What's it? Human trafficking? Experimentation like that thing? Wait a moment, Emiya-san. Rias stopped him just before he got ready for the battle. It does seem you don't have any idea of what we are, am I right? Well, I do know you're an inhuman creature that gives off a really dark aura. Is there something more to it? The redhead and her childhood friend resisted the urge to make facepalm. It was to be expected from a magician that didn't have proper teaching about the supernatural world, he should at least know about the devils as human magic came from their demonic power. Not to mention his unawareness of their condition as the heiresses of 2 of the remaining pillars, and the sisters of 2 of the current demon kings. Explaining what we are would take too much time, so I'll get to the point. Sona started to explain with a pose that was somewhat familiar to him. This city has been owned by our kind for many years, and now our families are the ones controlling it. There should be no problems for you to live here as long as you don't cause trouble, Emiya-kun. However, we have to register you as someone aware of the supernatural and discuss the terms for proper cohabitation. But I believe this isn't the place, nor the time for that kind of negotiation. Shirou took a moment to think his answer, seconds that became eternal for the devils. But in the end he conceded. Very well. I too think it's better to call it a night and leave negotiations for tomorrow. But before that I'll stick around to clean up this mess. That won't be necessary. You can leave that to us. Seeing his eyebrow raised, Sona kept explaining. That thing you took out was a wanted criminal of our kind, so to speak. We were given the task of exterminating him, and we have to report his death. The authorities will come to check it, so it would be better if you are not around then. I see. Then, I'll be taking my leave. I'll see you guys tomorrow. After saying that, he walked out of the building casually. Both peerages let him walk between without saying a word. Once Emiya Shirou was out of sight, everyone let out the air they've been holding subconsciously. The fake janitor is actually the Slayer. Saji parroted with an emotionless, his mind still having trouble putting together those two entities. I know it, dude. I have trouble to believe it as well. Issei leaned his hand on his fellow pawn, his face still in shock. That was the first time those two weren't discussing since they met. The same could be said for all the other devils as all the adrenaline left their bodies. I'm just glad we didn't have to fight him. Meguri commented, her hand still wrapped firmly around her katana's handle. I don't think I can make up my mind to fight him. He looked more like a killing machine while he slaughtered that guy. The other devils of the Citri peerage agreed with her, except for Suji. Wait, you don't think he can beat us, do you? I mean, yeah, he went full Doomslayer there, but he can't possibly defeat all of us, let alone if Kaicho and Ria-senpai are fighting together, right? Perhaps our numbers would make the scales of the battle tip to our side, but I'm not so sure about being able to beat him without any loss. The blood drained from his face at hearing Sona's words. The thing is, he just exterminated one of the most dangerous stray devils without breaking a sweat. We were fortunate that he agreed to talk things out in a peaceful way. But for now, we should focus on cleaning this mess before the smell reaches the city. Her eyes then turned to her queen. Tsubaki, call the Archduke's servant while we burn the corpses. She nodded at her master's order and walked out of the building, a magical circle for communication purposes already on her ear. Aside from the corpses, how do we explain the holes in the ceiling and the floor? Rias asked while she began to set on fire the closest corpses. We can say Aquino and you went a little overboard. Said Queen seemed to agree with her. That thing looked tough enough to endure my attacks. I would have liked to hear its screams filled with agony after being hit by my lightning. But I must say, Emiya-kun made a good job torturing that thing with all those swords. Maybe we can share some tips. In contrast to all the other devils, she was beaming as she burned the pieces of torn flesh and organs. Asia, don't hear her. You'll get corrupted. Issei covered Asia's ears to protect her innocence. Even Rias, her closest friend, pinched the bridge of her nose. Of course you'll be thinking in something like in a situation like. At any rate, for that matter, Asia's presence here can also explain why any of us has a single scratch. But even so, her eyes looked again at the massive hole in the ground. All those swords. I don't think that is just some kind of magic. Do you think he actually has a sacred gear? That is still a possibility. But what kind of sacred gear allows the user to create holy and demonic swords alike, let alone create a Bao-Tu and turn a sword into an arrow? Perhaps a Longinus that has yet to be discovered? Sona eyed her childhood friend. She knew very well what her friend was thinking while making that face. Rias, are you thinking of asking him to join your peerage? Well, you saw that thing. Its regenerative capabilities were quite remarkable, and he just blew it up with one attack. That's exactly what I need. Or could it be? Did you have your eyes on him, Sona? It is true I invited him to join the student council. But I wanted to get to know him better before even mentioning anything about my identity as a devil. I guess that kind of approach suits you better. But unlike you, time is not on my side. Yeah. Sona decided to leave the conversation there. She knew very well the situation in which her friend was, so she could understand why she wanted to rush things, even if she didn't agree with it. They continued cleaning the mess, but at that moment, nobody noticed Kaniko's stiff face. Kind senpai was actually a heartless senpai. Just like Nei-san. Ah. The next day came, and Shirou found himself looking at the clock above the classroom's blackboard. This was the first time lessons seemed longer than usual from his perspective. He knew this was inevitable. The day in which he would have to confront the supernatural creatures attending this academy. But he wasn't expecting it to be this soon. Yesterday's confrontation made it clear that pretty much all his knowledge about the moonlit world didn't apply to this weird world. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Negotiations weren't his forte precisely, and he didn't have another source of information to contrast whatever they tell him. And judging by the way Sona and Rias acted, they were likely important figures, at least between their kind, so making all of them disappear in mysterious circumstances wasn't a sound option. Not to mention that he couldn't afford a fight in the middle of the school. Too many witnesses, he couldn't perform any spell related to memory manipulation, and he didn't know if these magician organizations had the same policy about witnesses as the clock tower. In short, he'll have to play his cards right if he wanted to avoid a really bad mess. The bell announcing the end of the day's last lesson rang, and after the teacher dismissed the class, all the students packed their stuff to either go home or attend to their respective clubs. Shirou packed his things too, but he remained at his desk. Just as he expected, the two creatures in his classroom didn't take long to approach him. Ucho told me to bring you to the old building, Emiya. She and Kaicho will be there for the negotiations and that stuff. Issei spoke firmly, but Shirou could see he was wary of him. Asia behind him seemed pretty much the same. It was to be expected after seeing the aftermath of that fight. He aimed to end the fight as quickly as possible without using a powerful noble phantasm so the factory wouldn't be destroyed at the end of it, so things got pretty rough. And he would have used anti-immortal weapons to kill that thing if they hadn't appeared to witness the fight, so he decided to keep that to himself. I see. Lead the way then, Hayate-san. Ignoring the comments of the other students, the three teenagers walked out of the classroom and headed to the old school building. There was an awkward silence between the three. While Shirou was mentally preparing himself, Issei just threw quick glances at the faker, his left hand balled into a fist. Shirou guessed he was ready to summon that red gauntlet the moment he made something suspicious. Asia, on the other hand, she seemed to be trying to tell him something, but the moment their eyes met, she shied away from him. If you have something to say, go ahead, Argento-san. I won't bite you. His words seemed to relieve her, and she finally mustered the courage to talk to him. I just wanted to say, Kaneko-san looked really happy when I gave her that bento you made. Well, she wasn't that grumpy. Right? He kept his promise to her and brought a bento for her. But with things so tense, he decided to better give it to Asia, who was closer to the little girl. Then I'm glad it was to her liking. What are your intentions? It was Issei who made that question. Shirou raised an eyebrow at him. My intentions regarding what? That bento. Why did you bring that bento for Kaneko-chan? So that's what he wants to know. His concern for her seems genuine. I promised to bring her more food as it looked like she liked it, and I kept my promise. Who knows? Maybe it can get her to smile. You want to make her smile? Why? He asked, disbelief all over his face. Do I need a reason to help someone? I find it sad seeing a little girl like her making a stoic face like that all the time. Issei continued to look at him with suspicion, but now Asia didn't look at him like he was a terrifying monster. I think this is the place, isn't it? Shirou's words made Issei look at the front again, and he realized they were already in front of the building in question. The place didn't have the ominous aura he was expecting, and even if its exterior appearance was that of a building that was going to collapse at any moment, its interior was well kept. The three teenagers reached a room on the second floor, and Issei knocked on the door. Ucho. We brought him. Enter. Rias' voice was not long in coming, and the three entered. The moment he set foot in the room, he started to assess all the people in there, and possible escape routes in case shit hit the fan. Rias and Sona were already sitting on one of the sofas, and he assumed he would sit on the other sofa across the table. Akino and Tsubaki were standing right behind them, just like right-hand women. Kiba and Meguri were standing at each side of the door, their swords already ready, and Kaneko was standing on one of the room's corners. Issei and Asia joined the little girl, leaving him standing in front of the sofas. As these were the ORC's main quarters, it was to be expected to have all the members present, while Sona just brought 2 members, the 2 more versed in combat. The other ones were likely doing student council stuff. He didn't notice any bounded field around the building, but seeing that magical circle on the center of the room, he wouldn't put past them activating one if things go south. He was outnumbered and they had the advantage of the terrain, but it wasn't the worst situation he has been in. Having analyzed the situation, something that took just a second thanks to his eye of the mind, he opened his mouth. I take you guys are into Satanist stuff. How many goats have died in this room? That managed to ease the tension in the atmosphere, and it even got a chuckle from Akino. You are partially correct, Emiya-kun. Now, please take a sit. There's a lot of points we need to cover. He did what Sona told him and sat on the sofa. There was a steaming cup of green tea in front of him, but he decided to ignore it for the moment. For starters, I guess we should tell you what we are exactly. I said you were partially correct in your assumption because it's not that we are Satanist. We are devils. Just after Kaicho said that a pair of membranous wings, like that of a bat, emerged from the backs of all the presents. Well, that didn't seem the case with Issei and Asia. Rias must have noticed it as she spoke. Issei and Asia there still have some trouble controlling their wings, but they are devils just like us. They are still new in this. I see. Well, his theories were actually right. That just added another difference between this and his original world. It would take some time to get used to thinking of humanoid creatures when the word devil or demon is mentioned. Not what I have in mind when I think of a devil, but that explains that ominous aura of yours. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Emiya-san. We're not like the stereotypical devil with horns and tail that appears in the Bible. But moving on, as my surname suggests, I am the heiress of the Gremory house, one of the remaining 72 pillars. And my actual name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri house, another of the remaining 72 pillars. Just like we told you yesterday, even if Japan is under the rule of the Shinto faction, this city has been devil territory for years and is currently owned by our families. So, as a person who is aware of the supernatural world, to be able to live here, you need to be registered and form a contract with us. The word contract made Shirou's eyebrow twitch. What kind of contract are we talking about? Sona pushed her glasses up. That was pretty much a habit of her before an explanation. In normal circumstances, a magician would form a pact with just one devil, a mutually beneficial relationship of the sort. But that kind of contract is regulated by the magician's organization, so that option is not available for a stray magician like you. That's why we propose a regular contract, just like the one we have with the other humans aware of the supernatural attending to the school. You know, you scratch my back, and I scratch yours, that sort of relationship. We won't tell you to fight against our enemies, but we can ask you some favors, and you can ask us favors in return. After finishing her explanation, a blue magical circle appeared in her hand, and a moment later, a paper appeared in her hand. She slid what must be the contract across the table, and he picked it up and started to read it. There wasn't any weird condition, and the terms were what she just said. However, the line, "You won't take side with the heavens angels or the Grigori's fallen angels," caught his attention. Those things were actually fictional in his former world. Most likely people mistook other phantasmal species. And people that heard the voice of the Lord or one of his angels, like Jeanne d'Arc, most of the cases what they heard was actually the counterforce. But if devils in this world weren't familiars created by Solomon to watch over humanity's common sense, it wouldn't be weird for those things to actually exist in this world. And that also explained why they asked him if he worked for those organizations. He then used structural grasp on the contract. This wasn't the Heia's contract he was used to, but it definitely had a spell in it. He could always break the contract with Rule Breaker, but before he signed anything, there were a lot of questions he had. Before I put my sign here, I at least would like to know more about you guys. You know, devils are always depicted as the bad guys. You don't go around skinning human souls, do you? That might have been the case centuries ago, Emiya-san. Now was Rias who was explaining things, an ironic smile on her face. But we devils have adapted to the current times. Now we form contracts with humans. We fulfill their wishes and they pay us in return. The payment is usually in cash, or favor in case the customer is a high-up. So you don't have to worry. Devils aren't an enemy of humanity like the Bible says. There are always exceptions though, like the stray you met yesterday. I see. Well, you don't seem to be lying, but this can be just your version of things. Excuse me for being cautious, but I can't sign a contract hastily. That is a sound thought, Emiya-kun. For that matter, you can always ask the other humans that had signed the contract. you will find that we don't have any shady business as you might think. For instance, do you know the captain of the tennis club? Well, it is hard to miss the headless guy that is around her sometimes. But yes, I know all of them. I just had to look which students didn't treat the headless guy like a normal person. Good. After that, we can proceed to register you. But if you want, there is a way to skip all the procedures and even the contract. Shirou blinked a couple of times at Rias' words, and pretty much everyone else in the room looked at her surprised. Only Sona knew for sure what was coming. I see but coming. Well, of course, everything has a price when dealing with a devil, Emiya-san. But I don't think it's that big of a price. You just have to join my peerage. The entire room fell silent, just before everyone widened their eyes. What? You are so bold, Bucho. Looking at their reactions, Shirou could just raise an eyebrow. Could you please expand on that, Gremory-san? Please, call me Rias. I don't like being called just by my surname. He just shrugged. Rias-san then. I'm not a fan of formalities either, so you all can call me Shirou. But back to the matter, what is exactly a peerage? Well, we'll have to give you some context before explaining that. Sona took again the role of doing the explanation. A really long time ago, the three biblical factions, the heaven, led by the Abrahamic God, the Grigori, led by the fallen angel Azazel, and the devils, led by the four great demon kings, were at constant war. The war ended up with a ceasefire due to the numbers of the three sides having been greatly reduced. And even so, the tension between the three factions can be cut with a knife. I would require just a sparkle to restart the war. By this point, Shirou was already sipping the tea they offered to him. It was really tasty, but that could also be that his standards when it came to food were pretty low. Everything is a delicacy compared to what he ate most of the time during his first life. And judging by how Akino was looking at him, she must be the one who prepared the tea. The devils were the ones with most losses of the three sides. Not just the devil population was greatly reduced, but even the four demon king perished during the war. That ended up leading to a civil war between devils. The underworld was divided into two camps. The side that supported the heirs of the demon kings, who wanted to continue the war regardless of the losses, and the side that wanted peace, and in turn overthrow the conservative demon kings. That war ended with the latter emerging victorious, and four devils that weren't related to the original bloodlines were crowned as demon kings. Sona sipped from her tea to moisturize her throat before resuming the explanation. With those two wars, you can already imagine the number of pure-blood devils was so much reduced that you could say we were on the verge of extinction. And our kind's low birth rate didn't help the matter. It was then that one of the actual demon king, Ajuka Beelzebub, came up with a solution, or more exactly, he created it. She then pulled out a chess piece from her pocket. A knight specifically. The evil piece system. It allows us to reincarnate other species individuals into devils, and it gives them special traits depending on which piece was used. As you can deduce, it was based on the chess game. All the pure-blood devils receive a full set of pieces except for the king, which is represented by themselves, and the devils they reincarnate are their peerage and serve them as their master. For instance, everyone here besides Rias and I are reincarnated devils. Shirou took a moment to process all that information. So, in other words, you want me to reject my humanity and be your servant? That is correct. Rias answered as if that was just a trivial matter. You would do a fine knight alongside you with that power of yours. Which, by the way, are you sure it isn't a sacred gear? That term again. Sorry, but what is a sacred gear? Sona cited. It was like explaining everything from the beginning to a recently reincarnated devil. Sacred gear. In short, they are devices created by the biblical God that are distributed to humans so they can fight against the supernatural. The process is completely random, and once the user dies, it jumps to another. It is said the most prominent figures of humanity had one. Her eyes then turned to Issei. Kiba-san and Hayate-san here possess sacred gears. Hayden, can you please show it to him? Oh yeah. He summoned that red gauntlet that seemed like a claw. That sacred gear is called Boosted Gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. It allows him to double his power infinitely To the point it is said to be able to kill a god. Stupid god. That explanation made Shirou caress his forehead. That was the equivalent of giving a high-rank noble phantasm to a civilian. That was an accident waiting to happen. Thanks for the explanation, but no, my magic doesn't have anything to do with a gift from some petty god. And about the offer dash. I refuse. He didn't even let her end her line. His answer was short and blunt. Rias' expression turned into one of shock. From her perspective, her offer must be a bargain everyone would accept, but from Shirou's perspective, it was a no, and any words could convince him otherwise. Boo, but it's all advantages. You'll live longer, you'll be more powerful. If what is troubling you is the part of serving me, you don't have to worry. As a gremmery, I'll take care of you as my family. I swear it on my name as the heiress of the gremmery house. Now she sounded pretty desperate, but this was something he wasn't doing even if it meant not helping her. My answer is still a no. My short lifespan and my weakness are what make me human, and I'm not abandoning them. It is because we know that we can die at any moment, that we can appreciate all the precious moments in our lives. And I'm certainly not making any pact that takes away my liberty. Those words seemed to take her back, while all the other people in the room made thoughtful expressions. But Rias Gremmery didn't give up yet. What about we make a little bet? Have a little spar with Yudo here. If you win, I won't insist anymore. But if you lose, you'll have to join my peerage without any qualms. What do you say? Her proposal made everyone else in the room gasp in shock. Even Sona looked at her childhood friend with wariness. Rias, we are here to talk things out peacefully. You can't antagonize him just because he didn't accept your offer. It's just a friendly spar, and I won't force him to accept the bet. But being that confident in your humanity, you should have any trouble accepting it, right, Shirou-sen? After that, all the eyes in the room landed on him. Shirou took a moment to think about his options. He could very well ignore her obvious attempt to taunt him. Pride was something he threw into the trash can a long time ago. But if there was something he had pride in, it was his dream. Even if humans could become horrible monsters, he still believed that humans and their dreams could keep shining until they reached the stars. And this world still stuck in the age of gods seems to have forgotten that fact. That humanity will always keep moving forward, even leaving behind the gods. If he didn't accept this bet, he was sure this too would keep pestering him about joining their peerages. Well, at least Sona seemed to be sensible enough to not ask the same twice when she knew his answer will be the same. But with how desperate Rias looked, she won't stop until she gets away with it. Ah! He sighed as she stood up from his seat. At that moment, his expression turned so serious that everyone else in the room tensed up his eyes, then landed on Rias. Very well, I'll accept your proposal, Rias-san. I guess it's time someone teaches you why you shouldn't make light of humans. And with that, everyone ended behind the old school building. Akino and Tsubaki set up a barrier around them so no one notices the battle, and the two combatants were already in front of each other, a gap of 10 meters between them. Well, as this is a sword duel, I guess I'll be the referee. Meguri stepped forward from where all the other devils would be watching the match. I can't believe we are doing this. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose as she saw both combatants unsheath their swords. You just have to relax and enjoy the show, Sona. Rias, on the other hand, seemed enthusiastic. Sona could already tell her friend thought she already won the battle, but she wasn't so sure. It seems all the comments the student council president made yesterday about Shirou's possible combat strength went in one ear and out the other. While Kiba fell into a traditional stance with his European sword, Shirou pulled a black Chinese sword from inside his school bag before throwing it aside. Or more accurately, that was what he made them think as he just projected it when his hand was hidden inside the school bag. They knew he was able to pull out swords and a bow, but they didn't know if there was a condition for it, nor they knew how much time it took him to do it. That uncertainty could very well condition this battle. And they surely didn't know he could fire the swords without a bow, but he was sure he wouldn't need to use that kind of attack to end the match. I never thought I would be saying this, but go for him, pretty boy. Issei was cheering up his comrade, even if he was making a sour face while doing it. Asia looked at both teenagers worried, while the other looked at them attentively. Kaneko-san, who do you think is going to win? Asia ended up asking a person more experienced in combat for her opinion. I wouldn't know what to tell you. I know Yudo-senpai is strong, but I don't know how strong and skilled is Shiro-senpai. Normally, Yudo-kun would have the advantage in a fight against a magician. Akino joined the conversation just after Kaneko finished speaking. With his speed, he would be able to cross the distance before the magician utters a word. But Shiro-kun doesn't seem like the average spellcaster, and he has chosen to use the sword instead of the bow wisely. Nah, that guy doesn't stand a chance again, pretty boy. It was Issei who joined the conversation then. Look at him, Asia. He's not even taking a stance. I bet he's just using a sword because it looks cool. At that comment, Akino and Kaneko sighed. You're still lacking a lot of experience, pervert senpai. Even if Emiya senpai isn't taking a stance, there isn't a single opening on him. And his eyes are scrutinizing his opponent. Huh. Now that I look at it more closely, I can tell that sword is really a masterpiece. Surprisingly, it was the student council vice president, the last one who joined the conversation. It isn't a demonic sword, nor a holy sword. It's just a really well-crafted sword, but I can say it is really beautiful. Everyone had to agree with her on that. I didn't know you were into that kind of stuff, Tsubaki. The quiet girl's cheeks flushed slightly at Sona's comment. But I have to agree with you. I would like to ask him where did he get that sword, if he didn't just create it like Kiba-san. The conversation ended there as everyone focused their attention on the match about to begin. Just like Kaneko said, Kiba wasn't able to see any opening he could take. For some reason, the golden-eyed boy gave him the feeling that any of his attacks would land on him. Personally, I don't have anything against you wanting to conserve your humanity, Emiya-san. But you know, my priority is to enforce my master's will. So I would like no grudges between us regardless of the result of this match. Shiro hummed in agreement. I can see your loyalty is genuine. I won't say what your master did is wrong as I don't know the circumstances, but as I said, I'm not planning on rejecting my humanity. This match will be decided when one of the two contenders admits their defeat or can't fight anymore. Are you ready? Hearing Meguri's voice, both combatants fell in silence. Their eyes sharpened while they waited for the sign. Kiba's grip on his sword tightened as he saw Shiro wasn't taking a stance yet. Go ahead. A mere instant after those words left Meguri's mouth, Kiba threw himself at his opponent at an incredible speed. He became a blur for even the devil's eyes, and crossed the distance in a heartbeat. His sword, Holy Eraser, was aimed at Shiro's neck in a downward diagonal swing that came from his right. An attack so fast that a human couldn't possibly see coming, but, clang, a metallic sound. Kiba's attack was easily parried by Shiro's yang sword in a shower of sparks. The golden-eyed teenager was now actually taking a stance, with his legs separated to react properly. As surprising as it may sound, Kiba already expected this, and continued his assault with a series of quick slashes. The attacks came from all angles at lightning speed, even faster than the first attack. But Shiro's expression remained stoic as he warded off the attacks of the devil harmlessly. Not just that. Surpassing all his attacks, Kansho came at Kiba's neck. The devil easily brought back his sword to parry the attack, but he was thrown off by the unexpected strength behind the attack. It wasn't on an absurd level, but it was several times above human limit, and even that of a low-class devil. Taking advantage of Kiba's slight distraction, Shiro threw a kick at him. A kick from a human should pose a threat to a devil, but Kiba's instincts screamed at him that he must dodge that attack. And so, the devil made a hasty retreat, jumping back before the kick landed on his side. Shiro lowered his leg, but he did not attempt to pursue his opponent. They practically returned to square one. But now, Kiba had more information about Shiro. Those eyes. As expected from an archer, he could easily track his attacks with his eyes. Maybe he could solve that problem by stepping up his pace, but there was another option more reliable. The devil kicked in the highest gear and once again turned into a blur. But this time, he didn't attack head-on. He attacked from one side. Clang. As expected, his attack was easily parried again. But, before Shiro could attack back, he quickly disengaged and attacked from a different angle. Basically, he was applying a hit-and-run tactic in its maximum expression, gradually increasing his speed and attacking from unexpected angles. Even an archer would have trouble keeping up with such speeds. A literal storm of attacks that should have crushed any human swordman. But that wasn't amounting to anything against this opponent. Shirou started to deflect his attacks without even looking at him, much to Kiba's confusion. No matter how fast he wasn't able to penetrate the Magus defense. At that moment, Shirou spoke for the first time during the battle. "Your attacks are too straightforward. I can easily tell where you're going to attack next." Even while speaking, he continues to ward off Kiba's attack without moving from his spot. "And I see you're still clinging to that honor code of yours. You have yet to throw a single attack to my back. But more importantly..." Shirou grabbed Kansho's handle with both hands and swung it with all his might at where Kiba was going to be a moment later. "Your attacks lack strength." That took Kiba by surprise, who was barely able to put his swords in front of Shirou's attacks. Ku! Even if he managed to avoid the attack, the strength behind it sent him flying like a rag doll. The devil rolled through the grass several meters until he managed to stop his momentum and stand again. His eyes darted to his sword, which oddly weighted less than before. The answer to that was quite simple. The blade had been completely shattered in that clash. Looking at that, Shirou thought he might have exaggerated a little bit using a mana burst on that blow. Just reinforcing his body to its limit. Should have been enough to make clear his point. Both combatants ignored the surprised reactions from the audience, and Kiba spoke puzzled. "Why are you telling me all that? I appreciate the tips, but I didn't take you for someone that speaks in battle." "Well, your master said it. This is just a spar, and a spar is meant to improve one's skills, so I saw myself in the obligation to point out your flaws. I can see you've been trained well, and you managed to keep your cool even if any of your attacks landed, but you clearly lack real combat experience." The sword in Kiba's hand, Holy Eraser, was created by his sacred gear not that long ago, so he could get too much information about its wielder when his reality marble reproduced it. That's why he needed to exchange blows with him to get a grasp on his skills with a sword. His fighting style resembled that of a heroic spirit whose katana was inside his reality marble. A style based on a really high speed and fast and deadly moves. Okita Tsuji, Shinsengumi's first unit captain. However, Kiba wasn't nearly as fast as that manslayer, so his speed couldn't compensate for the lack of strength behind his attacks. In servant parameters, he wouldn't put him past D rank, between E++ and D-, and that was being generous. And Okita wouldn't hesitate to deliver an attack from behind. And the way that sword birth worked was quite interesting. It didn't seem to need a blueprint to produce a blade. It worked with the user's imagination, so in that regard, it was able to produce original swords easily. Their quality wasn't lacking, but they were still inferior to noble phantasms. "I see. Well, I wanted to defeat you in a fair and square sword fight, but I can say you're really something else, Emiya-san. I guess I'll have to make liberal use of my sacred gear if I want to have a chance." He created another holy eraser in his hands after throwing aside the shattered one, and got ready for his final attack. Shirou had to agree with him. It was time to put an end to this spar. Sword birth. After summoning the name of his sacred gear, he stabbed his sword in the ground. Moments later, several demonic swords sprouted from the ground in a straight line toward Shirou. That was quite disappointing. But well, perhaps expecting a barrage of swords like the Gate of Babylon was expecting too much. That aside, Shirou reacted quickly, pouring a great deal of magical energy in Kansho and throwing it at the line of swords rushing at him. The twin sword exploded, blowing away the demonic swords and stopping the attack. That effectively left him disarmed, and Kiba took that as the opening he needed to deal the final blow. The devil rushed at him as fast as he could, confident in his speed as a knight. There was no time to perform any complicated chant or summon a magical circle to conjure another blade. "Trey-san." But Shirou just needed to utter a couple of words. The 7 steps were traced in an exhalation, even faster than Kiba's sword birth, and the married swords were on his hands just before the devil swung his blade. Kansho batted aside the attack, and Bakuya attacked right at the devil's neck. Consecutive attacks that seemed like a clear stream, with each attack being precise and efficient, leaving no opening between them. This was Emiya Shirou's, or rather, King of Faker's true sword style. The culmination of all his combat experience, developed and perfected after countless battles against enemies superiors to him in every aspect. Kiba managed to avoid the first attacks, but he was never able to regain his balance and pull himself together, and so, he was quickly overwhelmed. After 10 movements, Shirou already saw the opening. Kansho hit the holy eraser near its handle, blowing it away from his hands, and Bakuya stopped inches from the devil's neck. The entire place fell into an awkward silence, just broken by Shirou's voice. "I think this is my win, Kiba-san." The devil gave him a wry smile before raising his hands in defeat. "Yeah, this is my defeat, Emiya-san." Shirou made his swords fade in specks of light, dropping his cold mask and returning to his usual self. At that moment, all the audience members seemed to finish registering what just happened in their minds. "Huh! Wow, this is Shirou-kun win." The only one that seemed enthusiastic about this result seemed to be Meguri. The others were pretty much in shock. "Now then." Shirou approached the 2 pureblood devils after retrieving his school back. "I'll be taking the regular contract then, Citri-san. And I expect you to keep your end of the deal, Rias-san." The latter nodded absent-mindedly, while the former pulled herself together quickly. "Very well, let us proceed with the procedures then." Things ended better than Shirou expected. Now, he wouldn't need to keep hiding his identity as a magus in the school, and he could patrol the city at night without having been that cautious about the locals. In short, things would stop being complicated. Or so he thought. Munch. Munch. The sounds of a certain albino devil devouring a homemade bento echoed throughout the rooftop. Something Shirou would need to get used by the looks of it. Her master, or king if he went by the roles they used, took it as another defeat the moment little Kaneko refused to have something else other than his food for lunch. It has been just a couple of days after the negotiations, and his plans of distancing himself from these magical creatures went down the drain pretty quickly. Not that he minded Kaneko's presence. Being a girl of few words made it easy for him to ignore the ominous aura around her. However, none of the devils tried to strike a conversation longer than 2 minutes. The closest one was Asia, and maybe Sona, but he kept things as professional as possible. They kept their word and didn't make any other offer, and sticking to his facade as a clueless magician, he managed to acquire some books about the basics of this world's magic and the 3 factions. Well, things got even weirder. Gods from long-dead religions managed to survive with all their authorities intact, with most of the pantheons in a Cold War state, waiting to throw themselves at each other's neck at the first sign of weakness. Magecraft, neither true magic has ever existed, with human magic being just an imitation of the demonic powers. The same goes for the reverse side of the world, explaining the abundance of phantasmal species. But the most worrying issue, there doesn't seem to be any connection between this world and the Throne of Heroes. Or at least no one in this world is aware of it, but that's highly unlikely. Meaning, this world's humanity is on the verge of getting stuck, or in other words, lose its will to keep moving forward. And the reason behind this is obvious. Mystery and technology might have been able to somehow coexist in this world, but the existence of gods and phantasmal species are still hindering humanity. In short, this is an impossible world in which humanity failed to become the apex predator but miraculously avoided the pruning theoretical phenomenon. That brought 2 obvious troubles. First, he was an abnormality in this world. A hole in the system. And that was the fastest way to become a living target for all the supernatural factions of this world. Sticking to this world's magic system when he introduced himself was truly the best choice he could have taken. As for the second problem, obviously, the reason why he was here. If his assumptions were on the mark, forget about being summoned to save this world. The most usual purpose of a heroic spirit summoned in an irregular world like this is to destroy it because it most likely poses a threat to proper human history. But this was something he could discard, as the counterforce would have sent a heroic spirit with a more suitable noble phantasm for the task. Then, if the world itself isn't the problem, there must be something in this world that is actually a threat to even other worlds. A calamity, a beast, or even some petty god. Something that he has to exterminate. Not an easy task being stuck in a human body, a teenage body at that. But given the disconnection between the throne of heroes and this world, being summoned as a proper servant, let alone a grand servant, was too much to ask. Perhaps this was only possible because the resident human named Emiya Shirou had compatibility with the nameless hero king of fakers stronger than even twins. He could feel there were some traits of his spirit origin active, as his magic resistance, but accessing his parameters as a servant was still out of question. And the obvious solution to this, exterminating the gods to put an end to the age of gods, was too absurd to even consider it. Only a grand servant would be able to fight an entire world. For now, keeping his low profile would be the best until he manages to identify the threat he needs to exterminate. In the meantime, he should sort an alternative to unlocking his power as a servant, even if he didn't know where to even begin with. Shiro-senpai. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Kaniko's unexpected voice brought Shiro back to reality. He eyed her. She always settled with just eating the bento in silence, so she being the one starting a conversation was odd. But the fact that she had already finished eating and they still had 20 minutes before lessons started again was most likely the cause. Shoot. You said you didn't want to reject your humanity because believed in mankind. But I don't think that was the entire truth. Even as a devil, you could still watch over them. So, what is your real reason to reject Rias-senpai's offer? A very good question. Leaving aside that he has yet to trust their words, and the loss of his political freedom, if he delved further, there was a deeper reason behind his outright rejection. His golden eyes turned to look at the horizon. They didn't show him the blue sky, but the living hell. The place from which he was saved when everyone else died meaninglessly. The fire in which a part of him died. You see, if I were to take a psychological exam, I would barely qualify as a functional person. Losing what little humanity I have left is something I can't allow to happen. It would be like betraying all the people I let die so I could live. He kept that last fact to himself. It would do him no good to reveal too much about himself, and she wouldn't understand it without proper context anyway. I see. However, that answer seemed to be enough for her. Now then, since she asked, it was his turn to ask in return. There's something I want to ask too. Getting a nod from her, he went ahead. When you became a devil, did Rias-san force you, or was it on your own volition? By the face she made, he knew he had stepped on a huge landmine. The color drained from her face as her entire body stiffened. Shiro frowned, assuming it was the first option, but Kaniko noticed this and shook her head. It's true I didn't have much choice, but it was not because Rias-senpai forced me. She sounded sincere, but he couldn't discard that those evil pieces brainwashed her. He refrained from asking further, as it seemed to be a topic she wasn't comfortable about, and resumed his lunch. The bell soon rang, and he went to attend his lessons. Even if he now was aware of his possible mission, he couldn't just desert from school and start searching for the threat. Once the lessons ended, he went straight to the tennis courtyard. The days in which he would go home to get some rest before tonight's hunt seemingly came to an end, but this visit had a purpose aside from lending a hand. He heard the tennis club needed maintenance with some of their rackets that were getting old, a perfect occasion to meet their club captain, one of the few humans aware of the supernatural. After asking some of the club members for directions, he arrived at the shed used by the majority of the clubs to store their stuff and became his task swiftly. Now that he could use structural grasp and reinforcement without worrying about leaving traces for the devils, this was going to be quick. But he must say, it was a miracle the rackets had lasted so long. Some of them were bought when the Kuo Academy was first opened. I guess this is the problem of having so many clubs. The budget for each club is so limited that buying new equipment is a luxury they can hardly afford. Not that he was against it, but with the lack of proper maintenance, all the requests the student council receives asking for equipment renovations started to make sense. Oh, I see the title of Fake Janitor isn't for show. You really are fast. A feminine voice warned Shiro that he was no longer alone. Luckily, he was just finishing tying up the strings of the last racket, a task with no magecraft involved. Not that it mattered, as this was the person he wanted to meet. Shiro turned around to meet a voluptuous girl of brown hair tied in several drills. Abe Kyom, the captain of the tennis club, and the heir of an ancient family specialized in taming phantasmal species. Well, it could be just a coincidence, but she shared her last name with Japan's greatest onmyoji, Abe no Saimai, said to have contracts with a large number of yukai. I thought I would have to cancel the club's practices until the janitor fixed the rackets, but then you offered your help. You really saved us here, Emiya-kun. It's not that big of a deal, Abe-senpai. I don't mind dropping by every month to keep these in check. A smile spread across her face. I'll take that offer gladly. These rackets, they look as good as new. Those hands of yours really did magic here. While she was inspecting his work, he walked to the door and locked it. The clicking sound of the lock made the girl fall in silence and send a questioning look at Shirou. It would be inconvenient if someone were to hear us. Those words made her face go completely stiff, a slight blush showing in her cheeks. From Kyome's perspective, the situation had taken a really weird turn all of a sudden. Something Shirou was completely unaware of. Emiya-kun, it's not like you're not my type. In fact, you're really a treat for the eyes if that six-pack I can see through your sweaty shirt is an indication. Boo, but my heart isn't ready. At that moment, Shirou blinked a couple of times like an owl. She mentioned magic, so he thought she actually noticed his use of reinforcement in the rackets and wanted to talk about that. But it would seem she was speaking figuratively. Abe-senpai, I don't know what you're thinking, but this is not what you're thinking. I just want to talk about a sensitive issue. All the tension left her body upon hearing that. There was a tingle of disappointment in her face, too. Then, what do you want to talk about? It's obvious. The supernatural world. The mood in the room changed again, this time to a completely serious one. A frown appeared on Kyome's beautiful face as she opened her mouth to speak. I take it you are the stray magician who signed a contract with the devils a couple of days ago. Yes, that would be me. He was a little surprised that she didn't mention the Slayer title. This will be quick. I just want to confirm something. You two signed a contract with them, right? Well, yes. I happened to enroll in this school at the same time Rias and Sona did, but it seems this has been devil territory for many years prior to their arrival. I see. That was something that still rubbed him wrong. They already had the underworld, but they still had the nerve of claiming human regions as their own. Now, did they interview you like if they were the Gestapo and tried to recruit you for their peerages? That made her raise an eyebrow. I mean, I am the heir of an important family here in Japan, so they better don't try something like that if they don't want to deteriorate their relationship with the Shinto faction. But aside from that, I'm not really an active person in the supernatural world. It's kind of scary. That meant they tried to recruit him first because of his power, and second because as the nobody he is they wouldn't get on anyone's bad side. If that's your decision, stick to it. The night in this town is really dangerous. You don't have to worry, Emiya-kun. My friends can protect me. That Slayer that roams the city exterminating magical beasts is kind of scary though. Shirou could just sweat drop at that. But before he could say something else, they bump. All the alarms rang in his head as he turned around at neck-snaping speed. The reason, a really ominous presence had just appeared in the vicinity. By the similarities of this presence and Rias, he knew it was a devil, but one that made the local devils seem like little puppies. He wouldn't put it anywhere near beast level, but it would be on the level of a lesser dragon or a superior dead apostle. And that was worrying on itself. To take down something like that, the best course of action would be blasting it with a holy sword as Durandal or Gallatin. But before jumping to conclusions, he had to make sure that devil was hostile or was an acquaintance of the locals. Is something wrong, Emiya-kun? Kyome noticed the way Shirou tensed up and his expression became really serious. Don't freak out, but a really powerful devil has appeared in the school. I'll go see what's happening. Stay alert in case things go south. Her face lost all its color, but she nodded. He didn't waste any second and set course for the student council room. If his orientation wasn't off, the presence he noticed was in the old school building, so Sona was the safest way to seek confirmation. Come in. After knocking, the Citri heiress voice gave him permission to enter. Some surprise showed in her expression as she raised her head from the paperwork. The few members of the student council in the room looked at him for a moment before returning to their work. "Oh, to what I own this visit, Shirou-kun? If it's about the pictures you sent me last night, I assure you there wasn't any VIP among them." Well, that's something he wanted to confirm too. He still hunted creatures at night, but now he reported them to Sona to know if he killed a big shot. Not that he cared, since no faction could identify him, but it was good to keep track of which factions are outright hostile to humanity. Aside from that, I just want to confirm something. Were you guys expecting a visit? A visit? Yeah, like the devil with a really ominous presence that appeared in the old school building. It took her a couple of seconds to connect the dots, and her face became sorrowful. I see. So Rias finally ran out of time, huh? Aside from Tsubaki, those words didn't make any sense for all the other people in the room. I don't think we're on the same page here. Care to explain why is there a being on the level of a dragon in the school? Shirou insisted further. The safety of all the people in the school, and even the entire city, was compromised. Well, since this is a public matter, I don't see any problem telling you. But I must say, it is impressive you can sense her from here. You could say I'm pretty sensitive to abnormalities in the air, and they aren't trying to hide their presence in the least. It makes sense, I guess. Now then, the devil you sensed most likely is one of the Demon King's direct servants. The Queen of the current Lucifer, to be precise. The title of Ultimate Queen isn't for show. As for the reason for her visit, I believe she came to watch over the negotiations about Rias' political marriage with the heir of the Phoenix clan. So they are in the middle of a meeting, huh? Although Sona didn't know much about Emiya Shirou, she could guess his intentions with just a glance. Shirou-kun, please tell me you're not going to do what I think you're going to do. Of course not, Shitori-san. I'm not going to enter the meeting like I own the place. That made her sigh relieved, but he wasn't over yet. However, I think I've heard Ria-san saying the hallways of old school building need some cleaning. Just as he spoke, a pair of mop and bucket were projected in his hands, causing Sona to pinch the bridge of her nose. Just don't get into any mess. Grayfia might tolerate your presence, but the heir of the Phoenix clan can be. How should I put it? Her eyes then turned to Saji, who had been sending side glances at the two of them since Shirou stepped into the room. Saji, which word would you use to describe an unpleasant man who treats you like an object? The boy in question nearly fell from his chair at the sudden question, and it took him a couple of seconds to think of a proper answer. So you're saying this Phoenix guy is a D-dash? A vulgar expression, but I'll allow it since the subject in question deserves it. Thanks for the warning, I guess. With a clear idea of what he was going to find, he went to the old school building. They were really careless. Yeah, having this Grayfia around made placing any defense mechanisms even pointless, but there was not a single bounded field, or whatever equivalent they had, to prevent anyone from hearing their conversation. When he arrived at the second floor, just as he said, he started to mop around, with his ears reinforced to hear them better. If any one of them noticed his presence, they didn't mention it. He arrived at the middle of a discussion between Rias and who he assumed was her fiancé. The guy was using the argument of the devil's low birth rate, but the redhead was refusing outright even if the marriage was arranged by their families. And he had to be in Rias' side for once. Something in the guy's behavior was rubbing him the wrong way. For some reason, his instincts shouted him that he must destroy his existence. A quite familiar reaction now that he thought about it, but he couldn't put his finger on the person that caused such reaction from him. You know it, Rias. I'm a pure-blood devil that carries the name of the Phoenix clan. I cannot let any humiliation befall that name. I didn't even want to come to this little building in the human world. I hate the human world. The fire and wind of this world are repulsive. For a devil like me who represents those elements, this world is sickening. So I'm bringing you back to the underworld, even if I have to burn your entire peerage. Judging by how the temperature in the entire building skyrocketed, the guy must have summoned those flames he's so proud of. The energy he was giving off was several times bigger than the average human, but he was still a bug compared to the monster in the room. But right now, Shirou was busy repressing his urge to kick down the door and turn that prick into a pincushion. If he considered the human world so disgusting, then he would gladly send him to his home, inside a coffin, that is. If those words came from a fairy who came from Avalon, they would make sense. But if their society was still stuck in the Middle Ages with that pure-blood bullshit, he had no right to speak ill of the human world. So he gritted his teeth and continued mopping the floor to keep his mind distracted. At least those flames were useful as a heater to dry the floor faster. Rias-sama, Razorson, please calm down. If you two insist on the hostilities, I'll have to step in. Just the words of the Demon King's servant were enough to make the two pure-blood devils hide their auras and cease fighting. If it's the ultimate queen who dictates it, I don't have other option but oblige. Even outside the room, Shirou could tell the conflict was far from over, and so, Grafia made a proposal. Both Lord Gremory and Lord Phoenix knew things were going to end like this. Actually, this meeting was the last resort. So, they decided to give you a choice. A choice? What do you mean by that, Grafai? Rias-sama, if you wish to break this arranged marriage, then why don't you settle it with a rating game? Well, that was new. And judging by the way it left Rias speechless, that was everything but good news. From the context, he could deduce it was going to be the good old way of settling things with their fists. As you know, a rating game can only take place between devils above the legal age. But an exception can be made if it's an unofficial match to settle an issue between families. In other words, Father and the others resorted to this to force me to accept the marriage. Are you going to take it, Rias-sama? Why, of course. This is the best opportunity one could have. Let's settle this with a rating game, Razor. Oh, you're challenging me? Even knowing that I have yet to know defeat in official games, you'll still challenge me. I'll do it. I'll defeat you and make you go away from my life. Very well then. But if you lose, you'll marry me right away. Understood. Then I, Grafia, will confirm the opinion of both parties. Do you agree with this? The two nodded in agreement, and Shirou was about to leave the place having confirmed that there was no danger that those two wouldn't start a fight, but unfortunately, things didn't end there. Heh. If those are your servants, this rating game is going to be a joke. The only decent one would be your queen, the Lightning Priestess. On the other hand, these are me cute servants. Shirou heard a finger snap, and at the next moment, he could sense 15 presences that popped out of nowhere in the room. So they can perform teleport magic, huh? Well, having in mind the Age of Gods has yet to end, this isn't that surprising. The 15 presences weren't so impressive. But if the prick has the complete package, then he has a huge advantage against Rias, who only has 5 servants. There was some chit-chat between them, most of it Issei making them freak out as it seemed all of them were cute girls, but then something happened that made the atmosphere in the room get tense. UBSRD. You already have Bucho. Why are you jerping to your queen? You don't deserve her, Diamenit. We don't need a rating game. I'll beat the crap out of you with my boosted gear right here, right now. Issei was the first to snap, summoning that sacred gear of his. The description Sona gave him about that gauntlet was terrifying, but his expectations went down the drain. He was expecting to feel a presence on par with the King of Knights, the incarnation of the Red Dragon, but it seemed Issei needed more training to draw out that thing's full potential. The problem was, with no bounded field around, everyone was going to see this building blow up from the inside out if the prick falls for Issei's taunt. Trying to cover it up as a gas leak would be troublesome, and they might even resort to silence any witness. Ah! Shirou sighed. He really hoped he wouldn't have to step in, but seeing that Grafia wasn't going to intervene this time. Do you think you can defeat me just because you have a Longinus? Perhaps I should teach you the difference between a highborn and a lowlife dash. Razor's words were interrupted by a shrill sound coming from outside the door, which put everyone full alert. It sounded like something metallic hit the ground. Sheet. Now I have to mop this part again. The shouting voice was actually familiar to the members of the Occult Research Club, which left them even more dumbfounded. Rias and Aquino exchanged looks, and the latter went to open the door. On the other side, she met a certain golden-eyed teenager, mopping the floor like if he was possessed. Shirou-kun, what are you doing here? He stopped in his tracks, and then looked at all the people in the room behind her. As expected, The prick and all his servants were looking at him as a nuisance. Never mind me, Himejima-sen. I was just making sure a group of devils didn't blow up the building when the school is still open and full of teachers and students. He spoke with a casual attitude despite being the center of attention in a room full of devils. I appreciate your concern, Shirou-kun, but you didn't have to bother. Graphia is here to make sure that doesn't happen. This time was Rias who spoke, inwardly appreciating his intervention just before Issei got his butt handed. Are you sure about that? He entered the room and eyed the two men in question. Because that's what was about to happen. Or am I wrong, Phoenix-san? Razor's expression turned into a grimace. Rias, who is this insolent human that dares to interrupt a meeting between pure-blood devils? Should I burn him to ashes? The heir of the Gremory clan, and pretty much all of her servants, started to sweat bullets. Even Issei, who had managed to calm down. They knew Shirou was no joke, that was clear after his spar with Kiba, but the man in front of him had a superior regeneration compared to the stray he exterminated a few days ago and was more powerful. Getting into a fight with him wasn't the best idea. But before Rias could try to de-escalate the situation, Shirou spoke again. Is that how you greet a guest? I still have my reservations about your kin, but you're leaving a really awful image of them. The expression of the Phoenix heir was now full of rage, and his flames were expanding to the point that the room became a sauna. However, where everyone, even the Phoenix's servants, was starting to sweat due to the heat, Shirou just faced him with a slight frown. Akino, who was the closest to him, could notice that the flames didn't get to touch him. It was like something was nullifying them the moment they get close. Unbeknownst to her, those flames were just a calm breeze to his C-rank magic resistance. Who gave you permission to talk to me, mongrel? The moment that the last word left Razor's mouth, the temperature in the room decreased significantly despite his flame. Everyone could see something snapped inside Emiya Shirou as all the emotions drained from his face. His cold eyes settled on the Phoenix heir like a machine that has found its target and now was going to proceed with his extermination. The killing intention Shirou was giving off was so terrifying that it made the ladies behind Razor go completely pale, and even Razor himself lost his breath. It was like being in front of a monster, a superior predator that made them feel so powerless. Acts all haughty and calls mongrel everyone he sees inferior to him, check. Has an absurd amount of power to back his attitude, failed to read. Now Shirou realized why this prick irked him so much. He was a pale imitation of his natural enemy, the King of Heroes. But the fact that this yakitori didn't have a fraction of the power of the Golden King just set him off even more. Oh, the pampered devil acts all haughty despite being so far from home? Perhaps I should be the one to put you in your place. His right arm was raised slowly as his circuits flared to life, several anti-immortal noble phantasms being loaded in them. Trace dash. That is enough, Emiya-sama. Razor-sama got your point. But just as the weapons were about to come to life, the monster in the room raised her voice. The magical energy that was about to form the noble phantasm dispersed as well as the killing intention. Shirou was able to reign over the instincts driving him to destroy the existence of the devil in front of him, and everyone else in the room released the air they were holding. The golden eyes then settled on the silver-haired stoic maid in the corner of the room. An entirely different problem had arisen here. You know my name? The maid nodded. I was the one who processed your contract, Emiya-sama. Rias-sama warned us about the Slayer roaming the city, so it was a pleasant surprise to find out you weren't hostile. But you can rest assured. At the request of Rias-sama, you're just a stray magician to the eyes of the Devil Society. Those words clearly tried to appease him, but the only thing they got from Shirou was a frown. Even if his name didn't spread, a servant of the Demon King, and by extension, the Demon King himself, were aware of his existence. But antagonizing them would do him no good, even if he could easily break the contract. He would need full access to his strength as a servant at least if he wanted to fight an entire race. I see. Well, since you now have things under control, I'll step aside. But if I'm allowed to share my opinion, this match between Rias-san and Phoenix-san is quite unfair. Wouldn't you agree to give them some time to get ready? A fair point, Emiya-sama. The maid's cold eyes turned to Razor. Just her stare demanded the phoenix heir to agree. What do you think, Razor-sama? Heh, I have to agree it will be boring if they were to fight me as they are. So I'll give them 10 days to train and got the lowlife with the boosted gear in shape. He sent a mocking glance at Rias. After all, your victory will depend on you managing to draw the full potential of that sacred gear. I'll see you then. With that said, the devil stepped into his magical circle and disappeared alongside all his servants. If you all excuse me, I'll depart immediately to report the decision agreed in this meeting. Grayfia did the same with her own magical circle, and Shirou was left alone in the room with Rias and her servants. The king was the one who broke the awkward silence. I would say what you did was reckless, Shirou-kun, but I have to thank you for preventing Issei from getting hurt and giving us some time to train. Don't sweat it. Think of it as a way to thank you for helping me remain anonymous. And well, now I know why you were so persistent about recruiting me in your peerage, and that your society is still stuck in the Middle Ages. Dude, has anyone ever told you your demon's scary? Issei managed to get those words out of his mouth. His face was still completely pale, and Asia by his side wasn't any better. Kiba and Kaneko managed to pull themselves together like Rias, but it took a few more seconds for Akino since she had been too close to Shirou. I don't know about that, but Shirou-kun here does have the guts to stand in front of Razor when he is releasing his flames. Everyone turned to look at the new guest in the room. You too came here, Sona? The president of the student council nodded at Shirou. I wanted to make sure you kept your word. This is not the best outcome, but it isn't the worst either. Her lilac eyes then turned to her childhood friend. I assume you're going to train non-stop until the day of the match. It's not like I have another option. As much as I hate to admit it, Razor is right. As we are right now, we don't stand a chance. Sona pushed up her glasses. I guess I'll have to cover the absence of you and your peerage. Well, good luck with that. Shirou was about to take his leave, but Rias' voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait a moment, Emiya-kun. I have a proposal for you. The golden-eyed boy turned to look at her with narrowed eyes. I know what you're going to ask, and I'll have to decline. But I know my behavior the other day wasn't appropriate, and I beg you pardon. But please, would you help us get stronger? It's not because you wanted to turn me into a devil. How exactly are you expecting me to help you guys? His eyes darted to Kiba. My sword style and Kiba's are like night and day. Trying to teach him something would hinder him, if anything. The next one was the albino girl. My knowledge of hand-to-hand combat is limited, so there's little I can help her to improve. The same applies to you, Akino and Asia. As a third-rate magician, teaching you guys magic is but a dream. Issei stiffened when he realized the golden eyes were on him. As for Issei here, maybe I can teach him the basics, but realistically speaking, there's no time to teach him how to fight properly. So, in other words, as much as I would want to see how you beat the sheet out of that prick, there's little I can help you there. Seeing their faces, he knew the only one who appreciated his analysis was Sona. You might be right, but I sensed it when we crossed swords the other day. Your fighting style speaks of a huge amount of combat experience. I'm sure there must be something you can teach us. The two swordsmen stared at each other. The resolution Shirou could see in the eyes of the devil was pretty strong. Yeah, please. I need to get stronger so I can kick the butt of that yakitori bisi. Issei followed Kiba, but he did so bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. They weren't going to desist, did they? Please, Shirou-senpai. Help us beat that BSTRD and save Rias-senpai. Please, Shirou-san. I don't want to see Rias-one-sama married with that unpleasant man. Ku. Shirou stepped back. That double puppy eyes attack was really effective. Asia was replaced by the image of a certain Empress of Roses, and Kaneko was replaced by a little girl with red hair tied in twin tails whose name he couldn't remember. He was just about to concede, but he managed to bite his tongue in time. This was none of his business, and he couldn't care less about an arranged marriage between devils. Rias is a woman of word, Shirou-kun. If you help us, she'll owe you a favor. And being the heir of the Gremory clan and the sister of the current Demon King, she has a lot of connections. Akino added her 2 cents, And now, that was appealing. But that was also a contradiction in itself. Helping their daughter to bust the marriage they've been planning for years was a sure way to get on their bad side. Well, it's not like he was planning on making friends. Just the favor of a demon king was more than enough. It would help him a lot in his search to find the threat hidden in this impossible world. And seeing that razor guy bite the dust would be pleasing. Who was he kidding? It's impossible for him to reject someone pleading like that. Even if they aren't even human. He would have helped anyway if they insisted further. The favor of the Demon King was just an excuse for himself. So, he decided to step right into the landmine. Fine, I'll see what I can do. But no promises. While the faces of the ORC members cheered up, a faint smile appeared on Sona's face. You really are a softie on the inside. Next day, Shirou had to admit it, coming to a hidden mansion in the middle of a forest was the last thing he had in mind. The place was huge, with several rooms, a living, a library, a fully equipped kitchen, and even an outdoor bathroom. So this was why Sona and her peerage committed themselves to patrol the city in his instead during these 10 days. Well, the Emiya residence was going to be buried by a thick layer of dust when he arrived home, but anyway. It was still soon in the morning when they finished unpacking their luggage in their respective rooms and met in the living room. Rias gave him an explanation about the rules of those so-called rating games, that was also for the newest members of her peerage, Issei and Asia. The gist of it was that it was pretty much chess in real life due to the different properties carried by the evil pieces. The match would take place inside a special bounded field which allows participants who are too injured or have lost the will to fight to be teleported out. That made it nearly impossible for someone to die, so now it made sense calling it a game and not a duel or something like that. In fact, it was the equivalent of soccer in human society. There was a ranking, and every official match was live televised through Magic. So you guys see it as a game, huh? Well, the first step to win this is going to be changing that mentality. Those words got some raised eyebrows. Why do you mean by that, Shirou-kun? What I mean is that you'll need to go with the intention to kill if you want to even stand a chance. Your enemy will make light of you most likely due to their numerical superiority, so that's also something you can take advantage of. Isn't that a little bit extreme? Issei asked a little nervous. No, he's right. Surprisingly, it was Rias who agreed with him. We can't afford to think of this match as a game. We can't hold anything back. The way Akino and Kaneko twitched at those last words didn't go unnoticed by Shirou, and he could bet that had something to do with the reason why their presences were different from the other devils he has met. But that wasn't his business. He was no psychologist. How much experience in group tactics do you have, Shirou-kun? Most of the battles I have fought were on my own, so there's little I can help you in that regard. As I said yesterday, aside from Issei there, the only thing I can offer is a spar and some tips. I see. Then you'll handle his training during the mornings. The lessons about magic with Akino will be after lunch, and I'll handle his physical training at night. You can spar with Yuto-kun and Kaneko-chan in the afternoon. Well, she already had a timetable in her mind. She really was serious about this. Well, we should start as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, I have acquired some footage of rating games in which Razor has participated. We should watch them this night after dinner. That could very well be the most important factor of this match. While they could see how Razor's peerage fared in previous games, the info they had about Ria's peerage was just about their names and some general skills. But you could say Rias hit the jackpot, as there was an even more reliable source of info by her side. About that, well, since we're doing this, I guess I have to do my part here as well. Trey-san. Instead of explaining, Shirou decided to show them right away. In his hand appeared a Western sword of a quite simple design. Everyone else in the room tilted their heads in confusion, but fortunately, Kiba got the message. That sword. Could it be? Is that the sword of one of Razor's knights? Exactly. The thing is, my magic doesn't create swords like your sacred gear but allows me to reproduce every bladed weapon I've seen. That includes the shape, the materials, the forging process, but more importantly the experience. And I happen to see the weapons of more than half of that prick's peerage. The entire room fell silent upon hearing that revelation. Wow, so you're like a 3D printer. Shirou's eyebrow twitched at Issei's remark. Calling his infinite creation of swords a 3D printer was a huge understatement, but he'll let the devils think that. Revealing his reality marble was completely out of question. You could say that. Then you can show us how they fight? Kiba went straight to the point. For the most part, yes. The problems are the queen, who uses a magic staff, the twins that carried around the chainsaws, and the two girls who I presume are the bishops. Specifically, the girl with the side pigtails. Her aura pretty much overshadowed the rest of the peerage. That's because she's actually Razor's little sister, Ravel Phoenix. That tiny detail made Shirou, as well as Issei, widen their eyes. What? He made his sister part of his harem? Issei made it sound even more disturbing if anything. Anyway, let's get down to business, shall we? Yes, sir. While Shirou and Issei walked out of the mansion, Kiba and Kaneko went their separate way. Akino started teaching the basics of devil magic to Asia, and Rias went straight for the library. So, what's the plan, sensei? Issei asked while he stretched a bit in preparation. In his mind, he was expecting a mystical training like those in the animes that would lead to an incredible power-up. Unfortunately for him, reality was disappointing. I'll be blunt. As I said, teaching how to fight properly in a week is impossible. That's why I'll teach you how to survive instead. I'll leave getting you into shape to Rias since she knows more about devil's physiology. What we're going to do is fight. Are you sure that's the best way? The Red Dragon Emperor asked skeptically. Trust me, learning a few martial arts is going to do you no good if you can't even react properly to your enemy's attacks. What you need the most is combat experience. Your instincts and muscle memory is the only thing that's going to save you if your opponent is superior to you in every sense. Now, summon your sacred gear and raise your power to your limit. I'm allowed to use the boosted gear. Why not? But Bucho always says that relying on it during the training sessions is not good. That might be true when it comes to physical training, but it is the source of your power and your main weapon, right? Learning how to use it in combat is going to be crucial. Of course, the enemy isn't going to sit and watch how you get more powerful in front of his face, but this is going to be an initial test of sorts. I see. Then boosted gear. Boost. He started duplicating his power, and meanwhile, Shirou dived into his reality marble in search of an adequate weapon. Estus was the first option he came across. The flame-shaped sword was wielded by the fifth emperor of Rome, Nero Claudius. But he discarded it. The flames of that sword were the representation of that empress' passion, so using them to emulate Razor's flames would be kind of disrespectful. Then he found the perfect weapon. They were actually two weapons that shared the same identity somehow despite having completely different shapes. One was a massive two-bladed halberd that was able to turn into a cannon, while the other was a flaming katana with an exceptionally sharp blade. He chose the second one as it suited him better, but the first one though carried a nostalgic feeling for some reason. The circumstances were complicated to describe, but that katana was forged by himself. With the blueprint already in his mind ready to be traced, he turned his attention to Issei again. Explosion! I'm ready. Sensei. How many boosts was that? 10 seems to be my current limit. That sound actually represents that I cut the boosting process. I got the feeling that I would faint if I went further. So it has a limit, huh? I assume your body is what determines how many boosts you can perform. The power overflowing Issei's body was on the level of Akino's. Quite impressive since his basic power isn't that far from a regular human, but he was still far from reaching the power of a pure-blood devil as Rias or Riser. Shirou took some distance from the devil and stretched his hand to the side. Trey-san. The katana appeared in his hand. The blade was of an average length, with its blade crimson and the braided on the handle completely black. The guard had the shape of a traditional Oni mask with horns, and Issei could see the distortions in the air around the blade due to the heat it gave off. But as the man of culture, read as former Chunibyo, Issei he recognized the belly fish pattern in the handle and the random waved pattern of the hamon of the blade. Is that a freaking Muramasa in real life? You could say it is. Now get ready. Shirou raised the flaming katana above his head and swung it with all his might in Issei's direction. Hell descended upon earth. Wah a dash! Issei stared in shock at the burning line mere inches from him. He barely managed to step aside from the attack, and it was just because Shirou telegraphed the swing on purpose. The flames of that katana burned away everything in a straight line in front of Shirou. Something told him that even space itself was burned. If he hadn't had all those boosts, he would have been turned to ashes in an instant. Are you nuts? Do you want to kill me? No, I'm just showing you an approximate of what you're going to face in 10 days. Take it as a reference. Now, get your butt moving. Those last words were followed by another swing, this time diagonal. Yuah! Issei managed to roll to the side and started running for his life. He was expecting tough training from the guy who beat Kiba so easily, but now it seemed like their roles were swapped. He was the one facing a vicious demon swinging that terrifying katana. Yeah, this was an accurate representation of facing that Phoenix BSTRD, but still. Issei could feel all his body covered by a thick layer of sweat, and some parts of his tracksuit were already on fire. The grass field in which they were training was now scorched earth. By this point, the only thing in Issei's head was moving his legs as fast as possible, making erratic movements to avoid being disintegrated. But losing sight of Shirou was the worst mistake. When he realized it, the golden-eyed teenager was in front of him, taking the classic Hiroseigen stance in preparation for a move. A huge amount of flames was condensing around the blade of his katana. He was screwed. Megiddo! Shouting weird words, Shirou moved his sword, firing a condensed beam of flames. Whoa! Issei tilted his head, and the beam swept past him, dangerously close at that. He could feel parts of his hair, and his nerves got numb due to the extreme heat. It was as if his flesh was about to melt. But he didn't have time to think about it, neither about the explosion he heard behind him. Shirou had already crossed the distance, his katana aiming at his neck. The devil put his red gauntlet in the way of the sword, and it resisted the attack. However, the same couldn't be said of Issei himself, who was blown away like a rag doll. His body rolled through the hellish landscape in which was turned the backyard of the mansion, getting even more bruises and burns. Once he stopped, the gem on the back of the gauntlet shone, and it looked like all energy left Issei's body. He managed to stand up though, his breath ragged and his heart seemingly wanting to burst out of his chest. But fortunately, Shirou didn't continue to attack. Not bad. You survived 3 minutes. It's a good start. The golden-eyed teenager approached him casually as he dismissed the flaming katana. Those are good news, I guess. Issei-san. The two boys turned to see Asia running towards them with a really worried expression. I'll heal you right away. She put her hand on his face and summoned what looked like a silver ring with an emerald on its top. The ring emitted a faint light, and Issei's burn started to heal at an incredible speed. That must be her sacred gear, Twilight Healing. It was on par with that katana's healing flames, but still inferior to the ever-distant Utopia. In less than a minute, Issei was as good as new. The only reminiscence of the prior battle on him was the burns in his tracksuit. Thank you, Asia. You saved me as always. No, that's the least I can do to support you. I'll heal you as many times as you get hurt, Issei-san. Ahem. Shirou coughed to catch the attention of the lovebirds. Well, I didn't take this into account when I was planning your training schedule. This will allow an even more intense training. Issei's face got really pale upon hearing those words. We're gonna do this more times? Of course not. My energy is not limitless. Keeping that level has already drained half of my reserves. But that means I don't have to hold back as much as I thought. Fufu, I didn't know you were that much of a Shirou-kun. Shirou raised an eyebrow at the approaching Akino. Of course, if Asia ran here after hearing the explosions, Akino who was with her would follow suit. But calling him SDST? I'm just doing what's necessary to make sure he's prepared for any future battle. You don't have to be shy, Shirou-kun. I can share some tricks with you. But that will have to wait for later. Her lilac eyes turned to the blonde devil. Asia, I think we should resume your lessons. We shouldn't bother the boys any more than this. Oh, rewrite. Call me if you've been injured again, Issei-sen. With that, the two beauties headed back to the mansion, leaving alone the pair of teenagers. So, how good I would do if I were to fight that Yakitori beat you right now? You'll lose really hard. I admit I went overboard there, and I doubt that prick would fight so intense, let alone take you seriously, but even so, you didn't get to throw a single attack at me. Those words felt like a stab in the guts, but Issei accepted them. It was because he was weak that Shirou was resorting to such methods. I'll have to give my best then. That's the spirit. Now then. Kansho appeared in Shirou's right hand as his expression turned really cold. I think you've got enough rest. The real training begins now. You won't let me accumulate boost again, do you? The only answer he got from the Magus was a kick right in the guts that sent him rolling a few meters away. Raise your guard the moment you feel hostile intentions. And so, the hellish training began. A few hours later, Issei was currently in his first lesson about demonic powers with Akino. Specifically, he was trying to draw his powers as limited as they were. This was a blessing in itself regardless of his current frustration, as he felt like he was dying when Shirou dismissed him. Now he understood what his sensei meant by muscle memory. He was beating into him how to react to attacks he couldn't see, in a literal sense. Now, about his current predicament, according to Akino, he needed to have a clear image to be able to draw his demonic powers. But for the life of him, no matter how much he focused on it, he wasn't able to draw a single bit of energy. Having Akino around didn't help as much as he thought, as he always ended up losing focus due to her assets being too close. At least Asia was progressing at a fast pace in this field. She was already able to control the water around her to a certain degree. The little envy he could have was completely overshadowed by his pride in her. And Shirou was also around. He said their magic was incompatible with his, but he was curious about it. Issei-kun, the only thing you're going to achieve doing that is tearing apart your eardrums. The Red Dragon Emperor visibly deflated upon hearing those words from Akino. What am I doing wrong? Well, a devil that can't use his demonic powers isn't something unheard of, but I thought that wouldn't be the case since you can use your sacred gear without problem. Perhaps he needs a mental trigger. Shirou spoke for the first time he entered the room. A mental trigger? Issei parroted in confusion, but Akino caressed her chin with her hand. That could work actually. It's not common among devils to use something like that since demonic powers are like a part of our body, but having been reincarnated recently, that might be what Issei-kun needs. Then what is a mental trigger? Think of it as a strong image. Something that would cause a reaction from you or something you feel an affinity to. Do you use a mental trigger for your magic, Shirou-kun? Yes. My magic doesn't work with just imagination. It requires a certain degree of self-hypnosis, and hence, a mental trigger. In my case, it is a hammer striking an anvil. That last explanation went over Issei's head, so he decided to put it in practice meanwhile. If there was something that caused a reaction from him, it was definitely a girl's melons. But just that image wasn't enough, so it had to be something related. He then thought about the moment that he has been anticipating all his life. The moment in which a girl's chest, that ever-distant treasure, is finally revealed. The moment in which those clothes blocking them from sight are removed. Wow, that was quick. Akino's surprised voice snapped Issei out of his trance. When he realized it, there was a small ball of pure energy between his hands. I did it. I finally did it. Congratulations, Issei-san. The two reincarnated devils started celebrating Issei's small victory. Akino watched them with her usual smile, but there was something nagging her. What was the image you used, Issei-kun? Oh, I visualized the shirt of a girl with big melons being torn apart. After those words, the room filled with joy now was more like a funeral. Even Akino blinked a couple of times at that. Oh. We'll go to the next step then. Controlling the elements. Akino said while handing a water bottle to Issei. If you'll excuse me, I'll go check on Kiba and Kaneko. With that, Shirou left the room like a fleeting spirit without anyone noticing. It didn't take him much to find the only knight of Rias peerage, and this one accepted having a spar with him without a second thought. "So you're going to imitate one of Razor's knights?" Kiba asked, seeing the sword in Shirou's hand. "It is a good way to practice before the raiding game, don't you think?" That was pretty much cheating in Kiba's book, but he put aside his honor just this time. Saving his master came before. That was the oath he took after she gave him a second opportunity to seek revenge. The two swordsmen took their respective stances wordlessly, and much like their spar a few days ago, Kiba took the initiative and rushed at Shirou. It didn't take long for the devil to realize that copying was an understatement. It was like he was fighting an entirely different person. Shirou's style using that sword was now pretty much like Kiba's. Straightforward and honest. He actually found himself enjoying the spar. It was the very image he envisioned of a duel between fellow knights. The prospect that he could face an opponent like that in the upcoming match fired him up. It was odd at first how the human was able to keep up with him without using his usual style of prediction, but he figured it after a few exchanges. More than Shirou wielding that sword, it was more like he let the sword do the movements engraved in it through its experience, and he just followed suit. But even so, the feeling that he wouldn't be able to penetrate the Magus defense was still there. In fact, Shirou made some adjustments to the style of that sword to suit him better. It was not an exact copy like Kiba expected, but it never has been, as Shirou doesn't possess the signature control over the flames and wind of the Phoenix clan. However, the devil finally saw a chance of landing a blow after deflecting one of his attacks. Taking a page of Shirou's book, he called upon his sacred gear and created another holy eraser in his other hand to attack from both sides. Perhaps because the Magus wanted to stick to the style he was reproducing as much as possible, he didn't project another sword to counter him. He swiftly deflected one of Kiba's attacks, the one that aimed to a vital point, but instead of trying to retreat to avoid the other attack, he took a step towards Kiba. The devil's sword managed to sink into Shirou's left shoulder, but for some reason, Kiba felt like he just struck a block of concrete. The wound he caused wasn't as debilitating as he thought. That moment of surprise didn't go unpunished. The next the devil knew was that Shirou's foot crashed right in the middle of his chest, causing him to lose his breath and take several steps back. The kick wasn't powered by that explosion trick like in the other spar, but it still felt like he was struck by a speeding car. Huh! But he had to react quickly, cross his sword in front of him to block the incoming blade. It wasn't that Shirou closed the distance in a heartbeat, but more like he threw the sword aiming at his chest. And just a moment after, before Kiba could bat the sword aside, Shirou was already in front of him. A fist loaded with a huge amount of magical energy hit the sword right in the hilt, causing it to explode. The resulting explosion destroyed both of Kiba's swords and blew him away a few meters with some bruises due to the shrapnel. That definitely wasn't a movement of that sword's original owner. Kiba remarked as he got up and shook the dust from his tracksuit. "Considering that you can create swords at will, I think it's worth having a movement like that in your stock. If you use it is up to you." A simple technique consisting in pumping magical energy into the sword past its limits so it explodes. It would guarantee the kill if you manage to do it when the blade is tabbed into your enemy. But to be able to pull it off in the span of a second required a ton of practice. That's something that's been intriguing Kiba. Emiya Shirou was a 16-year-old teenager. There is no possible way he could have so much battle experience that it would render meaningless his weakness as a human. Even if he actually inherited the power of an ancient hero, that power does not come with the experience to use it. I'll bear that in mind. We should pay a visit to Asia to heal that cut though. Shirou looked at his shoulder. There was already a quite big bloodstain in his tracksuit, but a quick use of structural grasp revealed that the blade didn't get to pierce through his bones. The devil must have been holding back a lot. No, it's not worth the effort. It's just a superficial wound. Even if that's so, the coach must be at his pick too, don't you think? Besides, it's not a bother for Asia in the least. Shirou raised an eyebrow at that. Is there no drawback for such a convenient power? The knight shook his head. Asia's sacred gear doesn't demand much energy. Only something on the level of a hole in the chest or a missing organ would wear her out. I see. Then I'll take your offer. The two swordsmen entered the mansion and looked for the bishop, who should still be in the middle of the magic lessons alongside Issei. But the only thing they found the moment they entered the kitchen was a mess of onion and potato skin. What in the world happened here? This is my fault. Issei popped out of a mountain of leftovers. Things got a little out of hand while practicing magic, you see. That night they had potatoes coming out of their ears while having dinner. The dinner had to be a joint effort between Shirou and Akino, and Kaniko's bottomless stomach had to be put into use so any food would be wasted. Just after dinner, the entire peerage plus Shirou gathered to watch the footage Rias had prepared. All the matches were pretty much the same. The beginning might vary depending on how Razor's peerage fared against the enemy peerage while their master lazed around. In that phase of the game, it was his sister who assumed the role of a commander so they wouldn't get wiped out so easily. Not that it mattered. All the matches were decided the moment Razor's opponents weren't able to defeat his immortality. The Phoenix heir didn't even lift a finger and just waited for his opponents to faint from exhaustion after beating the living sheet out of him to no avail. No wonder why those matches were labeled as boring. Nobody is going to find interesting a bunch of people beating a punching bag. That Yakitori BSRD is tough. He really is immortal. They wouldn't have set up this match if defeating him was so easy. The annoyance could be felt in Rias' words. All looks drifted to the only human in the room, who had been silent all the time, waiting for his analysis. Well, I thought destroying the brain would be enough, but that regeneration really lives up to their name. But even so, all of his opponents made a fatal mistake. And that mistake is falling for his obvious taunts and attacking with everything. Isn't that what you have to do if you want to defeat him? Issei voiced the question in everyone's mind. That would work if they had something that slowed or outright nullified his regeneration, like some holy element for instance. But in absence of that, it would be better to inflict pain instead of actual damage. For that matter, how is your anatomy knowledge? The only one that didn't look away was Akino, but the disturbing smile on her face did not inspire confidence. I guess that's another topic to add to tomorrow's lesson about Devil's Weakness. At any rate, before everyone goes to get some rest and Issei's night training, why don't we all take a bath in the outdoor bathroom? Issei's eyes widened at that, a trail of blood sliding from his nose. Wait, everyone as in mixed bath? Well, I wouldn't mind taking a bath with you, Issei-kun. Rias' words just worsened Issei's nosebleed. Fufu. Me neither. I've always wanted to wash a man's back. Akino gave her approval too. What about you, Asia? The ex-nun blushed really hard at that but actually nodded. All eyes then landed on Kaniko, but the little girl mercilessly crushed Issei's dreams. No. I don't want pervert senpai anywhere near me during bath time. Well, too bad, Issei. I can always wash your back if you want, Issei-kun. Shut up, Diamond pretty boy. The Red Dragon Emperor started crying comically, but before the knight dragged him to the men's bathroom, Akino threw a curveball at Kaniko. And what would you say if Shirou-kun were to accompany Issei-kun? Issei was expecting another outright refusal, but more than 10 seconds passed and the girl stayed quiet, a faint blush showing in her stoic face. But before anyone could say anything, Shirou spoke up. I think I'll pass. I don't have any problem with waiting until you guys are done. You don't want to take a bath with me and Issei-kun? The point of taking a bath is relaxing, and that would be nearly impossible with you guys around. No offense, but I'm used to attack any creature with such an ominous aura on sight. Even if he used a neutral tone, all the mood was completely annihilated in seconds. The only thing that could be heard in the entire villa was Shirou's steps as he walked up to his room. Rias and the others went to take that bath, but even after more than half an hour, the overall mood was still sour. Do you think we did something to get on his bad side without noticing it? Asia asked with a sorrowful expression. Of all the present, she was the one more visibly concerned. Even if this was her first time experiencing an outdoor bath, she couldn't wrap her mind around that issue. The other 3 female devils weren't better. The 4 of them were just sitting in the tub in silence after they washed their bodies. I would suggest we should give him so time, but I don't get the feeling Shirou-kun is going to open up to us anytime soon. Rias admitted with a downer expression. I guess changing his image of us devils is going to take more than few words. I think there's more to it than just prejudice. Aquino spoke with a really serious expression. I mean, yeah, he didn't speak more than 4 words per phrase when we were cooking the dinner, but he agreed to help Issei-kun with his training. If he still considered us enemies, he wouldn't be honestly helping us. The queen's eyes turned to the tower. Kaneko-chan, you're probably the one that has spent the most time with him. Any ideas? The little girl was silent for several moments. Her thoughts drifted to that conversation they had on the rooftop. That moment he talked briefly about his past, she was able to see a void in his eyes. There was something really wrong with him. But, having refused to answer his question about how she became a devil, did she have the right to pry into it? In the end, Kaneko shook her head. We hardly exchange a few words during lunchtime. I figured as much. And I thought this training camp would help us be on good terms with him. I guess we'll have to leave it to Issei-kun. Why the sudden interest, Rias? Do you want to make it up for getting off to a bad start with him? The king's cheeks got a little bit flustered. You don't have to remind me of that whenever you can, Aquino. My eagerness got the best of me when I saw she had a possible method to counter Razor's immortality, and he introducing himself as a clueless magician who didn't have proper teaching made me forget that he destroyed an entire army of chimeras in a few minutes. Just remembering it ashames me to no end. Aquino let out a soft chuckle, but the seriousness in her expression returned quickly. That leads to another interesting question. Have you ever heard of magic that allows you to replicate swords with such precision in a fraction of a second and without any kind of magic circle? That's something I was planning to ask Oni-san's bishop when I have the chance. But honestly, if there were anyone else able to perform such magic, they would be really famous. Those blades he used against Yudo-kun were something else, too. Even an amateur can tell that those blades were masterpieces. The more I think about Emiya Shirou, the more unanswered questions I have, and Graphia didn't found anything suspicious about him either. A true walking enigma that fell on our hands, huh? Well, I think we should end this conversation here. You have to go with Issei, don't you, Rias? Yeah, we don't have time to spare. The days in the training camp passed quickly. For everyone but Issei. Having roughly 6 hours of rest per day, with 4 of them reserved for sleep, he could say this was the closest he's been to actual hell. Yeah, the magic lessons, while frustrating due to his incompetence, could be considered a rest compared to the other lessons. As kind as her master was, she becomes a devil in every sense of the world when it comes to physical training. Despite being a creature of the night, he collapsed on his bed every time he ended his sessions with Rias. He could feel that his body was getting stronger at an incredible pace, but even so, it was a horrific nightmare waiting for him every night. However, if Rias was a devil, Shirou was the freaking Antichrist. Their training sessions were always divided into 2 different sections whose order was changed depending on Shirou's plan for the day. About the first part, they were always simulations of possible situations he may encounter. Not as extreme as the first day, but the concept was similar. For instance, on the second day of the training camp, Shirou was nowhere to be seen when he stepped into the backyard. That mystery didn't last long as a literal rain of arrows attacked him from above. Shirou was the one firing them from the top of a nearby mountain. A way to prepare him in case he had to face Razor's queen, or so Shirou said. Even if the Magus was using blunt arrows, Issei ended with parts he didn't even know he had broken. Asia surely had her work cut out during this camp. As for the other part, it always consisted of a spar. But that didn't mean it was in any way less hellish than the other part. Aside from honing his battle instincts, Issei had to figure out how to use the boosted gear efficiently during battle. Accumulating boosts while being static was completely out of question, but he couldn't do it while dodging Shirou's attacks. The moment he lost his concentration, the power of the gauntlet would instantly reset, and Shirou made sure to punish him every time that happened. In fact, the only rest he was allowed during the session was when he couldn't even lift a finger after making several mistakes. An opportunity to rest on the battlefield was like winning the jackpot according to Shirou. Coup! Right now, Issei was in the middle of that part of the training. The sparks flew as he hastily blocked another attack from his black blade. He managed to make 6 boosts, but he was still barely able to keep up with the Magus. At least, it wasn't until the 8th boost that he projected the other twin sword to raise the difficulty accordingly. However, Issei's eyes widened slightly after looking again at his sensei. There was an opening. He overextended the swing, and his left side was wide open in consequence. Hiya! Without thinking twice, he drove his right fist into Shirou's exposed side with all his might. But it didn't go quite as expected. Gah! Issei's fist was swiftly deflected by Shirou's free hand, with the hilt of Kansho smashing Issei's head as a follow-up. The devil just closed one eye and endured the hit. This was already the 9th day of the camp, so he was already used to it. And it paid off as he saw another opening, this time on his right due to his right arm being crossed. He punched with his boosted gear, but Shirou just sidestepped and kicked him in the side. This cycle was starting to repeat itself over and over, Issei's frustration starting to pile up despite him trying to repress it. The devil let himself be carried by the kick to take some distance and pull himself together. And then, boost. The gem on the gauntlet shone as his power was doubled for the 7th time. Of course, Shirou immediately rushed at him, but that was something he was expecting. Explosion! He stopped the boosting process and pulled back his left fist, aiming at the spot Shirou was going to be in a second. But to his surprise, Shirou faced him head-on. Mimicking him, the Magus pulled back his right arm, and Issei could feel how a great deal of energy accumulated in his fist. His instincts were already telling Issei this wasn't going to end well, but it was already too late to stop. Both teenagers clashed their fists with all their might, but the result was decided quickly. Even if the energy stored in Issei's body was superior to Shirou's reinforcement, the energy in the Magus hand burst violently, increasing the strength of his punch to a whole other level. Issei's gauntlet cracked, pretty much taking all the impact and preventing his arm from bending to the wrong side, and even so, Issei was blown away a couple of meters. What the hell was that? Issei asked as he stood up again. If Shirou wasn't attacking, that meant it was the end of the spar. He already saw doing that thing a few times, but this was the first time he was on the receiving end of an attack powered by it. Mana Burst. A simple yet really effective tool to have in your stock. It's not even considered a spell since it only involves a good control over the aura in your case. The only drawback is that it consumes a ton of energy, but your draconic sacred gear should make up for it. So you're going to teach it to me? Shirou shook his head. There isn't much to teach you about it. The kinds of energy we use are completely different. But I'll warn you to use caution. Performing a single mana burst isn't that hard, but using it back-to-back to reinforce your entire body will require a lot of practice and an absurd amount of energy. If you use it hastily, you can end up blowing apart one of your limbs. Issei's face paled. I'll remember it. Well, drawing out his demonic powers wasn't a problem. The problem was using it to control or create elements. But something as simple as accumulating energy and then letting it burst shouldn't be a problem, right? He would need several boosts to even be able to accumulate the required energy though, so for the moment, that would be a trump card to use at the right moment just like Shirou used it. A tiny smile appeared on his face. After days of failing really badly at performing even the simplest spell, he finally had something that would help him in battle. But there was still something nagging him. Sensei, all those openings. You left them on purpose, don't you? Is that part of the training? So you finally noticed them, huh? It took you more than I expected, but that's an improvement nonetheless. I wanted you to be able to attack any opening you see during the match. No hesitation. They are going to be treated once you defeat them, so don't worry about breaking bones. But what if those openings are feints? Believe me, even if they had participated in raiding games, they are far from being veterans. They might notice that you attack any opening on sight, but that shouldn't be a problem if you take them out quickly. Yes, sir. Well, I'll give you time to rest while I explain what are we going to do next. I think your battle instincts are developing quite fine. However, the day of the match is already there, so I think it will be worth sharpening your natural instincts too. What's the difference there? While your battle instincts are what help you to react properly in the middle of a fight, your natural instincts are what helps you detect danger. An attack that is effective against you, such as the holy element, or a natural enemy, as the white dragon in your case. Issei understood the first part of his explanation, but the mention of the white dragon, although not knowing what was that about, made his entire body go tense. White dragon? That got a raised eyebrow from Shirou. Knowing that you have the power of the Welsh dragon, hasn't Rias told you about the Arthurian legends? Issei shook his head. Actually, I know nothing about the dragon that's supposed to be sealed inside the boosted gear. But how's that related with King Arthur? Long story short, it is said that King Arthur was the incarnation of the Red Dragon, and his fate was to fight the White Dragon who sought to destroy Britain. The incarnation of the said dragon was Vortigern the Usurper, the one that let the Saxons invade Britain and killed Arthur's father. I don't know the whereabouts of that dragon, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up sealed in another sacred gear. So keep in mind that maybe someday a random guy claiming to have the White Dragon's power shows up to fight you. He refrained from mentioning that Albion should be the last pureblood dragon who died without being able to reach the reverse side of the world. It would do him any good if people started to notice the discrepancy between his knowledge and this world's history. Seeing how Issei was still digesting that piece of information, he wouldn't have to worry about questions. Wait. It was then that Issei realized something really important. You aren't going to attack me with holy swords, do you? No. Healing a wound caused by that would take too much time. So instead, I'll use these. Kansho in Shirou's hand was replaced by a pair of gray daggers. Their appearance wasn't intimidating in the least, but for some reason, Issei took a step back the moment he saw them. It was the same sensation he had from holy weapons, but he could tell those didn't have any blessing. Quite a contradiction. Meanwhile, Shirou smiled inwardly. He didn't know if having the power of the dragon in his body actually made him vulnerable to Dragon Slayer weapons, but that reaction said it all. It seemed to qualify as a human with dragon factor. He wouldn't have to use black keys for this session. May I ask, what are those daggers, sensei? The term Dragon Slayer rings a bell? Before Issei's brain could process that information, or the wicked smile on Shirou's face, something really fast graced his cheek. And despite being just a bruise, it hurt like hell. If you don't move, you're going to die. The magus said as he threw the other dagger in the air and reeled his arm to punch the handle. Sheet! Issei ducked, the dagger cutting some of his hair before impacting a nearby tree and piercing through it like a hot knife cutting butter. Pretty much like in the other sessions, Issei could only run and dodge as Shirou continued to project more daggers and punch them at him. But this time, blocking them with his boosted gear wasn't an option, since it would be like trying to protect himself with a shield made out of paper. It was only the result of all the other lessons that allowed him to survive this, hence why Shirou waited to use this. But telling him those daggers were forged from some shards of gram that weren't used in the process of reforging it would be too much for him. As usual, Issei barely made it alive to lunchtime. At least Shirou compensated for all the suffering with his delicious food. Ah! The Red Dragon Emperor sighed while looking at the roof of his shared room with Kiba. It was almost 5 a.m., but he was still unable to fall asleep. Going to Shirou's final lesson without a proper rest sounded even more terrifying than going to the actual match. Yet, those thoughts were not what plagued his mind at the moment. He could easily tell it, he was the weakest of the Gremory peerage. If Shirou hadn't stepped in a few days ago, he would have been crushed by Razor. He had no talent for the sword as Kiba, who was able to end a match with his sensei in one piece, nor he was talented with magic like Akino, who was able to manipulate all the elements with ease. And even if he hasn't had a spar with Kaneko, he was sure he would lose against her really badly. It frustrated him to no end. He was supposed to be the Red Dragon Emperor, someone that was able to slay gods, but in actuality, he was the weakest. That Yakitori BSTRD said that he was going to be what determined Rias' victory, but he started to think that he was going to be a liability instead. Even Asia started to show amazing improvements, in contrast to him who had yet to land a single blow on Shirou. Not that he expected that to happen anytime soon. He was under no delusion that he would be able to defeat the human named Emiya Shirou even if he trained for decades. And that was what frustrated him the most. They were the same age and he was human, a more fragile being. But the gap between them was like the distance between Earth and Moon. DMN it. He got up and walked out of the room. Perhaps a glass of water to hydrate his dry throat would help him fall asleep. Era? You're up this late? A familiar charming voice reached his ears as he put the glass on the sink. His legs led him in the direction the voice came, and he found his master in the library. She was wearing a red nightgown and glasses, which made her look even cuter in his opinion. Hi there, Bucho. A frown appeared on her beautiful face after hearing his taciturn greeting. It went without saying that this was strange coming from him. Good timing. Would you have a little chat with me? Oh yeah, of course. He took sit beside her even if he had no clue of what she wanted to talk about. Looking at the books and papers on the table, he could say she was still working on the strategy they would use in the match. Noticing it, Rias opened her mouth to speak. If I'm being honest, reading this isn't going to help us defeat Razor. Why not? You saw how all Razor's matches went. Even if we beat his peerage, it will be meaningless if we don't manage to defeat Razor. Shirou-kun's tips about how to cause him a ton of pain in no time are appreciated, but I still feel that's not going to be enough. She bit her lips with frustration. Father and mother surely chose him as my fiancé in case I refuse to accept an arranged marriage. Why does everyone want to control my life? I know that Yakitori BSRD is a total D-, but why does the idea of an arranged matrimony disgust you so much? Rias sighed at his honest question. I am a Gremory. Yes. I'm not reintroducing myself. What I mean is that, as the heir of the Gremory clan, I'll have to carry to all the weight of that name. You don't like it? On the contrary, I'm very proud of being a Gremory. However, that causes everyone to see me as Rias Gremory instead of just Rias. They see me as just a title and not who I am. Her expression by this point was full of sorrow. Oh, so that's why you asked Emiya-sensei to call you by your name. Exactly. You see, when I'm here in the human world, everyone treats me like just Rias. It's so refreshing. I want to marry someone that loves me for who I am, but Razor just wants this marriage for my title. Even if this is selfish of me, I want to cling to this wish of mine. Well, for Issei, all that dilemma about her responsibilities and her wishes being in conflict went all over his head. Being just a teenager that had a regular life until a couple of months, he couldn't understand it. But he knew he had to say something. Having their master in such a mood would do them no good in the match, and besides, he didn't want to see her crying. For me, Bucho is Bucho. There's nothing more to it. You'll be always the best for me regardless of what decision you make. He did his best trying to lighten up her mood. But he wasn't expecting her cheeks to blush suddenly. Bucho? Did I say something weird? She shook her head. No. It's nothing. More importantly, I've been meaning to ask, how has been your training with Shirou-kun so far? She changed the topic of the conversation really quickly, that much he could tell. But that also brought back the somber thoughts he was having a few minutes ago. I'm definitely getting better, but even so, I feel useless. I don't think I'm going to be able to help you guys in any way in this battle. I acted all tough because I have the boosted gear, but in the end, I'm a weakling as Razor said. Despite both of us having no talent, I'll never be able to come close to Sensei. Rias could only look speechless at her beloved pawn. He was even crying for his impotence. But before she could speak to comfort him, someone beat her to it. I see you haven't understood yet. A soft yet severe voice caught the attention of the two devils. They turned to see Shirou, wearing just the lower part of his tracksuit and carrying a towel to wipe his sweat. Sensei? Issei stood up to face the approaching Magus. This has never been a matter of you getting strong. The point of my training was letting you use your weakness in the most efficient way. Issei looked at his sensei like if he grew a second head, unable to catch the meaning behind his words. Besides, you're selling yourself short. Comparing yourself with me has given you the wrong idea, but I guess I'll have to show it to you in a more visual way. The golden-eyed turned around and disappeared after climbing the stairs leading to the second floor, not without leaving one last instruction. Come to meet me in a couple of hours like usual, but start boosting till your limit right away. While Issei looked at his back clueless, Rias caught his message. It seems it's time for you to show us the fruits of your training, Issei. A couple of hours later, after having breakfast, everyone was in the mansion's courtyard. Boost. Unlike the other sessions, they weren't alone. The other devils, even Rias, were there to witness their final spar. Boost. His sensei was already prepared. That flaming katana he used in the first day found its way to his hands once again. Despite being patiently waiting for Issei, it gave him a really terrifying aura. It was like if he was about to fight a monster. Boost. Explosion. He finally reached his limit, and he already noticed the first difference. He was able to double his power more than 20 times. So much power accumulated in his body. He even felt that he could take on Raider without a problem. But facing Shirou, some drops of sweat began to slide down his forehead. It wasn't a matter of power, since Razor's aura as a pure-blooded devil was several times superior to Shirou's as a human. But in terms of combat prowess, it was all the other way around. He was in front of a true warrior, while the Phoenix heir was just a rich boy that hasn't trained in his life. Shirou took his stance as Issei took a step forward in preparation to rush at him. The fact that he wasn't able to see a single opening in Shirou's stance meant that he would be taking him seriously. No more openings on purpose to help him be able to see them. Are you two ready? Rias spoke, acting as the referee of the match. After getting a slight nod from the two teenagers, she raised her arm. Go! The moment that sword left the devil's mouth, Issei sidestepped. Mere instants later, the spot he left was completely obliterated by Shirou's fire. The Red Dragon Emperor then rushed at the Magus as fast as he could. With so much energy circulating through his body, he crossed the distance in a couple of seconds. Shirou noticed the absurd boost in his speed too. Not as fast as Kiba, but close enough. So he also rushed at Issei to engage him in close combat. Ha! Issei took the initiative, throwing his left fist at Shirou's chest. As expected, Shirou avoided the attack. But unlike the other sessions, instead of batting it aside with easiness, he skillfully deflected it, leaving Issei in an awkward stance. His reinforced leg immediately smashed Issei's open side. Ku! But Shirou's eyes widened. The kick barely moved the devil an inch. Issei clenched his teeth and endured the sharp pain as he attacked back with a reverse swing with his gauntlet. Again, the Muramasa deflected the attack, making his fit miss Shirou's head by inches. But he wasn't over. Seeing that his sensei's sword was at the height of his neck, Issei attacked the lower part of his chest with his right fist. However, his attack was blocked by the hilt of the katana at the last second, and the blade was pointing right at his face. Camel, Megiddo! With its true name summoned, a hellish fire engulfed the blade. Issei only had a fraction of a second to recognize that attack and tilted his head backward just in time so the beam of fire didn't turn him into ashes. The devil's body reacted on instinct then, and he threw himself in a hasty roll to the side to avoid being cut in half. Just as he thought. Even if he hadn't been massacred in this exchange, he was still no match for him. So the only thing he could do that would give him a slight chance of winning was doing something that would take Shirou by surprise. After he stood up again, he stretched his left arm, his mental trigger already visualized to summon his demonic power. A small ball of energy formed in front of him. Its size was the one of a golf ball, but it would be enough. He reeled his arm with the boosted gear, concentrating all his energy in his fist, and punched the energy ball. In essence, he was imitating Shirou's technique to punch those daggers. What he didn't expect was that the moment he punched the ball, it turned into a huge beam of energy even larger than the one fired by that flaming katana. Even Shirou himself showed some surprise seeing such an attack, but he reacted quickly. His right hand left the katana's hilt and stretched in front of him. I am the bone of my sword. He whispered some words, but Issei wasn't able to hear half of them. However, he could say they carried power. Row Ajax. Just before the beam of demonic energy hit him, something pink appeared in front of him before his figure was engulfed by an explosion. And not a small one. The explosion shook the entire place, blowing up chunks of ground and raising a thick smoke screen. A part of Issei was starting to worry as he couldn't see how Shirou was, but the other part told him that he would be fine. And those thoughts were confirmed by a voice coming from inside the smoke. Quite impressive, but I would advise you to keep something like that as a finisher when you know the opponent won't be able to avoid it. A quick swing of his flaming katana blew away all the smoke, revealing that, aside from some tears in his right sleeve, he was as good as new. Huh? That didn't do shit to you? No, you forced me to pull out my strongest defense. I'm quite sure that attack would have torn a hole in the mountain if it hadn't blocked it. Oh. Issei's mouth took the shape of an O, as he looked again at his gauntlet under a new light. The fact that he was able to pierce through one of AIA's layers was really impressive. Shirou started to see why that sacred gear was so feared in this world's supernatural side. Do you see it now, Hyudu? You were able to hold your ground against me and pull off such an attack. If you are able to perform like that during the match, you should have any troubles to beat the crap out of Razor. Those words were accompanied with a confident smile, to which Issei replied with a thankful one. Thank you very much. Sensei. I thought you were only able to copy swords you've seen, Shirou-kun. Rias' voice reminded the two about their audience. For some reason, Kiba and Kaneko were holding an Asia that was on the verge of fainting, and the two senpais looked at Shirou with surprise and curiosity. Even if a shield is not close to the concept of sword, it's still enough simple for me to reproduce it. Simple, you say? Issei-kun's attack was on the level of a high-class devil, which is impressive by itself, but that shield took it head-on like nothing. Shirou sighed. He pulled it out to get an accurate estimation of the power behind Issei's attack, and due to his mind being fully focused on the battle, he forgot they were there. And it didn't seem they would drop the subject so easily. You shouldn't expect less from the shield that was able to block the spear of Troya's hero, Hector. He just dropped the bomb and quickly changed the subject. But the important issue here is that Issei is now ready for the match. You guys should take the rest of the day to get some rest. At least they took it for what it was and didn't ask further, but he could already feel an incoming headache. The day of the final match at long last arrived. It was about midnight, and Issei and his comrades were waiting in their clubroom. Grayfia was also with them and reminded them about the rules of the raiding game. She also said that Rias and Razor's respective families, as well as the great Mao Lucifer himself, were going to watch the match. And that last part didn't help to ease Issei's nerves. That last lesson with Shirou served to fire up his determination, but now that he was minutes away from the battle, his heart was running a mile. Aside from him, Asia was the only one who was visibly nervous. They were all wearing their school uniforms since Rias said that was what represented them the most as the Occult Research Club. The only exception was Asia, who was wearing her old nun habits. Something quite unpractical for a fight, but she wasn't going to fight, so it was fine. And in the middle of that tense atmosphere, someone knocked at the door. Oh, if it isn't Shirou-kun. The one who walked into the room was none other than Emiya Shirou. I was about to go on my usual patrol, so I thought I'd drop by to wish you luck. His golden eyes met Issei's brown eyes. Suddenly, all his agitation disappeared after the reliable figure of his sensei showed up. Everyone exchanged greetings with the magus, but they didn't have time to spare. It's time, Lady Rias. Everyone, please step into the magic circle. As Grayfia ordered, Rias and her peerage positioned themselves in the center of the circle the maid prepared beforehand, and this one shone to life. Hyudu, go with everything. But more importantly, don't lose sight of your goal. Yes. I won't let you down, Emiya-sensei. Master and student exchanged some final words before the devils disappeared from the room. Sadly, they weren't able to read Shirou's neutral expression well enough. But who actually did it was Grayfia. So how do you think are their odds, Emiya-sama? Shirou raised an eyebrow for a moment, not expecting the stoic maid to strike a conversation with him, but he still answered. It's hard to say. I did the best I could to help them, but you know well a PRD of 10 days is no way close enough. So it will depend solely on them. It was a subtle way of telling her to not have high expectations. With his training, Issei had actually a chance to beat Raider, but that getting to him through his peerage, which outnumbered them, was a different matter. Razor had been actually right. Issei would be the decisive factor. But more specifically, How he gets at the final confrontation would decide the outcome of the battle. The maid then said something that surprised him. Whether they win or lose, Surzach-sama wants to express his gratitude for helping his sister's peerage. Moreover, would you like to see the rating game with the VIPs? The magus shook his head. With all those freaks coming to challenge the Slayer, I can't let this city unattended. That was an issue he wanted to get over with, but there didn't seem to be a big shot pulling the strings. They were just random guys with curiosity about the urban legend, but they all caused trouble to get to him. And he was sure that someone even more problematic than the stray devil would show up in the near future. If that's what you wish, I won't ask further. With those words, the servant of the Demon King disappeared using her own magic circle, and Shirou took his leave. Issei struggled to catch his breath as he climbed the stairs leading to the roof of the school building. He was in the middle of the enemy base, but there weren't any other enemies left in the game anyway, so he didn't have to worry about that. The match was going well at the start, with them being able to eliminate several members of Razor's peerage. The first scare came when the enemy queen tried to ambush Kaneko from the air, but Issei got her out of the way in the last second and Akino intercepted her to have a duel between queens. Shirou's arrows were a lot faster than the queen's spell, so he was able to even see it coming. That absurd method of training actually paying off really scared Issei. After that, the two of them meet up with Kiba and face the rest of Razor's peerage. The Gremory Knight quickly defeated the two enemy knights before they could notice that he knew all of their movements, and Kaneko and Issei dealt with the two bishops, the remaining rook, and the last two pawns. Even with Ravel's command, they ended up being defeated. Kaneko literally stomped the pawns, their fighting method consisting of imitating cats set her off for some reason. The rook seemed obsessed with fighting Issei, but the way he just dodged her attacks started to PSS her off, and hence, she left an opening. An opening which Issei capitalized with a punch powered with a mana burst, making it an actual one-hit KO due to all the boosts he accumulated in the meantime. The other bishop was easily defeated between the three of them, and Ravel started stalling, giving them a speech about why they couldn't win due to his brother's immortality. In the end, Kiba stabbed her shadow with a new sword he created using one of Shirou's swords as inspiration, effectively pinning her down. She also had a high regeneration, so attacking her would be a waste of time and energy. But from then on, things go south. Akino was defeated by the enemy queen. It turns out she had an item called Phoenix Tear that healed her instantly. A little detail Rias forgot because they didn't use it in all the prior matches. Kiba and Kaneko engaged her after telling Issei to save his remaining energies for Razor. As much as he wanted to fight alongside them to defeat the arrogant queen, the fatigue was starting to catch up to him, so he rushed at the enemy base. Kaneko was knocked out shortly after, and Kiba managed to take the queen out with him blowing a sword right in her face. A trick he got from Shirou if Issei had to bet. So the only enemies left were Razor himself, who had been fighting against Rias and Asia for more than half the match, and his sister, who refused to engage in combat even if she freed herself. This was going to be the decisive battle. He had already promoted to queen, gaining a considerable boost in power, his master removed the seal from his evil pieces, and he had accumulated another 20 boosts. Ucho! I'm here! The Gremory pawn shout as he broke a window to access the roof of the building. Issei! Issei-san! The two girls' expressions lighted up seeing him approaching. Rias' uniform was full of burns, but thanks to Asia, she didn't have a single scratch on her. The same could be said of Razor at the other side of the roof. But unlike Rias, who was already panting, he just seemed slightly annoyed. So the dragon brat is finally here, huh? I'll admit it. You being able to defeat my entire peerage is praiseworthy. You've used well these 10 days. But this ends here. You're just delaying the inevitable, Rias. Your pawn isn't going to make a difference. It's checkmate. Issei gritted his teeth with anger. The BSTRD was still acting all confident despite having been cornered, like all the other matches he had. We won't know until we fight, Yakitori BSTRD. I'm gonna throw that immortality of yours right up your butt. While Razor widened his eyes in surprise and anger, that renovated Rias and Asia's determination. Well said, Issei. Nobody is giving up here. Victory is in sight. It's time to show them the result of your training with Shirou-kun. Shirou-kun? You say that human trained you? Issei ignored his question, the devil in his eyes already turning into just an enemy to defeat. You already heard Bucho boosted gear. It's time to kick that BSRD's butt. Sacred gears answered the user's emotions. The last time was anger, but this time, it was his determination having reached its peak. He finally understood Shirou's words. Using his weakness. The reason he just perfectioned his use of the boosted gear instead of trying to learn how to use a sword or even offensive spells. Instead of trying to improve on things he was bad at, he took the little he had and learned to use it efficiently. Just like Shirou did with the only 2 spells he could use until he could be considered someone strong. In other words, he didn't need to be talented in the sword or the magic to be strong. Dragon Booster. The gauntlet roared to life in answer to his emotions, unleashing a burst of power and even changing its shape to one more draconic with a second gem appearing near his elbow. Here I come. The Red Dragon Emperor kicked the ground and threw himself at the enemy king. I deal with you quickly. Razor answered, firing a huge fireball in Issei's direction. If he dodged that attack, it would go straight for Rias and Asia. So instead of sidestepping, he put all his energy on his gauntlet and swung it in front of him to cut the ball in half. Juge. The idea sounded brighter in his head, but in the execution, he ended up with a bunch of burns all over his body. However, it took Razor by surprise, who looked at him like if he were mentally ill. Seizing that moment of surprise, Issei clamped down the pain by force and crossed the remaining distance. Wait dash. Before the Phoenix could react, Issei's gauntlet landed in between his collarbone and neck. The broken bone was instantly healed, but Razor grimaced from the pain. Hurrah! But Issei didn't let him rest. His right fist landed right on his solar plexus, causing Razor to lose his breath and arc his body, and Issei's elbow found its way to the back of his head. You little! The Phoenix finally had enough and summoned his flames to force the pawn away from him. Don't get all mixed up, lowlife. Razor threw his punch enveloped in fire at Issei's face, but it was deflected by his gauntlet. That caused a lot of openings in Razor's stance, but at that moment, hesitation struck Issei. That had been too easy compared to his fight with Shirou. So the doubt of those openings being real ones or feints stopped him from going with the obvious follow-up, a left on his face, and waited for the next attack. Razor's attacks were simple and telegraphed, really easy to avoid. The problem was his flames, forcing him to retreat more often than not. That, coupled with his hesitation, caused that Issei didn't land as many attacks as he should. But even so, he was doing it. He was fighting against him head-on, and even if his attacks didn't cause any damage, he could see the pain in Razor's face every time he landed a blow in a weak point. If he could keep that up for some minutes, he might be able to force him to forfeit due to the pain. Unfortunately, time wasn't on his side in this battle. First, the sound he never wanted to hear came out of the gem, and all strength left his body. His body felt really heavy, and his consciousness started to fade really quickly. No. I almost got dash. Those precious seconds he lost checking his conditions sealed the fight, as Razor's fist hit him on his face with the strength of a speeding truck. Issei! He could hear Rias and Asia's worried voice as his body rolled through the roof like a rag doll. Oh, it took you more than I expected, but this was an expected outcome. A voice filled with indifference came from above them. It was Ravel, who was flying with her flaming wings to observe better the fight. Doubling your power is something so irregular that it puts your body under huge stress. That coupled with all the wounds and fatigue you accumulated in all the fights you fought until now, it was a miracle you lasted that much. Meanwhile, Issei was trying to put whatever strength he had left in his limbs to stand up. But it's no use. His body didn't move an inch. That was it. All the hellish training he has been through. All the valuable lessons beaten into him. All the blows he received to be able to react to his enemy's attacks. All was for nothing. In the end, he wasn't able to defeat the Yakitori BSTRD. Don't lose sight of your goal. At that moment, his sensei's words crossed his mind. An image of the auburn-haired teenager back to him appeared in his mind. That impossible wall he wasn't able to even get close to. After fighting Razor, he could say for sure Shirou would beat the crap out of him. But that was beside the point. His goal. Why was he fighting? Defeating the Yakitori Bestiardi was just a means to an end. This fight was to save his master. This fight was to protect her smile, the happiness of the girl he most admired. Even if he no longer had the power of the dragon, as long as he could still move, he would continue to fight for her. Arg. In other words, despite his breath being ragged, a grin spread across Razor's face. This is my victory. Even if your bishop heals him with her twilight healing, he won't stand up. Again. His words got stuck in his throat as the devil in question got up again. His legs were trembling nonstop, and he looked more like a corpse, but the fire in his eyes was far from extinguished. My body can still move. So I can still fight. Issei started to walk slowly towards his enemy, who greeted him with a really annoyed expression. You really are persistent, Dragon Boy. It seems I'll have to put you down for good. Razor's flaming fist came at him again, but he couldn't even react to them. The only thing he could do was cross his arms in front of him to block the punches. It hurt like hell. His sensation of pain hasn't been numbed, but he endured it. He just needed to wait for the opportunity. Issei, please stop. It's enough. I can't watch this any longer. But there was another problem. Hearing Rias and Asia's voices almost made him collapse for good. Hearing them crying for someone like him made his heart hurt, and that was a pain he couldn't just ignore. However, at that moment, a small smile spread across Issei's face. See it, Bucho. I'm going to win. Bang. Razor's fist pierced through Issei's defense and slammed itself in his face for the second time. Time seemed to slow down as his body fell to the ground. But, grab. Huh! The Phoenix let out an astonished voice as Issei's right hand grabbed him by the hair. Demon, you dash. Gotcha! No matter how much Razor tried to shake him off, he couldn't. For some reason, the dying devil was holding him with an absurd strength. Issei used him to righten himself and pulled back his left fist. Razor recognized what he was going to do and imitated him. Hey awa! You little maggot! Both devils started to shove their fists into the other's face with all their might. There was no technique to be seen, just two men clumsily throwing random punches. Issei's face quickly became a mess of blood and bruises. The sounds of flesh being torn and bones being broken resounded throughout the place. But regardless of anything, he kept throwing punches at Razor. Issei's punches didn't do any damage to him. His regeneration kept him as good as new, but why did it felt like if those punches had even more strength behind them than the ones before? It was then that Rias understood it. Issei wasn't going to give up. Even if his body went way past his limits, he refused to accept defeat, and so, the system that would send him to the medical bay wouldn't be triggered. He would continue to throw punches until Razor was already defeated. Or his body was broken. The tears started to slide down her cheeks. He was going to such length just to accomplish her selfish request. And he was about to lose him for such a reason. I give up. Rias Gremory resign. The moment those words reached Issei's ears, his body came to a complete halt. His hand released Razor's hair, causing this one to fall on his butt, but Issei remained there in the same pose. You did well, my dear Issei. You did well. His master tenderly hugged him from behind. He had passed out long ago, but his determination kept his body on the movement. The last thing he managed to hear was, "Way to go, partner." Huh. Issei's eyes drifted around the unusual red landscape in front of him. No, it wasn't a landscape. It was a massive red dragon, staring right at him with its green slit eyes. The mere presence of this ancient being would make most of the life on this planet tremble in fear, the absurd amount of power it exuded just by breathing enough to make kneel inferior beings. Issei would be freaking out if it wasn't for this not being the first time he saw this dragon. He already saw it during a few dreams after he unlocked the power of the boosted gear. But this time, he was finally able to realize the meaning of this dream. You are the Welsh dragon, aren't you? The red dragon sealed in his sacred gear. In other words, the one that has been providing him power all this time. The pinnacle of phantasmal beasts opened its maw to speak for the first time, bursts of fire slipping out of it in the process. At long last, you're finally able to hear me, Haida Issei. Its deep voice resounded with Issei's soul. You went down like a true warrior, but at the end of the day, you still lost against the Phoenix Brat. You'll have to train more if you don't want the White Dragon to laugh at you. White Dragon? So that's actually a thing. That human was spot on. One day, you'll have to fight your fated enemy, the White Dragon. But until then, I'll show you how to use my power. You must win the next time. I win for a loss. I'll give you the power whenever you need it, but remember that you'll need to pay a price in return. Don't worry, I'll make the sacrifice worth it, so show them all the fearsome power of a dragon. Issei's consciousness started to blurry after hearing those words. Or was it the other way around? The next time he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar ceiling over him. It was his room. Ugh. His head was still spinning, but the memories didn't take long to come to him. He couldn't remember anything after grabbing the Yakitori BSTRD by the hair, but he could deduce the outcome of that battle. DMN it. He cursed. It was really shameful. He betrayed everyone's confidence, but more importantly, he disappointed his sensei and his master. DMN it. Why am I unable to win? Tears started to come out as he got up from his bead. Even after taking Shirou's approach of focusing on efficiency, he was still a loser. Because of his fault, Rias would no longer be able to be happy. If you are able to whine over your loss, then it means you're fully recovered. A familiar voice made Issei stop in his tracks, his neck turning slowly to see Shirou sitting on his desk chair. His expression was solemn, confirming Issei's assumptions. What are you doing here, Emiya-sensei? Drop the sensei. I have nothing more to teach you. As for your question, well, I was taking turns with Asia to watch over you. They really made a number on you. Even with Asia's healing powers, it took you 2 entire days to recover your energies. Issei's eyes widened. 2 days? No, wait, more importantly, you said Asia's here, but what about Bucho and the others? Since you guys lost, the preparations for the wedding began shortly after. Shirou took a quick glance at Issei's digital alarm clock. In fact, a party to formally announce the wedding should have started by now. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko accompanied Rias to the underworld, leaving Asia here to treat you, and I lent her a hand. I had my doubts about your fathers letting a stranger enter their house at the beginning, but the moment Asia said I was your friend, they even insisted. The news felt like a knife mercilessly piercing his heart. Issei fell on his knees, and the tears started to slide down his cheeks once again. So this is it, huh? I couldn't save Asia. And now I couldn't protect Bucho's smile. Are you already giving up? Are you going to accept that without fighting? Of course I don't want to let that Yakitori BC Bucho. But what can I do? The ceremony is ongoing. And even if I were to fight him again, the result would remain the same. It's impossible for me to do something about it. If only I had a few months to train dash. The sound caused by Shirou walking out of the chair interrupted him. When the devil raised his head, Shirou was making a really serious face. Listen here, Hayuru Issei. Things are just impossible until you try. If you really want to protect your master's smile, then go there and shout, I refuse. If that is your dream, then keep moving forward until you achieve it, without caring about what others say. Only then, whether you succeed or fail again, you won't have regrets. Issei could only look at him astonished. Those eyes. Even someone like him could tell. Those eyes brimming with determination. The person in front of him was someone who never gave up no matter how many times he failed in his search of that ever-distant dream. If only he had a small fraction of that courage. But hearing those words, he could feel his resolution starting to fire up again, just like before the match. Shirou noticed it, and a smile found its way to his lips. That was actually the first time Issei saw him truly smiling. I see there is still a part of you that remained human. Then wake up, samurai. We have a party to burn. Yeah. Issei stood up with a jump, his usual behavior finally back. This time I make sure to beat the Yakitori BSRD for real. Nice reference, by the way. But how am I going to get there? At that, Shirou took out a paper from his pocket and handed it to Issei. Upon closer inspection, it was really similar to the pamphlets their clients used to summon them, so it must have a teleportation spell placed on it. A certain maid dropped by a few hours ago and told me to give you this. She said it would take us to the building in which the wedding ceremony is taking place. If you want to save Rias, storm the ceremony, she said. The other face of the paper has something that will let us escape if shit hits the fan. I see. Wait, this? Of course I'm going with you. It is my duty as your coach to take you to Ring, right? Since we're going to basically raid a private party, we should expect some security. But leave that to me and focus only on Razor. I'll go to let Asia know you're awake, so start dressing up and thinking a way to defeat him. But I have already something in mind. The moment Shirou walked out of the room, Issei put on his spare school uniform before raising his voice. Can you hear me, Welsh Dragon? You said you would give me power, and this is the perfect moment. You don't have to shout, partner. I'm right here. The voice of the dragon sounded directly in his mind. I'll ask you just in case. Your left arm in which I reside will no longer be that of a devil, but a dragon. In exchange, you'll be able to use my power to its fullest for a short PRD of time. Are you sure you want to give me your arm in exchange for power? Of course I'm ready to give whatever you want as long as it is enough to beat that BSTRD. I wouldn't be asking otherwise. A good answer. Now then, the deal is settled. At that moment, the red gauntlet appeared on his left arm without him calling upon it. But looking at it more closely, the scales now didn't look made out of steel, but more organic. Just shout, overboost, and I'll do the rest. I see. Thanks. Air. The name is Drake. Right. Thanks, Drake. Just at that moment, the door of his room opened again, and a certain ex-nun entered accompanied by Shirou. Contrary to his expectations, she looked at him with teary eyes and a huge amount of concern. By the looks of it, Shirou filled her in. You're going to fight again, Issei-sen? Issei nodded at her. Yes. I'll bring back Bucho. Then I'll go with you too. I don't want to just look how you are defeated again. There's definitely something I can do to help you. No. You stay here, Asia. This is something I most see through to the end by myself. Asia wanted to retort again, but looking at Issei's eyes, her words died in her throat. Then, promise me this. You'll definitely bring back Rias Wani-sama. Of course. That's good and all, but I've been meaning to ask. Shirou spoke right after they finished, his eyes fixed on Issei's left arm. You've sold your arm to the dragon, do you? Issei nodded and clenched said fist. This is just a small price if it allows me to save Bucho. Asia brought her hands to her mouth in surprise, tears falling from her eyes, while Shirou sighed. Well, if that's your decision, I'll refrain from telling you how reckless was that. Besides, there's something I want to give you. In his hand appeared a silver sword, its ominous aura immediately sending goosebumps down the spines of the two devils. Yet, that was a somewhat familiar sight. That is. This is Retriever, the sister sword of the one I used to finish that stray devil. It has a really powerful anti-monster property due to its curse, and the ability to consume magical energy, or whatever equivalent devils use, making it able to pierce through most spells. In other words, this is a weapon created to kill phantasmal beasts like Razor. Shirou handed it to Issei, who took it with extreme caution. He speaks the truth, partner. I get the feeling that sword can even pierce through a dragon scale like nothing, and it's not even a dragon slayer. This human is really a box full of surprises. But how am I going to use this? Issei asked mentally. Emiya-sensei used it as an arrow, and I don't have any knowledge of wielding a sword. I have the perfect solution for that. Oh ho 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 ho. The laughter of the Phoenix's younger daughter resounded through the entire hall. My Oni-chan finally submitted the rebellious Gremory. She was basically going around rubbing that fact on the face of every guest in the party as if the news hadn't traveled all over the underworld already. There wasn't a single devil unaware of the imminent marriage between the Phoenix heir and the Gremory heiress. There she goes, bragging about their victory. Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko could just bite their tongues and keep their fake smiles in front of all the other guests. I didn't help that Razor was doing the same, carrying around a Rias already wearing a nuptial dress as if she were a mere trophy to boast about. But deep down, they still had a faint hope. My sympathies. They are bragging as if their victory had been completely one-sided, yet it was one of the closest rating games I've seen. The three turned their attention to the familiar voice and saw the Citri heiress approaching them. Oh, you too assisted to this party, Kaicho? I can't miss the wedding ceremony of my childhood friend, even if it's with that man. But more importantly, I wanted to congratulate you. Even if you lost the match, your performance was surprisingly good. You managed to take with you the entire enemy peerage, and it was only Razor's immortality that allowed him to snatch the victory. I can't imagine what kind of training you went through. Kiba's smile became strained. I kind of cheated. Emiya-san helped me memorize all the movements of the two enemy knights. Kaneko nodded to Kiba's words, but she wasn't ashamed in the least of knowing most of the movements of every close-range enemy combatant. Shirou's structural grasp didn't work that well with fist-load weapons or staffs, but it really came in handy. Yeah, Shiro-kun wasn't able to help me much for this rating game, but he surely turned Issei-kun into a fine warrior. Sona's mouth was left hanging open. She made a note of asking further about that the next time she met the magician. But you shouldn't offer your condolences yet, Kaicho. This is far from over. Yes, I get the feeling things aren't going to end like this. This is not over. For a moment, Sona was having trouble making sense of what they were saying, but then, the image of a certain golden-eyed magician popped into her mind. Don't tell me. You aren't thinking what I'm thinking, are you? And just before they could say something, boom, the door of the room literally burst open, the bodies of several guards coming out like ragged dolls. And after that, a golden-eyed magus entered the room casually, with his favored twin swords in hand and dressing a pair of jeans, trainers, and a black and white jacket. The entire place fell into a dead silence more appropriate for a funeral than a party. Every devil stared at the human who showed up from nowhere like if they were seeing a UFO. And among them, a black-haired devil pinched the bridge of her nose to relieve her migraine. The human magician? What are you doing here? I forgave your insolence last time, but this time I won't hold back. Razor was glaring daggers on Shirou, and this one answered with a confident smile. Personally, I don't give a crap about this marriage, but... He pointed to his back with his thumb. I brought someone that does have something to say about it. Taking that at his clue, Issei stepped forward. His face was a little bit pale, the Doom soundtrack still fading from his mind, but he steeled himself and fixed his eyes on the pair of fiancés. For all the devils present here, and even the Demon King himself, I am Hyde Issei, Rias Gremory's pawn, and I came here to get her back. Rias widened her eyes, a single tear falling from her eye. A smile showed on his comrades' faces, and the rest of the devils finally reacted and started making a racket. What is happening here, Razor-sama? What is the meaning of this, Rias? Both guests and familiars of the fiancés began making a fuss like headless chickens when things didn't go as planned, but then, a voice filled with power and authority silenced all the others. This is a little event I had prepared. A man that could only be described as a male Rias stepped in, with Grafia following him a step behind. Onii-san? Rias' surprised voice just gave it out. That was Surzech Lucifer, the most powerful demon king of the current four ruling the underworld. While the other devils started whispering among themselves, Issei could notice how Shirou tensed up for the first time since he knew him. Shirou instinctively raised his guard at the immense dark presence in front of him, easily on the level of an superior dead apostle and even surpassing some of them. I wanted to witness the power of the legendary dragon with my own eyes, so I had Grafia arrange this encounter. As for the human, his blue eyes met Shirou's. I am guessing you are the one who prepared the dragon boy for this fight. That is correct. Shirou put down his swords but didn't dismiss them. You can think of me as his coach. But you can't do something so irresponsible. One of the devils tried to retort, but shut down the moment Surzech opened his mouth. The rating game was really entertaining, but the advantage of one of the sides was obvious. My sister only has half of her peerage, and had to face a genius like Razor-kun here. Are you saying the match should be invalidated? The Demon King answered with a smile to Razor's question. No. If I myself express any qualm, I would be disrespecting the old nobles. I just wanted to liven up the wedding party of my sister. Dragon versus Phoenix. A showdown between two legendary creatures would be the perfect entertainment, don't you all agree? His intentions couldn't be cleared, but no one dared to speak up. Dragon-kun, you have my permission. Razor-kun, would you let us witness your power one more time? The Phoenix heir shrugged. I can't reject a request from Lucifer-sama. Very well. This by my last performance before I become a married man. Seeing the Yakitori BSRD ready to fight, Issei fell in his battle stance. With that settled, the only thing remaining was to kick his ass. But before they went at it, Surzech spoke again. Dragon-kun, what prize do you want if you win the fight? Surzech-sama, he's a low-class devil. Regardless of his class, since he's willing to put a show for our entertainment, it would be unseemly to not compensate him. Now then, what do you want, Dragon-kun? A noble title? A beautiful woman? Issei didn't even need to think about his answer. I don't need any of that. What I want is Bucho no Rias Gremory to come back with us. I want to break this stupid marriage and let her choose who she wants to marry. The smile on the Demon King's face spread. Okay then. If you win, you can take Rias with you. And what about the human? Will he assist the dragon boy? The match will be more even that way, even if just a bit. Razor spoke again. It seemed that his victory 2 days ago got to his head. If you crave death so badly, I'll humor you. If you manage to defeat my pupil, that is. I'll warn you, things won't be so easy this time. Shirou's instant jab blew away the smile on Razor's face, but being surrounded by nobles, he pulled himself together quickly to keep his image. In a matter of seconds, the center of the hall became an improvised ring, with only Razor, Issei, and Shirou remaining in the center of the room. Shirou's hand rested on Issei's shoulder. This will be your fight. I'll be on the sidelines, but I'll throw a pointer if things go south. And remember, your main weapon for this fight will be your left fist. If you manage to land a few solid blows, you'll win. Issei nodded, and Shirou walked to the side of the room, which served as makeshift stands. He positioned himself in the center, just in the middle of the relatives and friends of both parties, having Sona at his left and Razor's little sister at his right. Both of them were glaring at him for different reasons. Begin. Given the signal, Razor craned his neck. He was still not taking Issei seriously. I don't know what you two are up to, but do you really think you can defeat me even if you're at your best this time? What can possibly have changed in the span of 2 days? This will be quick. After I'm done with you, I'll teach a lesson to that insolent lowlife. A mocking grin appeared on Issei's face as he clenched his draconic hand in front of him, which was still unnoticed. Oh, but there has been a lot of changes. However, I can agree with you. It won't take me much to beat your sorry butt. Ignoring Razor clenching his teeth, Issei sent a stare at his master beside the Mao. Don't take your eyes off me this time, Bucho. I'll defeat this BSRD to bring back the smile to your face. Here I come. Overboost. Welsh Dragon Overbooster. The gem on his draconic arm emitted a blinding shine as a huge burst of power overwhelmed the entire room. At the next moment, Issei's figure was enveloped by a red armor resembling a humanoid dragon with propellers attached to its back above the tail and several green gems over different parts of it. That's Dash. The forbidden technique? A balance breaker? Ignoring all the comments of the surprised audience, Issei set his gaze on Razor. The Phoenix heir's confidence was quickly plummeting. This. You took the original form of the Red Dragon Emperor? He was spot on. This was the balance breaker of his sacred gear, the boosted gears scale mail. A state that allowed him to temporarily tap into the original power of the heavenly dragon that could fight even gods. Remember, partner, you have only 10 seconds. Your body won't last more than that. I know. 10 seconds is more than enough to defeat him. 10. Hee hee. Razor let out a nervous giggle as he steeled himself. So this is the source of your confidence. You truly became a monster. Very well then. The devil unleashed his flames. They were huge, taking the form of a ferocious bird. Even Issei could feel the intense heat through his armor. The Phoenix heir really was holding back during the raiding game. I, the one who represents the fire, wind, and immortality, shall take you head-on. Both combatants rushed at each other, Razor with his wings and Issei with his armor's propellers. The former pulled back his right fist enveloped by a huge ball of fire, while the other just punched without any fancy power. A huge clash of power blew away the chairs and tables around and even shattered all the windows. But it didn't last long. Issei's fist pierced through Razor's flames like if they were a calm breeze, and found its way to Razor's face. The Phoenix heir was sent stumbling through the room, crashing into the wall at the other side. Issei remained in the center. Even if his left hand was as good as new with just some blood on it, the rest of his armor was steaming due to having been so close to the flame. UBSTRD. The Phoenix heir raised from the rubble with another burst of flames. It's useless. No matter how hard you punch me. The devil suddenly found himself spitting blood, the pain in his right cheek still there for some reason. In fact, it was getting worse by the time. He touched it with his hand but took it off with repulsion instantly. What's this? Something, a curse most likely, was rotting and consuming his flesh at the same pace his flames tried to heal it. Not just the pain, but the sensation of being eaten away was horrifying. What's the meaning of this, huh? His eyes then noticed something protruding from Issei's left hand, just below the green gem. It seemed like the tip of a silver blade, and it was giving off a really ominous aura. 7. Do you like it? This is a gift from my sensei just to defeat you. Inwardly, Issei was whistling. The sword was way more effective than he thought. Shirou wasn't bragging when he was saying this weapon was made to kill beings like Razor. It doesn't make any difference. I just have to crush you without letting that thing touch me. His words were followed by a huge fireball flying right at Issei. But this one, instead of dodging the attack, just punched it with his left hand. Retriever did the trick once again and absorbed most of the mana fueling the flames. The power of the attack was drastically reduced, and therefore easily deflected to one side. The problem was that the fireball now was flying towards the side where all the public was. Kia! Ravel let out a voice full of panic seeing her older brother's attack coming right at her. The fact that she was also immortal having been forgotten after seeing Razor's condition. But the fireball was swiftly cut in half by a married sword, the flames dispersing harmlessly in front of her. Her eyes darted to the human by her side, who was sending a severe glance at the Red Dragon Emperor. It seems his spatial awareness still needs a lot of work. After mumbling that, he looked back at the girl. Are you all right? Oh, thanks. Don't sweat it. Ravel, was it? Yes. Look this fight closely and let this be a lesson. A knowing smile came to his face, leaving the Phoenix girl speechless. Not even that immortality your clan boasts can stop the will to keep moving forward of a human. 6. Ha-wa-weya. Die already lowly-ife. Issei and Razor were now exchanging punches. Razor threw punches like if he were possessed, his flames slowly melting through Issei's armor. Partner, those phoenix flames can pierce through dragon scales. You should avoid as many attacks as possible. Kuo! Issei wasn't used to wear such bulky armor, so dodging became nearly impossible. He defended himself with his left hand as much as possible, but being his main weapon at the same time, he prioritized attack over defense. However, he was having the same problem as during the raiding game. Razor was full of openings, but he couldn't tell if those were real or feints. He just needed a few more blows, but he was hesitating. Those are all openings. Punch him already. Then, Shirou's voice came, and Issei followed his advice without thinking twice. His left fist slipped right below Razor's overextended right arm, landing right on the wound he caused a few seconds ago. The pain became unbearable, making Razor's body freeze for an instant. And Issei seized the opportunity to punch right on his liver with his right hand, force him to take a step back. Don't get ahead of yourself. Step to your right. Issei did so, effectively dodging Razor's attack before the Phoenix even started it. He swung his left hand in a karate-like motion, unleashing an attack similar to Shirou's camel. But due to the pain, Razor stumbled forward, leaving his back wide open. Issei's left fist quickly smashed Razor's kidney, causing the devil to scream in pain. Block with your forearm and follow the motion to punch him. The Phoenix air-turned, using the movement to do the same attack he tried before but swinging his left hand horizontally. But just as Shirou said, Issei stopped Razor's arm with his left forearm, following with the back of his hand smashing his face in a reverse swing. 3. Issei continued to punch Razor after that, reaching a situation similar to the one in the raiding game but with the roles swapped. Razor was the one desperately trying to defend himself from Issei's barrage of punches with his arms crossed in front of him. Stop. This marriage is really important for us devils. You can't ruin it. Our survival is at stake here. All of his confidence was nowhere to be seen. With his flames having trouble countering the curse and the immense pain caused by that, his will to fight was almost defeated. 2. I don't give a shit about your stupid politics. Just the fact that you don't want to let Bucho be happy is enough for me to defeat you. 1. Uppercut. Just as Issei heard that his right fist managed to open a hole in Razor's defense, most likely due to the pain of his bloodied arms. Owure Aoya. Issei put all his remaining energy in his draconic hand for his last attack. Wait dash. Issei's left fist slipped below Razor's guard and connected with his chin, unleashing a huge mana burst. The impact resounded through all the place, followed by a dead silence as everyone saw Razor fall to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Everyone present was left dumbfounded after seeing how Razor didn't make any movement to stand up, their minds still having trouble processing what just happened. 0. With the count finished, Issei's armor vanished and he fell to the ground without energies. That really took a toll on me. He mumbled as he slowly stood up. Actually, it was a miracle the armor lasted the full 10 seconds. You were lucky I was able to use the energy absorbed by the cursed sword to make up for your lack of power. You don't say. Now, you should take that sword already of your arm before it starts to consume you. Wait, that won't be necessary. Issei felt how the sword faded along with its wicked aura. Most likely Shirou dismissed it to prevent that from happening. And speaking of the devil, I got you. Shirou helped Issei to regain his balance. He was about to thank him but was interrupted. You should go claim your reward before they change their minds. Oh right. Without wasting any second, Issei rushed at Rias' side. Neither Surzech nor the man by their side, who he assumed was their father, voiced any objection. Bucho, let's go home. Issei. Rias was still shocked by the sudden development of things, but she still nodded at her pawn's request. The Red Dragon Emperor pulled out the paper with the spell which brought him here and used the spell on the other face. Then, a majestic creature was summoned in front of them. With half body of an eagle and the other half of a lion, its identity was obvious. So running away riding a griffin was the backup plan in case he hadn't been unable to beat Razor. I'll see you guys in the club. Both, king and pawn waved at Sona, Akino, Kiba, and Kaneko before the mythological beast flew out of the building through one of the broken windows. Unlike on the surface, the sky in the underworld was purple, and there were even stars and a moon. Even if those things didn't feel like the real thing, it was still an impressive view. But at that moment, Issei felt like he was forgetting something. Rias' touch on his draconic arm pulled him from his stupor. Her expression full of sorrow started to worry him. You dummy. You gave your arm to the dragon to attain that power. For someone like me, you know it will never be normal again. Issei scratched the back of his head. I'll have to manage something about it. But it was a small price for saving you. And I have to give credit to Sensei's sword and pointers too. He really helped me. But even if you've broken this compromise, there will be others in the future. Issei replied with a smile. Then I'll become stronger. If that's not enough, I'll sacrifice my other arm, or my leg, or an eye. I'll definitely save you again. It is my duty as Dash. He couldn't speak further as Rias sealed his lips with hers. It wasn't a French kiss, but Issei's brain still needed a reboot. The nagging feeling that he forgot something crucial was still there, but it wouldn't be that important if he forgot it. Right? Sheet, there goes my only escape route. Shirou mumbled as he saw the pair of lovebirds fly in the distance riding the griffin. Well, he guessed he should then withhold the information about Asia finding out all his pawn while he was unconscious. But getting back at Issei was something he couldn't afford thinking now. With those two out of the equation, he was the proverbial elephant in the room. And having the prick knocked out behind wasn't helping. Issei might have not realized it, but with the curse preventing his flames from healing his wounds, Razor might actually die if left unattended. He really beat him to a pulp. Now then. Shirou's grasp over his married blades became firm as he faced all the devils. This could end two ways. 1, he managed to talk his way out of this, or 2, he managed to get out of here leaving a mountain of corpses and blood behind. And having a demon king and his servant present, he hoped it was the first option. But knowing his luck, it would be the second one. That's why he started to load blueprints of every holy sword in his arsenal. He already came here with this possibility in mind, although it would have been in case Issei lost and he would have to cover his escape. Now, there's no need to be so tense, magician. Surzech noticed his increasing hostility and addressed him directly. Your name was Emiya Shirou, was it? As you lent your services to make the match we've just witnessed even more interesting, I'll overlook the fact that you set foot on the underworld without legal permission. Shirou eyed him, not wavering at his overwhelming presence. So you're saying you're going to let me go just like that? He wasn't buying that in the least. Someone that had the title of the Demon King wouldn't run a charity. The smile on Surzech's face grew. Yes. If I remember correctly, you signed a contract to be our ally, don't you? I consider that a magician that single-handedly defeated all the elite guards on his way to here and can stand in the same room with me and Grafia without flinching is worth the investment. Your work making sure the heiresses of the Gremory and Citres families are safe in their stance in the human world is also appreciated. This was more an attempt to convince the other devils in the room than Shirou himself. But he had to say, the guy wasn't just powerful, he was scheming as well. While he was paying his debt to Shirou for aiding her to break the compromise, at the same time he was already placing on Shirou's shoulders the duty of watching over their safety. And that's something he was going to clarify. I don't protect them, I protect the city. Don't misunderstand it. As long as our interests don't get in the way of each other, I'll continue to be neutral. The devils in the room started to whisper among them. A human talking like that to the strongest demon king was preposterous. But unlike them, the smile on Surzech's face remained the same. To think that a human could make that sound so ominous. Being a Mao, having the sensation that an opponent wouldn't be so easy to defeat wasn't something he could see every day. Not to mention that sword capable of easily destroying a member of the Phoenix clan. Keeping him by their side was definitely the best choice. Very well then. Grafia, prepare a magic circle to send him to the human world. Please, this way, Emiya-sama. The magus was escorted to a secluded room by the maid before she began to draw the circle. Shirou sighed inwardly. If anything, this was the result of the Demon King not wanting meaningless deaths. At least, they were on the same page there. It seems Surzech-sama considered you interesting, Emiya-sama. You don't say. This maid turned out to be more talkative than he expected. But I wouldn't recommend endangering Rias-sama or Sona-sama. Surzech-sama, as well as Seraphal-sama, can be a little bit overprotective. I don't like meaningless deaths, Grafia-san. As I said, I won't turn my blade against her if she doesn't do something that endangers the humans around. The maid nodded. With the circle completed, he didn't spend another second there. At least, that journey served to assess the strength and character of one of the Demon Kings firsthand. It just confirmed he would need the unlimited blade works to defeat him, most likely requiring a blast from the image of Excalibur within his reality marble. It's good to know in case he has to face him the moment they cross the line and become a threat to humanity. The circle sent him to the ORC room, but he didn't stay for celebrations. As usual, Emiya Shirou found himself patrolling the quiet streets of Kuo at night. A rainy one at that. He could have projected an umbrella, but that would blow up his cover as a harmless student that was going home late. Not much had changed after the incident of the failed marriage a few days ago, at least not for him. Of course, after seeing him talking to the one said to be the strongest devil alive without even batting an eye, they were cautious around him, but it wasn't that far from the situation prior to the incident. And well, there was Sona's lecture for storming a private ceremony in the underworld and sending several guards to the hospital, but it didn't escalate. The changes he expected, something in the line of increasing the safety measures around the two heiresses or watching him. Those didn't happen. The reason he didn't know. He could just guess that, well, they didn't expect a stray magician to make an enemy of two of the current Maos. Their reputation alone might be able to dissuade most of the people from doing something like that, but expecting that to prevent any attempt on their lives was naive. There is always a bigger fish, as they say. As for the stray devils and other freaks arriving at the city, their numbers were decreasing as of late. He thought that maybe, just maybe, all those freaks realized that coming to this isolated country to throw away their lives wasn't the best way of spending their time. But he was starting to think that there's another reason behind that. The night was quiet. Too quiet. If you walk through a forest and don't hear any sound, that means all the animals are hiding, most likely due to a predator being near. If we extrapolate that patron to Koa's supernatural side, that could just mean bad news. That thought brought a frown to Shirou's face. He didn't know if he was the one attracting the problems, or if it was the heiresses or the town itself, but this was starting to hit an absurd level. Just as he was about to call it a night and head home to get some sleep, a figure came out of an alley in front of him. Help. It was a man wearing the standard outfit of a priest. There were only two options here. Either he was a cosplayer or an actual member of the Holy Church. The second option brought a ton of questions and an incoming headache, but it was most likely the correct one. Please help me. The priest approached Shirou with desperation written all over his face. Enough desperation to seek help from a random teenager he met at the entrance of a shady alley. Not that Shirou could do anything for him. The man collapsed on the ground after spending all of his remaining energy to take a couple of steps. His blood, merging with the thin layer of water over the concrete, started to spread quickly. The cause of death was obvious. The man had a quite big stab wound on his back, most likely a sword. It missed the heart, but still pierced a lung. Oh, what do we have here? Shirou's eyes left the corpse and landed on the perpetrator, who just stepped out of the same alley. He seemed to be another member of the Holy Church, but just seeing that twisted smile he could tell this guy had a screw loose. A random student out here this late at night? Suspicious to say the least. The way you haven't freaked out seeing this fella here. Are you perhaps one of those suckers working for the shitty devils? He ignored the madman and instead looked at the sword he was carrying. Its blade, longer than the average and with a gap near the guard, was soaked in blood, but it wasn't an impediment for his reality marble to reproduce it. Shirou's eyes widened as an urge to puke assailed him. That thing was an offense for all the swordsmiths on this planet. Its structure was full of flaws, caused by the lackluster methods used to reforge it. It was the result of leaving the fragments of the original sword to a bunch of alchemists that just put them together and gave them shape, with their sole focus on conserving a fraction of the original's power. It lacked any kind of spirit, but unlike Kansho and Bakuya, it didn't hold a meaning behind its creation either. It was just an aberration that shouldn't exist. But what really shocked Shirou was the true name of the sword. Excalibur rapidly. That had to be a twisted joke. If Excalibur was shattered in the past, then that meant this world's Excalibur wasn't the holy sword forged in the inner sea of the planet that carried mankind's wishes. It was just another holy sword above the average. And the fragment in front of him. Considering it a noble phantasm would be generous on his part. Its holy aura might be really effective against wicked creatures, but it was an effect that could be replicated with some black keys, and was completely overshadowed by Redeemer and Retriever. But leaving aside the comparisons with the Sword of Promised Victory, how is this world still brimming with life? Without the sword that protects the planet, there is nothing to stop the White Titan from turning this planet into a sea devoid of life. And even if that thing didn't arrive on this planet, and the true ancestors were never a thing either, there are other threats in outer space. Shirou was starting to think that this world might not be even a branch of proper human history's main tree. Heh, it seems you have an eye for quality. The madman's voice brought Shirou back to reality. He seemed to have mistaken his surprise by admiration for that thing. I don't blame you. This Excalibur-chan here is really something. The perfect weapon to exterminate shitty devils. How such a weapon ended in the hands of this prick was another question for the seemingly endless pile. The guy was rubbing his face against the flat side of the blade as if it were some kitty. The golden-eyed boy opened his mouth to speak for the first time. Would you answer if I asked you the reason why you killed this man? To his surprise, the madman actually answered the question. He was an eyesore for the boss, and it is a good occasion to test this babe. And now, he pointed the sword at Shirou. I'll have to kill you too. I cannot leave alive any idiot associated with those fuckers. And what if I told you I'm just a stray magician that isn't affiliated with the devils controlling this town? You are still an unwanted witness, my fellow. And what is even doing a magician in this remote country? Don't tell me? Are you the one that the boss mentioned? The infamous Slayer? You must be him. There isn't any other explanation. You'll be the perfect target to test my Excalibur chopper. Shirou let out a sigh. This man was just plain nuts. It seemed he would have to kill the first person associated with the holy church he came across. Not that he expected to get along with that sect, but making an enemy out of them right off the bat was an entirely different matter. If they had some sort of equivalent of the executors, or the burial agency, things would get complicated. Here I come. Trey-san. Just as the madman rushed at him, Shirou stuffed his left hand in his jacket and projected Kancho just in time to deflect the blade coming at his neck. The sparks flew away, illuminating the street more than the lonely streetlight by their side could. And the maniac smile in the fake priest just grew wider, in contrast to Shirou's cold expression. The madman continued to swing the thing in his hands as if he were just trying out a new toy. There was skill in his attacks, he didn't just swing it randomly. But it wasn't that far from the attack of a mad dog. His speed, though, was something else, at least compared to the average level of an executor. It was the special quirk that sword managed to retain despite its horrendous forging process, and what gave it that name. It enhanced the user's speed and reflexes. However, it wasn't something Shirou couldn't deal with. The man wasn't that far from Kiba's speed, and his telegraphed attacks weren't helping. Even if he tried to take advantage of his enhanced speed, and attacked from all angles unlike the Gremory Knight, Shirou blocked all of his attacks without a problem. Huh. The madman's vicious smile quickly turned into a frown. He was sure the devil he fought not that long ago would have been completely destroyed by this point. But the boy in front of him wasn't even sweating. However, if his guess was right, this level was to be expected from the monster that kept destroying any supernatural creature that entered the city. What was truly baffling him was, why in the world his Excalibur didn't break that flimsy sword? One of the Holy Church's trump cards couldn't lose against some random sword, right? Tisk dimenit. Why isn't that sword breaking already? If he couldn't hit the boy, he might as well destroy his weapon and kill him while defenseless. But that plan was proving to be as difficult as breaking his guard. It took more than 20 clashes, but he finally did it. He finally heard the sound of metal being cracked. Your mind, huh? After observing the black sword in Shirou's hand, he noticed that it was in perfect shape. Not even a single dent could be seen in its beautiful form. His eyes then darted to the sword he was holding, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What? You have to be iffing with me. This sword is the strongest. The sword in his hand, said to be one of the strongest holy swords, had now a horrible crack all over its blade, with some fragments already falling to the ground. No, that sword is far from the strongest. Shirou spoke as if to crush the man's delusion. If you think that joke of a sword can match a true masterpiece, then keep dreaming. Tisk. The man took a step back to reassess the situation. Unlike what he let others think most of the time, he wasn't a complete maniac for battle with a huge bloodlust. With the sword in his hand looking like it was going to fall apart, beating that boy, no, that monster was impossible. He seemed to be able to predict all his attacks without even seeing them, for crying out loud. In this situation, there was only one option available for him. Heh, you aren't half bad, boy. But this seems to be my clue to take my leave. The man pulled something out from one of his pockets and tried to smash it into the ground. However, Shirou reacted quickly. A rapier-like sword with a red guard appeared in his right hand and he threw it at the fake priest. It missed him completely though, going through the space between the madman's legs, causing him to laugh. Ha, not even close. Your aim really Awakens. Now the see ya. Yet another surprise. As much as he tried, putting all his being into it, his arm just wasn't moving at all. Not just his arm, his entire body as well. He couldn't move an inch. The only exceptions were his mouth and eyes. What is this? What did you do to me? Who said I missed? Shirou approached him casually. With the black key stabbing the man's shadow, projected by the streetlight, he wasn't moving anytime soon. Kansho faded from his hand as he took the object in the fake priest's hands. It looked like a small metallic ball, but his structural grasp revealed its true nature. A flashbang, huh? It seems you really were going to turn your tail and run. Didn't the Holy Church instill into you that bullshit about offering your life to God? I'm pretty sure failure meant being labeled as a heretic if your rank isn't high enough. At the end of his speech, he threw the flashbang into a nearby trash can, where it activated just to illuminate its interior. Those were meant to be jabs to see if he lost his cool and revealed some sensible information in the spur of the moment, but the man just looked at him surprised and then laughed. Ha! We are on the same page here, my friend. I deserted from that shitty sect a long time ago, and now I work for a more interesting boss. Shirou raised an eyebrow at that. So what he ended stumbling upon wasn't an internal dispute, but this guy was actually one of those stray exorcists. But I must ask, why such a monster would be in this town blending with those shitty devils? Why don't you join me and the boss? With you, purging them will be a piece of cake. That was pretty much flattery, a desperate attempt of talking his way out of this. But it just let Shirou know that this psycho was just an underling and that the real big shot was scheming something that could mean anything but good to this city. So you work for a terrorist band? The Fallen Angels, I presume. Why should I join in a bunch of paranoid murders that go around killing humans because they can become potential threats? From my point of view, any of you isn't any better compared to the others. The fake priest started to panic as this wasn't going anywhere. Think about it. If you join the boss to restart the war between the three factions, you purge the other two sides more, leaving just the Fallen Angel faction. You want to restart a war? I guess that explains what are you doing bringing this thing here of all places. Shirou took the Excalibur fragment out of his hands and inspected it. With just a couple of test swings, he just confirmed his thoughts. Even if the Excalibur of this sword hadn't been the last phantasm as the one of his original world, it didn't deserve this offense. Now, what should he do about it? The part of him that retains Muramace's swordsmith values from that time they were fused was screaming at him that he should finish the job and destroy it. But his rational part told him that he should just return it, as explaining that he didn't steal it would be less troublesome than explaining why he broke it. Stealing this thing would set up the Holy Church, and involving the heiresses would bring the devils to this mess. That kind of scheme can just come from a guy that just seeks war just for the bloodbath. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. Now. He raised the sword in his hand to behead the fake priest. He had been a good source of information, but leaving him around wouldn't be worth the trouble. He couldn't let him alert this boss that the Slayer was going for him, and not even a psychiatrist could heal him. The madman, however, didn't react at that. He was more focused, staring dumbfounded at the way he wielded the Excalibur without trouble. What's more, the blade of the Excalibur was emitting a faint light, as if to recognize a legitimate owner. Shirou paid no mind to it and swung the blade before the fake priest started to beg for his life and alerted the neighbors. Clang. However, Shirou had to react quickly at the sudden burst of killing intent behind him and turned around to block a sword aimed at his neck. His eyes widened for a second upon recognizing the owner of that sword, a deep frown appearing in his face afterward as he pushed the devil with his reinforced strength. Should I take this as a sign that you guys have finally considered me a threat, Kiba? The blonde knight didn't bat an eye at Shirou's expanding hostility. This must be fate. You managed to fool us all, Emiya. But the fact that you can wield that sword is evidence enough. You were always an undercover agent of the church. You wouldn't be able to wield it otherwise. Shirou raised an eyebrow at that. Judging by the unbelievable amount of hatred he was able to feel the moment Kiba mentioned the thing in his hand, he could assume it was the reason why he jumped to conclusions so suddenly. But even so, tell me, why shouldn't I be able to wield this joke of a sword? Before the devil could answer, the laugh of the madman interrupted their conversation. Fufufu. That's what I was asking myself, shitty devil. The sight of the madman made Kiba grimace. It seemed he had a story with him. Freed Selzen. I'm also glad to see you're still kicking around. Have you finally been able to do it with your boyfriend the Dragon Boy? His taunts made the devil grit his teeth, a sight to behold coming from the charismatic Prince of Kuo. If it wasn't for the sword in Shirou's hand having all his attention, he would have silenced him already. Ignoring the fact that his life was hanging from a thin string, the man kept speaking. Regular humans need external aid to wield Excalibur-chan. An infusion of holy element, just like the old man did with me. So how in the world is this guy able to use it? The only thing that comes to mind is that he is a natural, but that seems unlikely, too. Someone that despises the holy church like that can't have any holy in them. His eyes then landed on the devil. For you, a lowly devil, to know about this. Don't tell me you wouldn't happen to be one of the kids used for the old man's experiment? Seeing how Kiba's eyebrows twitched, the madman knew he had hit the spot. You are. How pitiful. A kid that lost everything is now seeking revenge as a devil. Guess I should send your regards to the old ma dash. Shirou's fist hitting the stomach of the madman silenced him, making his body fall to the ground like a puppet with its strings severed. Enough of the history lesson. I'll make more questions later. His eyes then turned to look at Kiba. Is that it? Just because you hate this thing you were going to kill me? Tell me, how is that going to amend your problems? You know nothing. Kiba started to shout with a voice filled with hatred and rage. You don't know how many lives were sacrificed just to find a way exorcists could wield that sword without trouble. All my friends gave their lives so that I could escape. The only way that I can repay them is dedicating this life to destroy that thing. Throwing any semblance of reason out the window, the devil rushed to attack him. His swing, aimed solely at the holy sword, was swiftly deflected by Shirou. The sword that seemed to be on the verge of falling apart endured the clash only thanks to Shirou applying reinforcement. Gritting his teeth, the devil kept attacking, an uncharacteristic killing intent coming from him. But as a reminiscence of all the bout between the two, he wasn't able to break Shirou's guard. All the improvement he went through during the training camp seemed to be completely buried by a pile of hatred and regrets. You see, I agree with you that this abomination shouldn't exist. But dedicating your entire being to a vengeance regarding this thing? I don't know what happened to you in the past, but I can tell you breaking this thing will accomplish nothing. You should do something more productive with this second opportunity you were given. Shirou tried to talk things out, but it went through one ear and out the other. Shut up. The intensity behind Kiba's attacks just grew with every word. It was to be expected. Hearing that his reason to keep living was absurd, even if Shirou's words were true, just upset him more. He swung his sword with a technique not that far from the one of the madman lying unconscious in the street. Seeing that words weren't going to do it, Shirou changed tactics. Beating some sense to him in a literal way would have to do it then. Eichinen. Pouring some magical energy into the sword, it answered with a burst of light that blew apart Kiba's sword and sent him sliding across the street. It didn't take him much to stand up again though, as Shirou avoided hitting him directly with the holy light. Tisk, Holy Eraser couldn't even endure a single hit. I'll give you one last chance. The magus spoke as lowered he the sword. If you retreat now, I'll let this pass as just you having a bad day. We go back to our respective homes and pretend that this never happened. Even if you truly aren't a member of the church, I won't let you get away as long as you keep protecting that sword. After saying that, he called upon his sacred gear. It took him more time than usual, and it drained him even more, but the result was a massive demonic sword. That thing was powerful, at least compared to the other swords he'd seen Kiba pull out, but it seemed out of place in the hands of a knight that specialized in speed. That sword wouldn't look out of place in Heracles' hands. Once again his rage and hatred were blinding him. Shirou let out another sigh as he prepared the sword in his hands. Your choice then. The devil threw himself at Shirou, his speed severely reduced due to that sword's weight, but the magus waited for him patiently. Hawa. Kiba put all his being into a single swing with that massive sword wrapped in an ominous aura, aiming to destroy that holy sword once and for all. The magus, on the other hand, swung the holy sword with one hand. A simple swing that didn't look even threatening, however, its speed and power made Kiba widen his eyes even with his mind clouded. What ash? The holy light filled the street for a moment, followed by the sound of an explosion and steel falling apart. The devil stumbled through the wet concrete, with some minor burns on his body and the shatters of his great demonic sword scattering all over the place. Kuo! He tried to get up, but his body failed him. Even if his wounds didn't endanger his life, they still drained his energy rather quickly due to the exposition to the holy light. The sounds of steps alarmed him. Kiba turned to see the magus stopping right in front of him and raising the sword in his hand. But far from what he expected, it wasn't to finish him off but to show him the result of the clash. Are you satisfied now? What was left in his hand was just the holy sword's hilt. The blade was completely shattered just as it was the demonic sword. He didn't get an answer from the devil. Once the source of the hatred driving him was out of his sight, he quickly lost consciousness. Ah! Shirou let out another sigh. So this was the truth behind the Prince of Kuo. A boy with massive survivor guilt that was eating him away day by day, hidden by a fake smile. They were similar in a sense. The devil wasn't as messed up as him, but the objective he focused his efforts to soften his guilt was even more self-destructive. First Kaneko and now Kiba. Rias was doing a poor job dealing with her servant's psychological problems. Shirou inspected the sword in his hand again. Excalibur rapidly didn't fall apart due to the clash itself. He forced it to self-destruct after drawing its full potential with that single swing. A skill he borrowed from the time he was fused with the demonic swordsmith. This was far from a solution, however. If the information he got from the sword was correct, there were other 6 abominations scattered through the world. It had to be Kiba himself who realized himself that living like an empty shell only driven by vengeance was a mistake, and if he needed support from someone, it had to be the people close to him. But at least, he managed to make him calm down without resorting to a more extreme method. There were more pressing matters to attend than having to explain why he left Kiba on the verge of death. He turned to look at the fake priest. And another sight left his mouth. That sly bestiard really has fast feet. It seemed he underestimated the fake priest's resilience. The bestiard managed to wake up in time to escape when one of the bursts of light erased the shadow projected by the streetlight. Great, now this boss of his knows about him. Tracking a human without a strong magical scent in the middle of the rain was nearly impossible. His golden eyes looked around to assess the situation. An unconscious Kiba he had to deliver, most likely to Issei's house as it was the only location he knew and Rias was living there if Issei hasn't been having hallucinations. A corpse he needed to get rid of, and the fragments of the holy sword that he couldn't leave here in the middle of the street. Oh, and doing the laundry as his uniform couldn't absorb more water. If his calculations weren't off, he was going to sleep 3 hours at best. Tomorrow is going to be a great day. Yawn. Just as Shirou predicted, staying awake during school was taking all his willpower. He managed to survive until the first break, but his hands were handling the chopsticks with the same enthusiasm as a walking corpse. 2 options crossed his mind at that moment. Should he go get a coffee or an energy drink, or should he take a quick nap until the bell rings? The second option was more appealing, even if the possibility of the bell not waking him up at all was quite real. And so, without even stopping to think, his eyes started to close slowly. Sensei, you look awful. Unfortunately, he wasn't alone. Even if much hasn't changed since the incident with Razor, this was one of the things that actually had changed. For some reason, Issei and Asia decided to accompany him for lunch with Kaneko, effectively forgetting about their other friends. Don't ask him why. He tried to dissuade them, but it was a losing battle. The bags under his eyes weren't that strange, but seeing how Shirou didn't even bother to say something like, "Stop calling me sensei, dim it," the three devils started to worry. "Weren't you able to sleep last night, Shirou-sen?" Let's just say, last night patrol got a little bit complicated. Resigning himself to drink several energy drinks to endure the rest of the day, he decided to humor them. "What happened? Did you find another powerful stray? Or could it be? Do you know something about what happened to Kiba?" That had been a shock. Well, at least more shocking than the sudden visit he had before that. Since the old school building was under maintenance yesterday, the daily meeting of their club had been held in the Hyudu residence. His mother then decided that it was a good idea to show them pictures of him as a child, and in the middle of that embarrassing mess, Kiba just stormed out of his house with a really serious expression. They didn't know what happened to him until a sound in the middle of the night woke him up. His heart skipped a beat after peeking out the window and finding an unconscious Kiba lying in front of his house. His life wasn't in danger, and Asia was able to heal him without trouble, but it was concerning nonetheless. Bucho was right, those burns were caused by holy light, and those were really bad news. Bucho is worried about who might have left him in that state. Shirou glanced away. That was one of the things his past self left to him before going to sleep. This was going to be awkward. "That was me." The three devils tilted their heads. "It was you as in you left him there? Or as in you left him in that state?" "Both of them actually." The cold sweat was starting to slide from Issei's face. These happy, peaceful days he got after defeating Razor seemed to be crumbling away quickly. Yeah, having the need to get the dragon essence of his arm SED out from time to time so it looked like a regular arm was a reminder that such a thing was no longer possible, but still. Issei might be dense enough to not realize why Rias moved to his house and insisted to sleep in the same bed with him every night, but he could tell that Shirou had still yet to trust them. The only exception was Issei himself, as both of them got to know each other after those days they spent together. And it was precisely because of that that Issei hoped Shirou would stop treating them coldly with enough time. But if Kiba got into a fight with him, that hope might as well be just a dream. What happened? Kaneko made the question, as the other two were still having trouble processing that piece of information. And even if he didn't let it show, she was still shaken. Shirou was sure Kiba came to the school today. Even if he didn't see the Prince of Kuo, all the gossips about that fake smile of his being nowhere to be seen spread quickly. But it looks like he didn't talk with them at all about the events of last. It was a sound decision. If he told them, "Emiya attacked me with an Excalibur," which ended up destroyed in the process, Rias would most likely freak out. Even the misunderstanding was cleared. The fact that there was an Excalibur in the city, shattered on top of that, was still serious trouble. To think that this world's humans had trouble wielding such trifling swords was really concerning in itself. That explained why they are at the bottom of the food chain. Or perhaps that was the reason the biblical god had the great idea of creating the sacred gears. Now, leaving all that aside, how was he going to break this to them without mentioning the Excalibur so they didn't freak out? "You see, I was in the middle of one of my usual patrols when I ran into a stray exorcist. You might know him. His name was Fried Selzen." The collective grimace he got from the devils just confirmed it. "After ruining his sword, I subdued him and proceeded to interrogate him. But then Kiba attacked me thinking I had switched sides. He didn't seem to be in his right mind, so I was forced to subdue him as well, and the stray exorcist managed to escape in the process." Even if he had left out the most important detail, that was basically what happened last night. The frowns in their faces, however, hinted that they might not buy it entirely. Especially Kaneko, who was the one that knew Kiba better. "Do you think it might be related?" The question Issei made to Asia surprised Shirou, however. "Father Selzen returning to this city at the same time those sisters paid us a visit. It's too much of a coincidence." The way Issei gritted his teeth and clenched his fists showed that this visit Asia mentioned wasn't a pleasant memory. In fact, for him to show so much anger it had to be really serious. "What are you talking about?" "Well, Issei decided to tell him their side of the mess. That we were visited by 2 members of the Holy Church. One of them turned out to be my childhood friend, so their only reason behind their visit was just checking how I was doing. But then they saw Rias and sensed that Asia and I were devils, and things went south. They didn't start a fight, but they left asking Rias for a meeting to discuss some matters. Not before calling Asia a witch and a heretic. Shirou blinked a couple of times. That was quite the chain of coincidences. Perhaps he wasn't the only magnet for trouble here. He could already figure out the reason why they were here, but that was faster than he expected. When is going to take place that meeting? Actually, just after school in our clubroom. Ucho has probably informed Kaicho about it as the sisters wanted them to be there, too. Are you planning to attend as well, sensei? Quit this, sensei, the minute. With the conversation taking this serious turn, all his drowsiness had faded away. But yes, a matter that concerns this city's safety, then yes, it concerns me as well. The bell rang not much long after that, and the 4 returned to their respective classrooms. Even with a couple of energy drinks on him, the wait seemed to go on forever. But the lessons of the day finally came to an end, and he followed Issei and Asia to the old school building. They met with Saji, other members of the student council on their way, but more importantly, Kiba joined them, too. His eyes met Shirou's for a fleeting moment, just before the knight looked away. The magus couldn't sense any anger or hatred directed at him. It seemed that Kiba had reflected on his actions a bit, but he still was cautious around him, more so than before the training camp. The others could feel the tense atmosphere between the 2 swordsmen but decided to not make any comment on that. We're here. The remaining members of both peerages were already in there, in the same formation they used when they interrogated Shirou. Rias and Sona sitting on the sofa, with their queens behind them, and the 2 sisters in question were sitting across the table. The 2 kings looked at Shirou with some surprise as he wordlessly walked to a corner and leaned his back on the wall. Ignoring their looks, the magus stared at the 2 members of the church. To his surprise, they were 2 girls of an age similar to all the people in the room. The 2 were beauties in a mundane way. The cheerful one of them, who wore a smile despite being completely outnumbered, had light brown hair tied in twin tails and purple eyes. Judging by her Asian features, she must be Issei's childhood friend. Her partner, on the other hand, wore a stoic expression, with some hostility pouring from her brown eyes. That was more in the lines of what Shirou was expecting from an executor, but Kiba glaring holes on their backs might be to blame here. If her blue hair with a shade of green didn't make her stand out like a sore thumb enough, the monstrous weapon she carried around wrapped in a white shroud did. Her partner was more subtle, as she most likely had her weapon hidden in her garments. The sisters didn't seem to pay attention to him whatsoever and started the conversation upon seeing everyone was in the room. I am Shirou Irina from the Protestant Church, and this one here is Zenobia Quarta of the Catholic Church. The one with blue hair clicked her tongue at her partner's introduction. There is no need to introduce ourselves to these devils. Her Japanese wasn't as fluent as her partner's, but it was quite acceptable for a stranger. Not that he expected less of an executor. But that's the least we can do if we want them to have put some trust in us. Her naive words made Zenobia sigh. I guess we should explain the circumstances before getting to what we want from you. 3 of the 7 fragments of Excalibur were stolen recently, 1 from each of the church's branches, and we determined that the culprit has fled to this country, this city to be more precise. Both kings pinched their noses bridges. The other members made surprised faces, which showed they already knew about the mess that was this world's Excalibur, and Kiba's killing intent just grew further. It seems our territory is a magnet for incidents. Do you have any idea of who the culprit is? Sona went straight to the point. They were stolen by the Grigori. The sole mention of the fallen angels made the Gremory peerage grow tense. Their story with them wasn't a pleasant one to hear. It made Shirou regret not recovering his memories faster. He could have avoided Asia and Issei's meaningless deaths. But that was in the past, and messing with time wasn't a good idea regardless of the world. To be precise, it was one of their current leaders, Kokabiel, a fallen angel that has survived from the Great War. We've been sending exorcists to this city, but they never returned. So what he stumbled upon was just one of those cases. Or that madman was really sneaky, or that exorcist was the only one that actually managed to get to the city. Now, we request that you devils don't interfere with this matter between the church and the Grigori. Rias eyed the girl with blue hair. Do you really think we might cooperate with the fallen to destroy the Excaliburs or something in the lines? That's what our superiors believe, yes. The temperature of the room descended just by the set-off faces the two pure-blood devils made at Irina's affirmation. We can swear by our family's names that we would do something so blasphemous as forming an alliance with the fallen angels. Irina ignored the subtle jab in Sona's words, but Zenobia gritted her teeth before speaking again. Hearing that is enough. Starting a fight with the Sisters of the Mouse would have been troublesome. But we won't ask for cooperation either. An alliance between the church and the devils would just destroy what little balance is left between the three factions. So it's just you two against an ancient powerful fallen angel? How reckless from the church. Did they just send you to die? Ria's question took them by surprise, but they answered without losing the pace. Even if it's just the two of us, we came here with appropriate equipment. Just as Zenobia said that she unraveled the shroud around her weapon, a massive black greatsword with axe blades as its guard. The shroud must have been acting as a seal, as its holy presence immediately made the devils feel goosebumps. Irina on her side raised her right arm, revealing a small band wrapped around her forearm. At the next instant, that band shone and shape-shifted to a katana exuding the same aura as Zenovia's sword. So you've brought Excaliburs to fight Excaliburs, huh? Sona remarked as she adjusted her glasses, not leaving her discomfort to be seen. That's correct. Even if we might not be enough to defeat Kokabiel, if we manage to destroy the stolen Excaliburs, then it will be worth it. Heh, so your plan is just to throw a kamikaze attack and hope for the best. Shirou's sudden words responding to Irina's declarations surprised everyone. If no one is going to do it, then I'll say it. You are not going to accomplish anything with those shinny sticks. You'll just throw away your lives for nothing. The two exorcists looked at the other human in the room, and now Zenovia's hostility had a new focus. I've been meaning to ask, but you are human, right? Why are you here, Irina tried to be diplomatic, seeing how her friend was about to lash at the golden-eyed boy. I am Emiya Shirou. As for your question, I'm a local magician that ensures this city's safety. In other words, that matter about holy swords and this Kokabiel guy concerns me as well. A magician allied with the devils ensuring someone's safety? What a joke. If you truly cared for those lives, you would have exterminated them. Unlike the witch there, I should exterminate you right here without asking. Zenovia's blunt words didn't get any reaction from the magus other than a frown. It seems some things don't change no matter where you go. I see that the members' holy church still label as heretics anyone that doesn't think the way you guys want, regardless of the circumstances. So much for the teachings of that petty god. And here I was willing to give you a chance to explain things from your point of view. Guess that will be just a waste of time. That hit close to home, with Zenobia tightening the grip on her holy sword and almost swinging it at Shirou. It was actually Irina grabbing her from her shoulders that stopped her. Look what you've done, Zenobia-san. We've lost our opportunity to turn him to our side. Those words actually made everyone else in the room grow tense, and Shirou snorted, as if he were to put his faith in some god he didn't even know. But he kept that to himself. Antagonizing them further would just make things complicated. However, regardless of that, I am willing to help you defeat this Kokabiel guy. Zenovia's eyes twitched at that. And what can a magician that cannot even recognize two holy swords of the highest caliber possibly do to help us? Shirou buffed, barely repressing a laugher at that. If the church considered those things one of their trump cards, their situation was really horrible. If you don't realize those things are useless against any opponent that's not weak to holy light, then you're off to a bad start. Even if those alchemists manage to retain most of its holy aura, their internal structure is so messed up that they won't last more than a few blows against the real deal. Seriously, you'll be better with just a set of black keys. Shirou didn't notice how the two exorcists looked at him like he had grown a second head at the mention of the black keys. The devils were already baffled hearing him speak about the Excaliburs as if they were just run-of-the-mill swords. Compared to what laid in his unlimited blade works, yes, they were on the same level of the nameless noble phantasms he fired as arrows. But aside from that, you'll need a guide. Even if one of you lived here a long time ago, I know very well all the hot spots in this city regarding the supernatural. And what about a place to stay? Do you have that much covered? Judging by the way their faces blushed and their bellies started to make noise, he had hit right in the spot. That just confirmed they were sent here to their deaths like all the other exorcists. Why would they bother to arrange a safe house for someone that was going to die? This version of the Holy Church was starting to seem even worse than the one in his original world, and that was something. I live alone, so I have no problems having you two around if it's just for a couple of days. I would never accept the help of someone that is on the side of devils. Zenobia rejected his offer, but her determination this time was wavering. Who said I am on their side? We have just a non-aggression contract. In terms of reputation, I'm a nobody, so you don't have to worry about restarting a war. That makes sense. The superiors never mentioned a magician living here. In that case, it is decided. We'll be in your care, Emiya-kun. Wait, you're jumping to conclusions too. Fast, Irina. The blue-haired exorcist objected to her decision. This can be a trap. And besides, the only reason we're broke is that you got scammed with that fake painting during in-between flights. Hey, it really struck me as the real thing. And I can tell Emiya-kun here is a good person, regardless of his misplaced beliefs. How this naive girl managed to climb her way up to her current rank in that pit of snakes is another question that was going to be left unanswered. But it played to Shirou's favor, so he didn't utter a word. Zenobia ended up conceding. Dying meaninglessly because they didn't go fight Kokabiel in top condition wasn't in her plans. Her strict eyes landed on the magus. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. The moment you try something, I'll cut you down. Hey, hold on a second. The three humans turned to look at Rias. We never agreed to this arrangement. Shirou raised an eyebrow at the devils. Since when do I need to ask you guys permission to bring someone to my house? The question was asked in a neutral tone, but it had an edge that sent chills down their spines. If someone discovers that you're sheltering two members of the church, the punishment for breaking the contract you signed isn't going to be small. Well, Sona was right. The contract didn't allow him to side with Heaven and the Grigori, but not in a way like a Geist contract that would have started to punish him already. He guessed it was time to break that contract when no one was watching. No one should catch wind of this. Unless you want to rat me out. Do you really want to let these girls die and have to deal with the mess by yourself? Or are you naive enough to think that this Kokabiel guy doesn't have business with you after coming to this city specifically? Well, that made the Citri heiress ponder about it. It would be ideal if they were able to deal with Kokabiel without them having to intervene. But still. And why are you so confident that your help is going to change the outcome? Rias asked the big question. Razor is one thing, but you are going against a fallen angel that survived the Great War between the three factions. I doubt even Issei with his balance breaker stands a chance against him. Said Devil flinched at his master's blunt words. Not that he would be able to access it again without turning more parts of his body into draconic parts, but hearing that using that cheat power-up wouldn't cut it. Drag, is that Kokabiel guy so powerful? He asked the dragon residing in his arm. I don't know what to tell you without having him in front of us. Even if I happened to fight him when I was alive, or any other of my wielders did, I don't remember. However, I can say someone that managed to come out alive from a battlefield shared by God and the four original Satans is way out of your league, partner. At least for now. I figured as much. But how about Sensei? Does he stand a chance? Issei asked sincerely. Unlike the other people in the room, who couldn't fathom the idea of a human going against such a monster, he thought otherwise. After having been on the receiving end of his fighting style for all those days, he firmly believed that his sensei was someone you could always rely on to turn the tables no matter how dire the situation was. And that's what he aspired to be, and the reason he kept calling him sensei. He had been searching for a way to turn his mental trigger into an actual spell, but hearing this, Training his control with the mana burst appealed more to him. That's an interesting question. That cursed sword would surely make a number on any supernatural creature that is not on the level of a dragon. And the way he refers to those holy swords as third rates suggests he has something even more powerful in his arsenal. But as he taught you, a battle is not just a contest of power. I won't know until I try. Shirou's voice brought Issei back to reality. As expected from his sensei, there wasn't an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Now, if you'll excuse us. Shirou was about to turn around, but he stopped when Kiba approached him. Both stared at each other for a second, with the knight's hostility being tangible. Do you have something to say, Kiba-san? Why are you so adamant in helping them? Because ensuring the safety of the people in this city comes first than any disagreement I may have with their beliefs. And you prefer their side than ours? Well, this came in handy if anything. This was his opportunity to shatter any misgiven belief that he was going to trust them so easily. That is a no-brainer, Kiba-san. A bunch of supernatural creatures that I've barely known for a month, or two humans that follow the teachings of some god. Personally, I wouldn't pick either. But if I have to choose one of them, of course, I would pick the humans. The bomb was dropped, getting a lot of widened eyes. Surprisingly, the Red Dragon Emperor looked at him with an expression filled with sorrow instead of surprise. Should we take that as a declaration of hostility? Sona asked with a voice colder than usual. It's just a reminder that I'm a neutral party, not your ally. We should get going. Emiya, where is your house? The hostility in Zenovia's voice had decreased by a large margin. Yeah, I'm starving. It is actually at the other side of the city, so you'll have to bear with it for a little. The magus walked out of the room followed by the two exorcists, and that didn't help to ease the tension in the atmosphere. Kiba's hand reached to his sword's hilt as he watched their backs, or more specifically, the two now hidden again holy swords. But he didn't continue to unsheath it. The only reason he was quicking around was that the magus allowed him. If he tried to attack on impulse, things might not end so well. When he was already resigning himself, Issei noticed someone pulling his sleeve. When he turned to look, his eyes met the ones of the Gremory Rook. Kaneko was wearing her usually stoic face, but Issei could see it clearly. Her determination was burning in them. I want to help them. Both senpais. So good. God bless you, Amisen. I never thought that I would taste such delicacy from a magician of the Far East. Shirou could just sweat drop as the two exorcists the quick dinner he wiped up. He intended to start sharing information right away after coming home, but they almost collapsed after not having eaten for 2 days. They didn't even bother to check if he poisoned the food, but perhaps they assumed that if he wanted them dead, he would rather side with the devils to finish them during the meeting. Or they weren't the best the church had for this mission, or this world's executor couldn't begin to compare to his world's equivalent. Humans trained to be able to match dead apostles in direct combat. He was sure they could perform well even in those conditions. Even with his body being just a reflection of the body he had in his previous life, Shirou was sure that he could perform at the same level. You two are exaggerating. No, don't be so humble, Amisen. This is the kind of food I would expect if I were to ascend to heaven. Right, Zenovia-san? A blushing Zenovia nodded reluctantly as she continued to stuff food in her mouth. Perhaps he should re-evaluate the days he could let them stay without affecting his funds if they eat like that. After a few minutes and second rations, they finally finished eating, with their bellies so full that they had trouble moving with all their blood rushing to their stomachs for digestion. I guess tonight's patrol is up to me. Anyway, we should start sharing all the information we have if we're going to do this. Oh, right. Although what we let you and the devils know was pretty much all we have. Irina gave him an apologetic smile. The image she had of a shady magician allied with the devils was quickly turning into the exact opposite. The only thing we left out is that we suspect Kokabiel is working with the genocide Archbishop, Valper Galilei, the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project. There was a noticeable amount of disgust in Zenovia's voice. I see. I heard about that. The massacre that left Kiba as its only survivor. So many meaningless deaths just to wield such abominations. It made his blood boil. Oh, so that's why that devil glared so hard at our swords. I can't blame him in that case. Even if that investigation helped the church find more holy sword users like me, it wasn't worth all those lives. It will be a plus if we can bring that monster to justice. Good to know we're in the same wavelength. Now, it's my turn to share my findings. Does the name Fried Selzen ring a bell? Once again, the answer he got was a pair of grimaces. This was starting to turn into a trend. He was a talented exorcist that was excommunicated due to his mental illness. He didn't seek to fight devils in the name of God, but to satiate his bloodlust. What does he have to do with this? I stumbled into him last night. He just killed who I presume was one of your colleagues, and was wielding Excalibur rapidly. The news caused their eyebrows to hide behind their bangs. To think Kokabiel got that mad dog to work for him. And Valper must have used a light container on him so he could wield a holy sword. If you're here alive, that means you managed to escape. No. Quite the contrary. He was the one who managed to escape before I finished him off. How can you prove that? Zenobia asked, doubting his words. Irina was more or less the same. In their minds, a magician going against an Excalibur wielder was inconceivable. What was wrong with this world? Even fellow humans didn't believe in his chances of defeating someone that was a little bit stronger than the average. Luckily, he had hard evidence. One mind-blowing at that given their belief of those abominations being remotely powerful. Look for yourself. He dropped in the middle of the table an envelope and unwrapped it so they could inspect its contents. They looked like some metal shards, but the holy aura they exuded was unmistakable. No way this is. This is what is left of Excalibur rapidly after I smashed it into splinters. With the proof now in front of their eyes, they had no choice but to accept his words regardless of how absurd they were. While Irina was left completely speechless, Zenobia swallowed loud. She knew her trump card, which gave her the confidence to face Kokabiel, could destroy an Excalibur, but that meant this magician had a spell that could match one of the strongest holy swords in existence. First, even the Sisters of the Mouse were wary around you, and now this. Such a remarkable magician shouldn't be able to stay under the radar. Your name should have appeared in the list of remarkable figures living in this city. That's a sign I've been doing my job properly. However, your superiors might have mentioned someone called the Slayer. A surprise after another. Don't tell me. You're the Slayer? Shirou nodded at Irina. Yes, that would be me. Not that I like that title. It makes it look like I've been killing those things just because I felt like it. And why exactly did you do that? Irina's question was made more out of curiosity than anything else. If he hadn't been purging the evil in the name of God, why would he do so? To protect the citizens, of course. Shirou answered as if it was the most obvious thing to do. The devils, although they claim to own this city, are busy doing their stuff during the night, so someone has to do the dirty work. And why don't you stop the devils from tempting the humans? Zenobia asked with an edge. It didn't add up to her that someone so proficient at killing supernatural creatures didn't confront the devils. For once, I don't want to have to fight two of the strongest devils in existence anytime soon. And for another, if someone decides to summon a devil of their own accord, then it's their problem. The thing would be different if they were forced or tricked to form the contract, but I don't have anything to do with how they want to expend their money. You are aware that those contracts aren't the only thing they do, right? Yeah, they tried to recruit me too when they found out I was a magician. But after I won a bet, they didn't bring the subject again. But enough about me. After saying that, Shirou stood up and started to pick up the dishes, something that surprised the exorcists. They were expecting him to ask about them in return. You guys can take a bath while I clean the dishes. The bathroom is in the hallway connected to the garden. After that, I'll show you the guest rooms so you can choose one and start unpacking. The two nodded before standing up. Irina, however, shot a teasing smile at the local magus. If you dare peek on us, I'll have to punish you, Emiya-san. Contrary to the reaction she was expecting, the golden-eyed teenager just raised an eyebrow. That black spandex you guys wear under the shroud doesn't leave much to the imagination, you know. The exorcist just pouted. After her attempt at getting an embarrassed reaction from him failed. That should have worked with any other boy of his age. After they took a bath, Irina ended up using one of the rooms near Shirou's, while Zenobia chose a guest room at the other side of the residence, which was of a more European style. The Japanese exorcist almost freaked out when she discovered that just unpacking her things, her room had more personal things than Shirou's. There was only a simple desk in front of the window, and a closet that contained several futons. He said his workshop as a magician was the storage house in the garden, but even after going there with Zenobia while he was taking a bath, there wasn't anything that gave them the sensation of a secret base. And after they went to get some rest for the next day, Shirou went to patrol the city. Bow at hand, he surveyed every corner of the city with his enhanced eyes. The moment he spotted the mad exorcist or a fallen angel, he was going for the kill. However, he didn't find a single soul. After the bout they had the last night, it seemed they regrouped to rethink their plans. The next day was Saturday, so they had free rein to plan their course of action for this night. But a surprise came in the form of the doorbell ringing not long after the three humans finished their breakfast. Before he even got to the door, he sensed the wicked presence of one or more devils. They weren't doing a good job with that. And seeing the faces waiting at the other side of the door, it was no wonder. Issei gave him an apologetic smile, and Kaneko was wearing her usually stoic face while dragging a Saji that obviously didn't want to be here. The latter one stopped struggling and stiffened the moment Shirou opened the door. "It's you guys. What brings you here?" "Well, you see." Issei scratched the back of his head as he giggled due to the nerves. "We would want to know if we can lend you a hand with the issue of the Excaliburs." That wasn't out of Shirou's expectations, even if he expected more of a plea, so he didn't go to fight the Kokabiel guy. However, he had to confirm something. "You want to help even if your masters almost went nuts with just me helping them?" "Yes." Kaneko replied with no hesitation. Seeing her resolution, Shirou couldn't bring himself to reject them. But it was a different matter if the girls accepted their help. "I see. I don't have any problems with that. However, you'll have to ask the exorcists. Come in. They are in the living." Both Issei and Kaneko's faces lit up, but Saji deflated visibly. They were guided to the residence's living. It was actually the first time any of them set a foot in the Emiya residence, and they only got the address asking around for a huge traditional mansion. Huh. The two exorcists wearing casual outfits looked surprised at the trio of devils. Zenovia's accusing stare landed on the magus. "What is the meaning of this, Emiya? They say they want to help. The decision is up to you," he said as he took sit beside them. "I don't want to help. These two just dragged me dash." Saji's complaints were silenced when Kaneko's elbow sunk into his abdomen. The two exorcists exchanged looks full of suspicion. "Why would you like to help? Isn't that against your master's orders?" "We want to help Yudo-senpai overcome his trauma with the Excaliburs. You said you don't mind breaking the holy swords, right?" Kaneko stated their intentions without beating around the bush. "I see." Their eyes drifted to Shirou, who just shrugged. They were resigned to that option from the start as one of the three stolen Excaliburs was already ruined. "So you want to have him break one of the swords so he can bend off some steam?" The little girl nodded. Her eyes then landed on the owner of the residence. And well, I don't want Shiro-senpai to die." It was Shirou's turn to widen his eyes at her words. He honestly wasn't expecting that show of concern from one of the devils, not even her or Issei. "Do you have so little faith in me, Kaneko? I don't have any intention of dying, you know." For some reason, that didn't ease Kaneko's concerns in the least. "Well, we definitely could use more firepower. If you manage to keep your identities hidden, we don't have a problem with you dealing with one of the Excaliburs." Even Irina looked surprised at Zenovia's words. "Hey, now you're the one rushing things, Zenovia-san. Having Emiya-san helping us is one thing, as we can just write in the report something like, 'We got some help from the mysterious slayer,' but even if it's Issei-kun, they are still devils. Even with Emiya's help, I don't think our possibilities have increased that much. He might have destroyed one of the Excaliburs already, but we still don't know much about him and his combat capabilities. Having the Red Dragon Emperor on our side will increase our odds of succeeding even further. And I have to agree with him on something. Even if that's what our superiors decided, I don't have the least intention of dying here. You're right, but... Irina fell silent before Zenovia's arguments, and that made the blue-haired exorcist gain some points in Shirou's mind. It seemed she wasn't like all the other fanatics serving that sect. Wait, hold up. Saji's shout got everyone's attention. What do you mean Emiya already destroyed an Excalibur? Shirou raised an eyebrow at that. Kiba didn't tell you about what happened that night? That is surprising. Well, he wasn't that much talkative after you guys left. At any rate, it was one of the few occasions Issei's eyes acquired a serious glint. Sensei, even if you aren't on the best terms with Kiba-san, you aren't really going to give us a chance. Sensei? Emiya-san has been training Issei-kun? The magus took a moment before answering, ignoring the comments of his fellow humans. There wasn't really a gentle way to put this into words. Hayudu. The fact that I didn't kill you the moment I caught your wicked essence is already me giving you guys a chance. I've already told you, haven't I? I'm used to killing supernatural creatures on sight. Those words made the blood of the devils run cold. Not just the ominous implications, but his indifferent tone. It was like if he were just talking about some homework he forgot to do. Why do you have such aversion to inhuman beings? You didn't even know what we were back then. Kaneko was the one that managed to ask. Perhaps I have yet to know other devils aside from you guys and the Phoenix Prick, but believe me, I have dealt with plenty of creatures with a wicked essence similar to yours. As he spoke, his tone became colder, and his eyes devoid of life. Do you know what it feels to arrive at a town where a vampire had established his nest, just to find that all the citizens were turned into living corpses after the life was sucked out of them just to extend its immortality? Having to kill all that people to put them out of their misery because there was nothing I could do to save them. That is just one of many examples. If it wasn't because I didn't find any report of missing people, I would have gone for the kill, even if covering it up was going to be difficult. By the end of it, Shirou could just look with middle surprise at their horrified faces. Even if he hated to admit it, that was just his bread and butter. Had he used one of his jobs as a counter-guardian instead of an experience in his past life, how would they have reacted? The reincarnated devils. Well, they might be too young to have been exposed to the cruel reality, still clinging to their former morals. But the exorcists? It was their duty to do the dirty job for the church. Why were they looking at him with those faces? Even Zenovia looked like she just saw a ghost. Could it be they've sent a couple of greenhorns for this mission? Forget about giving those BSTRDS a chance. Meanwhile, Issei was in a huge dilemma. Since he had been reincarnated as a devil, he was beginning to believe that maybe the stereotype image of the devils was just a misunderstanding or a thing of the past. And those were his thoughts towards other supernatural species aside from the fallen angels. How naive he was. Just experiencing his sensei's fighting style, he should have guessed it already. Humanity is at the bottom of the food chain, and Shirou is one of the few people that stands up and fights those superior beings. The Magus had every right to not trust them even if Issei knew they weren't like that. I think this is a good time to ask. Noticing Shirou's eyes landing on him, Issei was brought out of his thoughts. Hayudu, do you regret becoming a devil? In normal circumstances, Issei would have answered without giving it much of a thought. Now, however, he wasn't sure, and Shirou could tell just seeing his expression. It is not like I had much of a choice. I was killed and Bucho appeared there to give me a second chance. But I think that, at least the devils I know, they aren't evil. Just the way Shirou narrowed his eyes shocked what little determination he had. Do you really think it was just like that? Huh. Perhaps Rias and Sona didn't notice the fallen angels when they arrived, but you said one of them pretended to be your girlfriend to lure you into a secluded place, right? I find it hard to believe they didn't catch wind of it after that. At least she should have left some of her scent over you. The way Kaneko stiffened didn't help in the matter. Issei was starting to find it hard to breathe. Just remembering how Yuma played with his feelings was already stressing him out. And now the image of the woman he admired was starting to crumble. You are saying, Bucho just watched how I died. Just to recruit me? I can't tell it for sure if it was an accident or they just let it happen. But remember, unlike your fellow reincarnated devils, Rias is a pure-blood devil. She might not be inherently evil, but regardless of how much she tries to imitate humans, she doesn't have the same common sense as us. Or in other words, her common sense is alien for us humans. But I haven't felt any change after I was reincarnated. That might be a flaw in the system, or maybe it was intended to be that way. Just like Kiba kept his grudges after being reincarnated, you retained your sense of morals. That was clear to me after I saw your resolution. However, that won't be forever. You'll be forced to live in the devil society in the future, where humans' sense of morality has no place. You'll have to choose, adapt to the environment, or reject it and become a stray. This is something you'll have to talk out with Rias. Preferably after this mess has been dealt with. However, I can make you an offer. Would you like to be human again? Be human. Again? That question came crashing down like a steamroller for all the present. The absolute confidence in his words made them start to believe that he could pull it off regardless of how absurd it seemed. You say you have a method to undo the transformation caused by the evil pieces? Zenobia spoke in disbelief. You jest. The church has already tried all the possible methods. Not even removing the evil pieces from someone that didn't die before reincarnating worked. They either die or become strays. At those words, Shirou gave them a confident smile. I can assure you they haven't tested my method. It is quite simple actually. I just need to rewind his body's time to before it was turned into one of a devil. You have a sword. That can do that? Issei asked with a trembling voice as the others were left speechless. Not exactly a sword, but yes, I do have a weapon that can pull it off. However, the price for something like that isn't small. I can only rewind around 5 or 6 months safely, so it would only work on you, Asia, and maybe you Saji. Said Devil gulped down at the realization. Even if his recruitment wasn't as Issei's and he chose to serve Sona on his own accord, the notion of being a human again was still eye-catching. What would happen if you tried to do it in a devil that has been reincarnated for longer? I would have to spend my own lifespan as my magical energy wouldn't be enough. After answering Zenovia's question, he looked again at Issei. I'll leave the offer until summer. It's your decision. You're free to tell Asia about this too. Kaneko was next. I would offer the same for you, Kaneko, but I assume you've been reincarnated for years. I would like that you keep this a secret. The same goes for you, Zenovia, Shidu-sen. And what if I say I will tell the superiors about it? I'll block your memories then if you survive this mission, that is. Fair enough. As a way of thanking your cooperation, we won't expose anything about you. At least for now. The room plunged into an awkward silence as the conversation died. The devils, even Kaneko, had much to think after this, and the same could be said for the two exorcists. Shirou had already said what he had to say, and lightening the mood in such circumstances wasn't in his skill set. Just who was Emiya Shirou? That was a question that plagued more people's minds as the days passed. It was after a whole minute of silence that the sound of a clap brought them all to reality. I think you should start calling your friend Issei-kun. You'll have to fill him in before we start planning, right? Irina's cheerfulness was right back on track. She never thought that she would end up cheering up devils, but after hearing Shirou's words, she got a different perspective. At least regarding Issei. I said I agreed to this, but the garments were really necessary? The Gremory Knight could just grimace looking at the priest garments they were forced to wear. In the dead of the night, he, Issei, Kaneko, and Saji wandered the quiet streets of Kuo Town. After calling Kiba to the Emiya residence, he unexpectedly accepted to be part of the mission. He wasn't in the best mood though. Receiving the exorcist's permission to destroy the Excaliburs didn't sit well on him, and besides, he wasn't a fool. He could guess that it was Shirou who actually destroyed Excalibur rapidly on purpose, but even so, seeing one of those accursed swords falling apart didn't make anything to amend the void in him, filled with just flames of revenge. It was just because it was Issei who asked him that he accepted. And the opportunity to kill that wretched BSTRD that was behind the Holy Sword Project. And about Saji, after hearing Kiba's story, he was more motivated for the mission. This is part of the ploy to conceal our identities. Or so they said. I don't think it will be of any use without a mask or something like that. This was the only inconsistency Issei could find in the plan, and it was just an annoyance. It was quite simple actually. They were split into two groups, the Devils and the Exorcist, to avoid hostilities more than anything. Both of them patrolled different parts of the city to lure in the madman freed, and meanwhile, Shirou acted as the coordinator and long-distance support. The Exorcists and even the rest of the Devils aside from Issei had some doubts about Shirou being able to even see from miles away, let alone provide cover fire with a bow. But Issei witnessed it that night when the Chimera attacked him in Asia. Shirou's skills with a bow were absurd, even more than his swordsmanship. The ability to snipe an enemy from so far away that they wouldn't notice death was coming for them until it was too late. If anything, Issei was confident that they weren't going to have trouble as long as the enemy was in the open. And just in case things got ugly for some reason, most likely Freed having reinforcements, he would alert the other group about the fight so they can regroup quickly. Their legs ended up bringing them to a certain park, a place that brought everything but good memories for Issei. This was the place where he was killed, and the prospect that they were searching for the madman that almost raped Asia was not a good combination. It took him all of his willpower to stop his legs from trembling. Do you think that guy would attack us here in the open? Saji spoke skeptically as they scanned the place. Well, there isn't a single soul around and there are a lot of places to hide. I think this is a good place for an ambush. Ichinen. After Kiba finished sharing his observations, Kaneko suddenly tensed up, her head shooting above. Yudo-senpai, watch out. Divine punishment. A blur fell on them from above a streetlight, swinging two swords at the Gremory Knight. And judging by the chills their holy aura sent down their spines, those were definitely Excalibur fragments. One was a plain-looking European sword while the other was a thin rapier with a piece twirling around its blade kind of like a drill. Thanks to Kaneko's warning, Kiba was able to react quickly and draw his sword to block the attack. However, due to the exposition to the holy aura, the stray exorcist was actually overwhelming the devil in sheer strength. Boosted gear. Boost. The struggle between the two swordsmen didn't last long though. Selzen had to bring one of his swords to block Issei's gauntlet, and even if he pulled it off, the punch sent him flying like a rag doll. Tisk. The exorcist clicked his tongue as he landed a few meters away. I thought this would make a good warm-up before we destroy the Slayer, Besudi, but it seems you're no longer that useless. Issei-kun, perhaps you can entertain me as I get used to these cuties. Just like a month ago, the twisted smile on the madman's face gave them goosebumps. If it wasn't because the idiot just announced his presence in the middle of his surprise attack, they would have been off to a really bad start. So you are the creep that caused so much trouble, huh? Saji spoke as he summoned his sacred gear, a small black gauntlet with a shape resembling a lizard with purple eyes. If you think you're getting out alive of this one, you're wrong, buddy. And you think I came to fight that monster all by myself, you moronic devil? Tsuke, your ability to get distracted by trifling things is surprising, freed Selzen. As an unidentified voice cut in the conversation, three figures emerged from the shadows surrounding the madman. The three were clad in trench coats like the ones used by cliché undercover detectives. Aoi was a bulky man whose eyes looked at the devils with such intensity that betrayed the annoyance in his fellow's tone. The other was a quite beautiful-looking blonde woman despite her stoic face and her cold blue eyes. And the one who spoke was an albino man with an average constitution of a 20-year-old man. The way he was looking at the devils wasn't different from the look a person would give to a pile of trash. Fallen angels. Kaneko spoke as she caught their scent. Not that their presences put all four tense before they even knew what they were. Our target is the Slayer. We don't have any business with the local devils. At least for now. Ho, but we do have business with you. Kiba spoke with the same amount of poison the albino Fallen had in his look. You are my ticket to get to that BSRD Galilei. I agree with the shitty devil. Don't be a pushover, man. A little warm-up won't harm you. Or is it that you've sheet your pants in presence of the so-called Red Dragon Emperor? The Fallen started to exude killing intention at Selzen's taunt, but the madman didn't even flinch. He's right, Kushio. The bulky Fallen spoke with excitement. It won't take us much to take them out, and it would make things easier for the boss when he decides to start his plan. Annoying. But I'll comply if necessary. With his two fellows agreeing with the madman, the now identified Duma let out an exasperated sigh. Very well. Kill them. You have less than 3 minutes. The fallen crossed his arms. It was obvious he didn't have the least intention of getting his hands dirty with minor praise. Bring it on. Boost. The devils threw away the garments, revealing their usual school uniform beneath them. It was pointless having them on since the enemies were well aware of the identities. That's the spirit, kid. I'll keep your skull as a trophy after having slain a dragon. The bulky fallen summoned a massive spear made out of light and spread his 2 pairs of raven wings before rushing at the group of devils. He was targeting Issei specifically, the one he felt could offer a better challenge. The Red Dragon Emperor prepared to meet him with his draconic hand. Even he could feel that those fallen angels weren't third-rate like Reenacting and her underlings, so he wasn't taking any chance. In fact, he had been boosting while the fallen angels and the madman chatted, so he already had 4 boosts on him. And it was precisely due to his serious reaction that the fallen was completely focused on breaking his guard, and never saw the twisted blade soaring through the night sky. He never got to process what killed him. The black key turned into an arrow, pierced his forefront cleanly and destroyed his brain. And if that wasn't enough, the strength of the arrow, combined with the fallen's speed, made his neck bend past its limits, causing a sick snap. The park plunged into dead silence as the lifeless body fell to the ground. Even the devils, knowing that the archer was on their side, paled visibly. Marat! The cold mask of the female fallen broke, but she didn't have time to mourn the sudden death of her fellow. She immediately conjured a pair of light spears in her hands to try and block the incoming projectiles, but it was to no avail. The first one already repelled her spears, shattering them like if they were made out of glass. She actually managed to avoid having her head pierced, but that was it. Gah! Blood splattered across the park once again as the female fallen flew like a rag doll with several twisted arrows stabbing her chest. Puriel, the pragmatic leader of the 3 fallen angels, suddenly found himself alone. His blue eyes darted to the madman by his side, but his fate had been the same as his companions. The stray exorcist's bloodied body laid on the ground, the 2 Excaliburs completely shattered nearby. Kokabiel could only widen his eyes in horrid realization as more of those arrows fell upon him like a rain of miniature comets. When Lord Kokabiel told them to act as a diversion alongside the mad dog, he wasn't expecting this, a one-sided massacre. He wasn't enough old like his lord to have been able to participate in the great war between the 3 factions, but even so, he still had centuries of experience. However, he wasn't prepared for this. Perhaps the title of the Slayer wasn't just people exaggerating things. He put all his aura into a barrier, a desperate attempt to cling to life as long as possible. He did never need to win to accomplish his lord's orders, but staying alive more than a few seconds now seemed so impossible. The magic arrows battered against the barrier, shattering it several times. But given his massive reserves of aura, Kokabiel kept reforming it again and again. He became just a target, with his life hanging by a thin string. Monster. It was a miracle Saji didn't collapse with his legs trembling so much. His face was so pale that he looked like a ghost. Issei-kun. When he said he was going to provide fire cover, I didn't know he was referring to actually slaughtering them. We were just used as a decoy to lure them out. Well, that way anyone gets hurt, right? Issei's attempt did little to ease Kiba's frustrations. Again, seeing the Excalibur's beings destroyed like glassworks didn't reduce his hatred in the least. However, it seemed things weren't going to end just like that. Yudo-senpai. Suddenly, Kaneko kicked the back of Kiba's leg. The pain brought the knight to his knees, and that actually saved his life as a sword cleaved through the place where his neck had been just an instant before. As a follow-up, the drill-like blade shot to pierce Kiba's heart, but the devil pulled himself together in time to deflect the attack. Freed? But you were dead. Issei's mouth was left hanging after seeing that the madman's dead body was no longer beside the remaining fallen angel, nor were the broken forms of the holy swords. There wasn't even a drop of blood there. It was like, it never happened. Do you like it, shitty devils? This is the combination of these cuties' powers. Excalibur Nightmare and Excalibur Transparency. So it was an illusion, huh? Heh, that just means I haven't lost my opportunity to take revenge. Wait, Kiba dash. The blonde devil rushed at the madman without hearing Issei, and just as he expected, the knight's sword passed through Fried's body as if it was made of thin air. Looks like behind that pretty face there isn't a single neuron left. Kiba's eyes widened as he heard the madman's voice behind him. The devil quickly turned around to block the incoming attack, but... Wrong. Try again. The attack Kiba blocked was also an illusion, and the real one attacked from another angle. He didn't have time to block it. He had put everything he had to block the first surprise attack, even ruining his stance in the process. But fortunately for him, he wasn't alone. The drill-like sword that came to smash his brain was blocked by Kaniko's kickboxing gloves. Even if she didn't touch the blade directly, she had to pull back the fist immediately with huge pain, but it gave Kiba enough room to get out of the way. Yuta-senpai, you need to stay calm and stop being reckless. Her junior's words finally got to the knight, and he pushed back his raging emotions behind a mask of cold rationality. Even if those swords are third-rate in terms of quality, their quirks are quite a pain in the neck. So the little devil can perceive me, huh? Now that I remember, you had a good sense of smell, right? That's something I can fix quickly with Excalibur Transparency, fool. The man disappeared from their sight once again, but this time, Kaniko widened her eyes in horror. His scent. It disappeared. And the problems didn't stop there. Several Frieds appeared surrounding them, their maniac laughs filling the place. Everyone, keep close to each other. The attacks came from unexpected angles. There was a possibility that Fried was hidden among all the illusions, but they could neither discard the possibility that he was invisible and all the clones were decoys. And with the madman cleverly switching between the two strategies, they found themselves cornered. And at the same time, that helped him to avoid being sniped by Shirou. The possibility that he could shoot him while keeping the Fallen at bay was still there, so he wasn't taking any chance. Damn it. We can't even land a hit, and the moment he hits us we're screwed. Issei was firing some beams with the technique he named Dragon Shot. It was in essence the same beam he used in his last spar with Shirou but on a way smaller scale. But it was to no avail as he could get the real one. Absorption line. What looked like a metal whip came out from Saji's sacred gear, and he swung it around them, swiping all the clones in front of him. But then again, it bore no fruits as the illusions were replenished shortly after. It's useless. I'd say you should just give up, but seeing the desperation and hopelessness in your faces is really delightful. This BSRD. It was just a matter of time one of them ended up receiving a serious injury and their formation collapsed. However, time was also on their side. It seems you could get a hand, Issei. Just as they heard Irina's voice, several metal spikes struck the battlefield around the four devils, whipping out all the illusions. Coup! The real Fried jumped out of the area of attack, but he wasn't unscathed. It seemed one of the spikes grazed his side, leaving a trail of blood. The exorcist clad in the black spandex landed beside them, with all the metal spikes having retracted and taking the form of a katana. That was Excalibur Mimic's quirk, the capability to take any form visualized by its wielder. Irina? Wait, that means dash. Boom. All their heads turned to look in the direction of the explosion. It seemed that Zenobia managed to slip through the Fallen's guard the moment Shirou destroyed his barrier and landed a solid blow with her Excalibur destruction. The Fallen, however, managed to stand up again after rolling through the hot concrete. He was a mess, but with his 6 wings in full view he still stood strong. Exorcists working alongside devils. What a twisted joke to witness. The Fallen summoned a pair of swords made out of light and prepared to meet Zenobia, who was walking out of the crater caused by her attack. Irina, will take the Fallen so Archer can support the devils. The exorcist ordered her companion, using a code name to refer to Shirou at his request. Okay. Even if their opponent was an elite, Shirou had made a number on him without revealing a single noble phantasm, so they shouldn't have any problem taking him out. The situation with the devils didn't change that much even with some occasional arrows that prevented Freed from landing fatal blows. The madman was slippery if anything. Think you say? There has to be a way. Kiba seems to know the general direction in which that BSTRD's attack is going to come. Sensei is able to avoid attacks he can't see and even reacts to them before they even get near. I doubt those are just a matter of combat experience. Just at that moment, his cell vibrated in his pocket. He was about to ignore it, but something told him that it was important. He quickly pulled out the phone and looked at the screen. Of all the things he was expecting, Rias asking where was he at this hour being at the top, the cover of going to watch Pawn at his friend's house could just get him so far. A message from Shirou was surely not one. If the 5 senses don't work, discard them and use your 6th sense. That didn't help at all. Why did his sensei always put things in a complicated way so he had to figure it out even in situations like this? What was he referring to with 6th sense anyway? That thing even existed outside Buddhist myths? Partner, he must be referring to your mind's eye. In other words, you need to empty your mind. Drake spoke with some disappointment in his tone. Oh, that's it? Issei immediately did that. There was no time to waste. After his training with Shirou, emptying his mind was quite easy for him, even when it came to pervert thoughts. At least in the middle of a battle in that case. Getting distracted usually meant a broken bone. With his mind already emptied, he was finally able to feel something. A really disgusting sensation that irked him to no end. And it was getting stronger quickly. There. Issei's draconic arm moved swiftly to catch what was approaching him. When he opened his eyes, his heart skipped a beat upon seeing the rapier-like Excalibur just inches away from his heart. What the? The madman tried to retreat, but Issei didn't let him, holding the Excalibur with all his might. I've finally found out about your weakness. You let out so much killing intent that even I can sense it with some concentration. That was why his sensei looked like a machine when he fought seriously. If you want to pull off the perfect surprise attack, one must discard all emotions to the point they become something close to a robot so the enemy can't read you. You really are a pain in the butt, Red Dragon Emperor Kuan. But are you forgetting I have another sword? The madman immediately swung the other Excalibur fragment to force Issei to disengage. Or so he tried. With Saji's absorption line wrapped around his wrist, his arm was stuck in mid-swing, leaving him wide open. Kaneko-chan. Fly. Ga. The rook's fist smashed Freed's chest, sending him crashing against a bench. They didn't go for the kill as they needed him to spill the beams regarding their hideout, but Kaneko was sure the man wasn't going to be able to fight for a time. Ugh. The exorcist spat some blood as he tried to stand up. You really did it this time. Shitty devils. I guess this is my clue to get out of here. We're on the same page for once, Freed Selzen. Before they could even react, the fallen angel flew to his side and caught him. Our duty here is done. We must return to inform Lord Kokabiel about this alliance between the Church, the Devils, and the Slayer. See ya. The two flew away at a great speed, but the exorcists didn't stand idly. After them, they are our ticket to their base. Zenobia and Irina ran behind them, with Kiba following them closely and leaving Issei, Saji, and Kaneko there dumbfounded. Hey, wait a moment. We need a second to catch our breath. It was actually just Saji who looked like he was about to faint, but aside from that, they couldn't just leave the two corpses there. Issei looked at Kaneko. What do we do now? Perhaps you could start by telling me why in the world are you fighting a group of fallen angels in the middle of the night? The voice behind them made the three devils pale so much that Kaneko's hair became the less what thing around. When they turned around, what awaited them was Rias and Sona with really scary faces. Maybe expecting a fight of such scale to go unnoticed was too naive of them. They were royally screwed. The wind graced Shirou's auburn hair as he jumped from rooftop to rooftop with his reinforced legs. Covering 4 miles with his servant parameters wouldn't take more than a minute, but with a human body, it was taking him more than he thought. at least if he wanted to save magical energy for the real battle. The same reason why he refrained to use a noble phantasm to finish off the fallen and stuck to just black keys. However, he was able to see where the fallen fled to. It was the abandoned church in the town's outskirts, the place that was used by the fallen angels that killed Issei and Asia as a base. He should have guessed it. Sometimes, the best place to hide was actually the most obvious one. Huh. Shirou stopped in his tracks as he reached the park where the fight with the fallen angels and the madman had taken place. The sight that met him made him raise an eyebrow by reflex. Rias and Sona were slapping Issei and Saji's buttes respectively with their hands wrapped in demonic power. It was surprising that their yelps of agony didn't wake up the entire neighborhood. If this was their policy to punish servants that disobeyed their orders, then he wasn't going to stick his nose in that. However, it still irked him. This wasn't the time for that. The sound he made by landing beside them put a stop to the show of pain and suffering. Before they got to open their mouth, Shirou spoke as he passed by them. I wouldn't be wasting your time like this, Rias Sona. I recommend you start preparing yourself for the incoming battle. The Kokabiel guy is actually here in this town. And where are you going, Shirou-kun? That was the only thing that Sona bothered to ask. To make sure those three don't go dying on me. If I don't return, expect the worst outcome. Having said that, Shirou didn't waste any more precious seconds and kicked the ground to rush to the abandoned church. Wait, Sensei Issei tried to go after him, but his butt was in so much pain that he couldn't take a single step. Besides, his master wasn't going to let him go anyway. Issei, we can't just rush at the enemy base. That would be suicidal. The only thing we can do is, just as Shirou-kun said, is to prepare ourselves in case they fail. Unbeknownst to Rias, those words struck Issei's resolution even further. She not caring about the exorcist was one thing, but the fact that she didn't care if Shirou died at all shook him. It was as his sensei said. She didn't feel empathy for humans in the least. She let Shirou go there because she wanted him to save Kiba. If it wasn't for his help, she might have very well ended up married to Razor. He helped them, or more exactly, helped Issei since he saw he was still human at heart, but he did so without asking anything in return. And his master was willing to let him die. Back with Shirou, he sailed through the trees on the hill leading to the abandoned church. It took him another minute to reach the building, and he immediately jumped inside it through one of the broken windows. There wasn't a single soul there, but that could be said about just that floor. The hole in the middle of the room, most likely caused by Excalibur destruction, and the sounds of battle coming from beneath it were enough to deduce what happened while he wasn't there. The Magus immediately dived into the hole, bow in hand. The fall to the basement was brief, but it was enough for him to assess the situation. The two exorcists and Kiba were widely outnumbered by more than 40 fallen angels, and while they kept busy Kiba and Zenobia, a fallen angel with 10 wings that gave out a huge aura was literally playing around with Irina. The Japanese exorcist had her body filled with wounds and was in her last legs. Time to turn things around. The first arrow was notched, an E-rank nameless noble phantasm, and he fired it directly at who he assumed was Kokabiel. The ancient fallen angel was actually able to perceive the surprise attack at the last moment and jumped away to avoid it. However, the shot fulfilled its purpose, getting him off of Irina and distracting all the other fallen angels, who were left dumbfounded at the sight of their boss having been forced to retreat. Those precious seconds they wasted looking at Kokabiel could have actually saved their lives. Shirou fired arrow after arrow like a machine gun. It was a literal rain of steel that obliterated all the fallen angels around Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina. When he landed in front of them, the only thing remaining around them was a pile of corpses, blood, and black feathers. The bow was discarded in favor of his favored twin swords as he turned to glance at Kiba and Zenobia. Did I keep you waiting? It took them a couple of seconds to react, and then the exorcist gave him a small smile. Your timing was a little off, but you made it in time, Archer. Shirou could see what she was referring to. The Excalibur Mimic in its katana form was now in Kokabiel's hands, which made it 3 Excaliburs in their possession again. But more concerning, there were still more than 20 fallen angels, aside from the 6-winged fallen and Kokabiel himself. And regarding their side, even if Zenobia and Kiba weren't that much injured, Irina was already lying unconscious beside him. Things weren't looking so good. The boss stared surprised at Shirou for a second before a smile crept to his face. He was a man with long black hair, pointed ears, and red eyes. If it wasn't for his raven wings, Shirou wouldn't have thought he was actually a dead apostle. A sight of how his original nature as an angel was completely twisted after all these years of committing sin after sin. You must be the so-called Slayer, right? I would be lying if I said I wasn't looking forward to this meeting. And looking how you disposed of my men like if they were trash, you didn't disappoint. His bloodlust was expanding by the second, but he seemed to be open to dialogue before they proceeded to kill each other. Shirou decided to ask then, even if he could already guess the answer. And you must be one of the leaders of the Grigori Kokabiel, the one that's plotting to restart the war between the three factions. But I must ask, why are you doing this? Isn't that obvious? The war ended due to that fragile cease of fire the three factions put up to delay the inevitable. Unlike the devils or the angels, we, the fallen angels, could have continued fighting without trouble. If it wasn't for that Bsrd Azazel and his obsession with the sacred gears, we would have won instead of retreating like cowards. And now, after all these centuries, I'm going to claim the victory that was stolen to us. The way he said that with pride was enough to irk Shirou, but he kept his cold mask. So you're just a resented warmonger that doesn't give a damn about the consequences, huh? Oh, but having me and my followers destroy those pests plaguing mankind, isn't it the same objective you strive for, Slayer? The offer one of my followers proposed is still standing. And my answer is still the same. I will never side with someone that thinks of others as disposable trash. Shirou's hostility raised to match Kokabiel's, but the only reaction he got from the former archangel was a disappointed look. A pity. However, as much as I want to test a human that is not an herbivore, livestock just for the benefit of all the other factions, I shall still stick to my schedule. Saying that, he tossed Excalibur Mimic into the hands of an old man who had approached him while the two were talking. The man looked like a harmless priest, but the twisted smile that spread through his face as he put his hands on the holy swords betrayed that image. Valper Galilei. Kiba barely repressed his urge to rush at him and cut his neck, but with Kokabiel in the way, he knew it would be futile. With this, we have already 4 Excaliburs. Just as you said, we should start already the process of fusion. Getting that girl's Excalibur can come later. That actually made Shirou's eyes widen. Not just the horrible thought of having those abominations fused together through wrong means and not reforging them properly, but what he said before that. For Excaliburs? Don't tell me dash. Of course, you fool. The familiar voice of the madman resounded throughout the tomb as he approached Kokabiel and Valper. What do you think was that diversion for? It wasn't a smooth operation though. The defense mechanisms in your house were quite troublesome. Some of my elites perished in the process. Kiba and Zenobia looked surprised at Shirou. There wasn't any ward around the house or anything like the magicians usually use to defend their workshop. And that was the thing. Anyone expected mundane traps in the lair of a mage. He had set a simple mechanism that would fire several black keys the moment someone forced the door open. However, the trap wasn't prepared to deal with a small army, just any possible phantasmal that managed to track him. Disposing of the corpses in his house was now added to the increasing list of things to do regarding the moonlit world. And replacing the black keys with more deadly weapons while he was at that. You shouldn't have let devils enter your house, Slayer. Tracking their scent was child's play for my men. Oh, and not just that. I have to thank you too, shitty devils. This thing was quite awesome. See? As good as new. Freed threw a small vial to Kiba's hand, and the sight of it caused the devil to widen his eyes with surprise. A phoenix tear? How did you get your hands on something like that? Just like the black market of the mundane world, getting something like that is possible with the correct contacts and the right amount of money. And speaking of oddities, Valper's eyes landed on Shirou, a murky gleam on them. A human that can wield a holy sword without holy element is a rare specimen I would like to work on, Lord Kokabiel. Maybe we could obtain a more efficient method to produce a holy sword user without these things. I'm starting to run out of them after using 3 on Freed. Valper brought out a small blue vial with a weird diamond shape. Even if he couldn't see the contents, Shirou was able to sense it. And it just set him off even more. Could you please take him alive after we kill the heiresses? I'll consider it. The boredom on the Fallen's tone was a sign that he wasn't going to waste any effort to accomplish that request. Shirou couldn't bite back the snort as he stared at the mad scientist wearing the skin of a priest. What he'd done was already unforgivable, but now that Shirou had put the pieces together, now he knew that what he had achieved with his research wasn't that far from some magi researches. Valper Galilei was now on the list of kill without asking. You got it all wrong. Humans don't need holy element to wield those things. If that were the case, there wouldn't be any natural wielders. That's something only supernatural creatures produce. The surprise in both fake priests' faces was quite the sight. Behind him, Zenobia and Kiba let out surprised voices too. Kokabiel's face, however, showed interest in his words. What are you saying? I've been researching about holy swords all my life. Are you expecting me to believe your nonsense? That might be true, but as someone that was raised by the sect called the Holy Church, of course, your point of view would be distorted by their lies. That thing in your hands isn't holy element. That's just crystallized life force. The only thing you achieved with your investigation is a way to SCK people's souls and transfer the energy obtained to humans that doesn't have enough energy to fuel the swords naturally. Heh, and the church decided to keep using that method. What a joke. In just a moment, every defense Galilei could put up was completely demolished. Even if he has been researching about them together, he would never be able to learn more about them than the unlimited blade works after reproducing them. And the fact that he was trapped in the lies of the organization that deemed magic as heresy when they basically used the same just with other names didn't help. An amused smile crept to Kokabiel's face. So you were able to see through the lies spread by that fool Michael. Interesting. Now then, we'll be putting up the show in the headquarters of the Devils, that is, Kuo Academy. The whole city will be at stake. Come to challenge me there, Slayer. If you survive, of course. The leader of the fallen angels then used some magic to levitate what looked like a weird throne, and he, Valper, and Freed mounted it before it flew out the room. His subordinates didn't follow him though. Their boss orders were clear even if he didn't voice them, and their increasing hatred towards the human that slaughtered their fellows wouldn't allow anything else. That much was obvious for Shirou. Zenobia, Kiba, to go after him. And take Irina with you. Asia might be able to heal her. I'll take care of this. The blonde devil didn't need to be told twice. He immediately rushed out of the room using his knight speed and ran after the trio carrying the 4 holy swords. Zenobia, however, hesitated a little. They couldn't leave Irina without medical treatment for too long. But leaving Shirou against all those middle-class fallen angels and a high-class one. Good luck. She finally made her choice and prioritized her partner's safety. Now then. Shirou eyed the fallen angels. They were eager to attack him, but they weren't fool enough to just throw themselves at him recklessly. Even if he was just a human, their instincts told them that he wasn't an enemy to make light of. What's the matter? Are you afraid of a lowly human? Shirou taunted them. Just rushing at them wouldn't do either. His strong point had always been the defense, so it would be better to wait for them to come, preferably without any formation or tactic. Don't mess with us, be. And it worked. Even if the 6-winged fallen didn't fall for it, some of the fallen finally snapped and rushed at him, ignoring attention to their instincts. Wait dash, their superior's warning was too late. Trey-san. They rushed to their deaths. Having discarded his bow, they didn't expect a ranged attack. But who said he needed a bow to fire swords? Wadash. No wadash. The surprised screams turned into screams filled with pain and agony as the swords fired from behind him destroyed their spears of light and sunk into their flesh. And then, the magus kicked the ground and jumped through the falling corpses. Taking advantage of the commotion, he cut down 2 more fallen angels before the rest of them came down on him. And even so, to their horror, the lowly human held his ground in the middle of the battlefield. He deflected all their attacks with ease as he danced through them, and fired more swords to deflect the spears thrown at him. Admittedly, their group didn't have cohesion at all. Despite all of them being middle-class fallen angels of 4 wings, they were just a bunch of fanatics that followed Kokabiel because they too shared his lust for conflict, even if they never lived that war. Their attacks weren't coordinated, more often than not getting in the way of each other, and Shirou exploited all those errors to take them down quickly. The only one who seemed to know what he was doing was Kokabiel, and he didn't seem to be cut out for the job of a commander. After some minutes, he found himself alone fighting the magus above a pile made of the corpses of his fellow brethren. And to his surprise, even without anyone getting in his way, the human was able to keep with this swordplay just fine. If it could be called swordplay. After exchanging blows with the 6-winged fallen angel, Shirou could tell that he was swinging around the light blades without technique. Calling him a swordsman would be an offense for every man and woman that dedicated their lives to the path of the sword. The only reason the fallen was able to keep up with him was his speed and strength were far superior to Shirou. That and Shirou wanting to save his energy for Kokabiel. Diamen human. In the end, Kokabiel couldn't reign over his accumulated frustration. You have the nerve to berate our lord when you massacred our fellow without even batting an eye. Heh, a fallen angel that came here seeking a bloodbath wants to give me lessons about morals? Shirou's sarcastic remark just said the fallen more, causing him to swing his right sword recklessly. The magus easily battered it aside, and it left him open for a kick. It didn't do much to the fallen, but it created a distance between the two. Shirou then threw his twin swords to the side, surprising Kokabiel. The 2 blades drew an arc in the air, coming for his neck from both sides. However, he managed to deflect the 2 blades by the skin of his teeth, one of them actually cutting his shoulder. The fallen angel didn't think twice and rushed to his unarmed opponent. He must have been too confident on that attack actually finishing him off, and now he was going to pay that mistake. Trey-san. A newly projected pair blocked his attack, and Kokabiel's instincts told him that the fight was already decided. Gah! He spatted blood as the pair of Kansho and Bakuya previously throw returned to Shirou, attracted by the pair in his hands, and pierced his back. The shock produced by the sudden pain and the blood filling his lungs left him unable to defend himself, and the magus finished him off with a cross slash. The fallen's lifeless body fell to the ground and joined all his comrades. Shirou turned around without sparing him a second glance. The magus never got to know the fallen's name, nor the reason for his patriotism, but he didn't care. They came here asking for a fight, so they should have been prepared to lose their lives. His attention instead was focused on the figure that had been watching from the entrance for at least the last 5 minutes, but he could tell that he had been hiding since even before the fight started. He couldn't feel hostility from him, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. He was a teenager not that older than Shirou, with silver hair and hazel eyes. His outfit made him look like a biker gang and actually, it resembled the favorite casual outfit of a certain golden king. But aside from that last part, what made Shirou keep his guard up was his presence. It was similar to Issei's but at the same time completely different. And that could just mean one thing. He just run with the other wielder of the power of the last pureblood dragon, or at least this world's counterpart that seems to have suffered a different fate. You came to join the party too? The silver-haired young man showed the magus a smile. Finding someone like you at this age is nearly impossible. A human that gives the feeling of a predator instead of prey. If I'm being honest, I'm dying to challenge you, but I'm even more interested in how you fare against Kokabiel. For someone like him to challenge a human as an equal, that is going to be a show I can't miss. So the white dragon came here just to watch from the sidelines. That actually surprised him a little, but it just fueled the fire in his eyes. I was actually dispatched by Azazel to deal with Kokabiel, but I'll interfere just if you fail to defeat him. So show me what the mighty slayer is capable of. Shirou's eyebrow trembled for a moment. Shirou was starting to hate that title. Perhaps he should have been the one to spread a title of his own and go with his true name instead. He doubted anyone in this bizarre world would recognize him. Thanks for your cooperation, I guess. Shirou passed by him and ran out of the ruined church. There wasn't anything to say, and he couldn't afford to waste more time. There was a city to save. Damn it. We really aren't going to make it. Issei barely managed to get out those words between ragged breaths. Every muscle in his body was screaming at him to stop, even with the energy of 20 boosts circulating through them. The Red Dragon Emperor slowly managed to stand up, his brown eyes ever fixed in the foe in front of them. With Kiba, Kaneko, and Zenobia defeated, he was the last close-quarters fighter standing, and the last line of defense between that BSTRD and Bucho. How did they end up in such a dire situation? Not that long after Sensei left them in the park, the enemy boss himself showed up to challenge them to a battle in the school. They immediately reunited all the members of both peerages and went to fight him. It was decided that Sona and her peerage would be the ones in charge to maintain a barrier around the school to keep the fight in secret to the mundane world, and Rias' peerage would buy time until Surzech or a member of his peerage came to defeat Kokabiel. Zenobia and Kiba arrived at the beginning of the battle, too. Even if Asia had to spend a few minutes healing Irina, having their strength on their side too was reassuring. The battle didn't go as smoothly as they thought. Even if they managed to defeat the shitty priest wielding the 4 Excaliburs fused as one and all the minions Kokabiel sent in their way, things got really ugly when he himself entered the battlefield. Anything worked on him. Akino and Rias' magic attacks were easily repelled, even after being greatly augmented by Issei's boosted gear gift, the other half of his sacred gear power that allowed him to transfer his accumulated power to his allies. Kiba's newly acquired balance breaker in the form of a wholly demonic sword, obtained after coming to terms with his feelings of finding a new resolution, barely graced him. Not even Zenovia's trump card, Durandal, was able to defeat him. It was a sword said to be on par with the original Excalibur, and if he had to tell, even stronger than his sensei's Camel Muramasa. A weird name now that he thought about it, given that that sword was everything but holy, but he was digressing. While Zenovia's Durandal was really powerful, it was obvious that she had barely any control over it. It was more like a rampant monster, wasting power aimlessly. On the other hand, his sensei wielded the katana expertly, drawing all its potential in every swing, making it more deadly in comparison. And that was the key to this ordeal. They were all greenhorns compared to their opponent. This was a losing battle from the beginning, and they weren't going to make it alive until the Mao's reinforcements arrived. But he wasn't expecting them to arrive at all. Instead, the condition for victory Issei had in mind was completely different. Partner, at this rate, we are going to need to resort to the balance breaker. That's just 1 minute. I'm sure he'll get here at any time. Draig. It's your decision. But I don't think you're going to last even that. Even the Red Dragon was starting to sound worried. Juge. A voice by his side made him deviate his eyes. It was Zenobia, who had managed to get up too. She was a mess just like the others and was using Durandal as a crane to keep her balance. Zenobia. I can't just let you do the work. Hayadu Issei. It would bring shame to the church. And well, I can't let Emiya's sacrifice go to waste. They said his sensei sacrificed himself so the 3 could escape from the enemy base, but Issei didn't buy it in the least. He knew some fallen angels weren't enough to defeat Shirou, but he sure was taking his time. Admittedly, it has been only around 10 minutes after the fight started, but still. Oh, so you're still refusing to go down, huh? Very well, I'll entertain you. Kokabiel spoke to them with a bored expression. All his battle lust faded quickly in the middle of the fight after seeing they couldn't hold a candle to him. The only signs that he was in the middle of a fight were the bruise in his cheek caused by Kiba's sword and the burns in his hands caused by Rias' attack. It actually seemed that he was waiting for something to happen. But I must ask, the devils trying to exterminate me is understandable, but why do you, the envoys of the church, fight after your lord died long ago? Those casual words caused the entire battlefield to plunge into a dead silence, with everyone, even the devils, widening their eyes in shock. No. No way. You have to be kidding. Zenobia tried to refuse what she just heard, her legs starting to shake wildly. All her will to fight was fading quickly, as she deep down knew that Kokabiel could be lying just by the way he spoke. Kokabiel noticed it, and then he started to laugh his butt off. Haha. That's right. How could I forget? That's other of the greatest lies Michael fabricated. For some reason, a wry smile showed on his face as he spoke. That bastard thinks that humanity is so fragile that the death of God would cause it to crumble apart, and so he dedicated every resource to keep it as a secret. Only the highest rank among every faction is aware of it. He thinks that posing as God and pretending that it never happened is going to accomplish something. For a moment, Kokabiel stopped looking like a monster that only sought the lust of battle, and that just destroyed any doubt Zenobia had about the veracity of his words. Everything I've done, all the life I dedicated to the Lord, it was meaningless. Zenobia dropped to her knees, Durandal falling to her side. There was no life left in her eyes. Asia? Hold on, Asia. And as expected, Asia fainted by the shock of that revelation. Issei wanted to rush at her, but with Zenobia in that state, he couldn't leave the front. He clenched his draconic fist with rage but repressed his emotions just like Sensei told him. If the enemy wanted to talk with them, then so be it. It played in their favor. Pathetic. That much being enough to break you is proof of how wrong Michael is. His lies are just hindering humanity. This just confirms that I must restart the war to end this farce once and for all. To think that only that snake was able to deduce it, and even he was about to break after discovering that not only his investigations were lies. Perhaps I should put you out of your misery too. His red eyes then settled on Issei, making him raise his guard. I was just playing with you to kill time until the Lucifer or the Leviathan arrived, but this is disappointing. Is it that they don't care in the least for their sisters? You, Red Dragon Emperor. I see you're the only one that has yet to lose hope. Do you have so much faith in those monsters you call your leaders? Actually, not in the least. Those words left his companions without breath, but it was the truth. As powerful as Bucho's brothers seemed when they met, if he had to choose, of course, he would choose. I have faith in. I know Sensei will get here in no time. I know Emiya Sensei will kick your butt. Those words made Kokabiel show a small smile. Oh, it seems that man actually beat some sense into you. The fallen angel raised his arm and accumulated a huge amount of aura on it until he created a spear of light of the size of a car. Issei's blood ran cold. Kokabiel had already used an attack like that to intimidate them at the beginning of the battle, so he didn't need to make calculations to know that thing could easily blow up a building of considerable size. The crater that had been the school's gym was proof of it. Let's see how that man takes the sight of his disciple's slaughtered body. Crap dash. Kokabiel threw the spear unceremoniously, and Issei knew that there was little he could do about it. He couldn't dodge. Doing so would mean Bucho and everyone else would receive the attack. Even if his trust in his master had deteriorated, he didn't want her dead. He could try to deflect it with a dragon shot, but he didn't have the time to fully charge it, and even if he managed to pull it off, he doubted it would make any difference. He wasn't dying without trying though. Dragon dash. He created the ball of energy in front of him and pulled his fist with all the strength he could muster. He wasn't going to make it. The spear was already a couple of meters in front of him. Row Ajax. But someone beat him to it. A familiar flower-shaped shield manifested in front of him, taking the spear head-on. Gah! The force of the impact caused Issei to fall on his butt, and Zenobia was forced to return to the real world as the debris and smoke caused by the explosion passed by them. Once the explosion died down, everyone, even Kokabiel, stared surprised at the shield, which had resisted the attack with just a crack on the first layer to attest to it. As expected, the shield that blocked Hector's spear. I barely made it in time, huh? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar golden-eyed boy with his clothes soaked in blood walking to them from the side as he dismissed the shield. While everyone was still having problems processing it after thinking of him dead, a bright smile made its way to Issei's face. You really took your time, Sensei. Issei tried to walk up to him, but his legs failed him, and almost tripped if it wasn't for Shirou holding him. You guys did well holding him off until now. Now you can leave him to me. Wait, you really are going to fight him, Shirou-kun? The two of them turned to look at a Rias that looked at him like he had grown a second head. Someone has to fight him. I'll definitely buy some time. Shirou let her take Issei as he walked to face Kokabiel. You can do whatever you want with this time. Try to run away with your families, or hurry your brother so he gets his butt here already. However, Shirou stopped to walk when he was 10 meters away from Kokabiel. His hand landed in his black and white jacket and he took it off with a single pull. At the same time, his clothes shone before being replaced by a combat gear. It consisted of a light black armor that didn't cover his arms, and a red mantle that hung from his waists, covered his left arm, and was tied around his head like a bandana. Shirou then turned to look at them sideways while showing a confident smile. Do you guys mind if I defeat him? The sight left them completely speechless. Issei could tell it. With that outfit, his sensei gave off an impressive aura. It was like if a puzzle with a missing part was finally completed. That strong back which gave the sensation that you could definitely rely on him. Those eyes burning with resolution. It was like a hero. His positivity got to even Rias, who showed a smile. The Gremory house isn't made of cowards. We are definitely not running away. I'll see what I can do to make Ni-san get here faster. Shirou nodded at her and turned to look at Kokabiel. The enemy was waiting patiently, despite the eagerness in his face. So you finally came, Slayer. You failed to disappoint me yet again. But before we start killing each other, I'm interested in hearing what you think about the death of God. Contrary to what happened to Zenobia and Asia, the only reaction the fallen angel got from him was a raised eyebrow. So the biblical God is dead. What of it? People die every day. A God dying isn't that strange either. His answer left even Kokabiel dumbfounded. He didn't mourn it, nor did he celebrate it. It was absolute indifference. So you say mankind shouldn't care about the demise of the God that has been guiding them since primordial times? Of course, has anything changed after his death? The answer is no. In fact, he was the one hindering mankind, refusing to accept that we don't need his help to keep moving forward. That is the truth the supernatural creatures refuse to accept. The flawed system of sacred gears is obvious proof. It has made more harm than good. The fact that Excalibur turned to be a joke instead of the strongest holy sword that carried mankind's light as it was meant to be is another proof. The intensity of Shirou's voice was growing with every word. He closed his right fist and took a step forward. Your stubbornness of not wanting to let go of humanity is what didn't let it become the apex predator that was destined to be. It is what made them lose the will to keep moving forward. If anyone hasn't stood to put an end to this farce until now, then I'll be the first one to do it. I won't let you mess with humanity for your own selfish wishes anymore. No matter if they are devils, vampires, angels, or even the gods. I, Emiya Shirou, will exterminate anyone that endangers humanity's hopes and dreams. His speech was met by Kokabiel's laugh. It wasn't one to mock him. It was more like relief, as if he finally met someone he had been waiting for decades or even centuries. So it is finally here, huh? I've finally met a human that is not a mindless ship to be used by the supernatural, but the predator they are meant to be. Then, let me ask, why do you fight, Emiya Shirou? The way the Fallen didn't act like a mindless monster craving for blood surprised Shirou, but he humored him though. I fight to save everyone, of course. I'm going to be a hero that can prevent that tragedy to happen again. A hero? I can see you're cut for it. But, do you realize that dream is just an unreachable fantasy? That might be true, but it is still a beautiful dream everyone thinks of even if they don't try to accomplish it. And I know it is not wrong to chase after it. This is the path I've chosen, and I'll keep on believing in it until the end. I see. I guess we cannot get along then. Just, even if our goals might have something in common, as long as you're willing to sacrifice innocent lives, I'll never join your side. Then come at me, Emiya Shirou, and show me the true worth of what humanity can become. The two then fell in silence. Kokabiel manifested a pair of light swords in his hands, and Shirou projected Kansho and Bakuya. There was nothing more to say. The fight was imminent. His golden eyes scanned the enemy in front of him. There was no opening in his stance. Unlike the other fallen angels he had fought, Kokabiel seemed to have skill with the sword. How much he had, Shirou couldn't know since the swords in his hands were just constructs of energy, so there was no history to reproduce. The only way to obtain that information was to fight him head-on. Kokabiel seemed content to let him take the initiative, the smile on his face offering a quiet invitation. Shirou took a step forward then. Predicting how the enemy was going to react to his attack and how to avoid the consequent retaliation, the Red Knight threw away everything and kicked the ground. The distance was crossed in a heartbeat, Kancho already coming down for the fallen's neck. As expected, the enemy pushed aside the Yang sword with ease, but Shirou continued to attack with the Ing sword in his other hand. It was to no avail. The fallen warded off his attacks like nothing and lunged his right light sword to pierce his throat. An attack of massive speed that made all his previous attacks against the devils seem like a joke. Clang. But the twin swords blocked it in time without much problem. It didn't come as a surprise for any of them, and the smile on Kokabiel's face just grew wider as he continued to attack without holding back anything. Shirou was forced into defense, the first attack being the only one allowed to him. But he continued to avoid the raging attacks of the fallen by the skin of his teeth. Like a ship sailing through a stormy sea. Reading 10 steps ahead, ensuring 5 seconds more of survival with each attack parried. Shirou's fighting style was put to test for the first time in this world. The enemy clearly had a strength and speed equal to a superior dead apostle or even a true ancestor. His eyes were barely able to see his attacks, and he was forced to rely solely on his accumulated combat experience, refined into his superior mind's eye. No way! He's actually holding his ground against that monster. Meanwhile, even if he was just surviving, the image of a human fighting on equal ground with such an ancient being left dumbfounded the devils and Zenobia. It should be impossible. Even if his skill does compensate for his lack of power. He should have been blown away by Kokabiel's attacks. Those attacks repelled even Durandal. It's weird. His magical power is constantly fluctuating. Like if it were really unstable, but at the same time seems calculated. That's the mana burst. Issei's choked voice made the two One-Isans put their looks away from the impossible sight. His face was really pale, but it wasn't due to the surprise. He was the only one that had decided to put his face on the hero instead of the Mao, so it had to be something else. Mana burst? Oh, right, the technique he passed to you. That is definitely powerful. But how can it turn the scales in this battle? You're underestimating that technique, Rias Surrenders. The fact that my partner is still learning how to use it properly doesn't make it weak at all. In fact, it is an appropriate technique for a dragon kind. It was actually Drake who answered her question since his host was too much distracted seeing his sensei going all out for the first time. The Welsh dragon? Can you please elaborate? That technique can turn even the weakest of the weapons into a lethal attack, and in turn, it requires a great amount of energy to use it. However, that human circumvented that problem by using it in calculated short bursts instead of keeping it active all the time. But the amount of skill and practice he has to be able to time it correctly and use the exact amount of power to counter the enemy's attacks without wasting energy, all that while predicting attacks that he can barely see. He is truly something else. As if the fight wasn't already mind-blowing, the dragon casually dropped that bomb on them. Forget about Razor. Now Issei's observations that Shirou would have mopped the floor with him were more than confirmed. The fact that his skills reached that level put him in a far superior league. And that was the reason Issei was so shocked. When Shirou showed him the mana burst, he just thought that he used it as a trump card in some situations. But the level of mastery he had of that technique bordered the absurd to be able to use in that way. Forget about decades. How many centuries would take him to reach that level? That thought was making Issei feel completely hopeless, but at the same time, it fueled his determination. That wasn't a technique born from talent, but one honed through countless years of training. And combat against beings far superiors to him. And that was precisely why Shirou was able to match Kokabiel. Because fighting such monsters was his specialty. Ta. As the battle continued, Shirou could feel how his human body was reaching its limit. Fighting at the level of a servant and spamming the mana burst was making his circuits overheat. But he was finally getting a grasp on Kokabiel's fighting capabilities. His speed and strength were easily able to overwhelm the majority of his opponents, and his incredible reflexes honed through countless battles made his defense nearly impenetrable. However, there was a flaw in his fighting style. Just as his fellow angels, he wasn't a swordsman either. He didn't follow the path of the sword for enlightenment or because it was his strong point, but just because it complemented his true strength. And that was overwhelming his opponents from the distance with his spears of light. Why should a being of his power hone his skills with the sword when he could just blast away most of his opponents with his range attacks? More so when the majority of his opponents in the war fought like him or through spells like the devils. That was the path to victory Shirou was able to see. Kokabiel's lack of experience fighting opponents who hold a candle to him in close quarters. That was the difference between Kokabiel and a true swordsman like King Arthur or Miyamoto Musashi. That and correct? Huh. Kokabiel looked surprised at how his right light sword fell apart after clashing against Kansho. That was his other weakness. Even if his constructs were really powerful compared to other fallen angels, at the end of the day, they were just a mass of energy given form. They lacked the conceptual weight that had noble phantasms like Kansho and Bakuya, nor did they have an exceptional forging process or battle experience. These two weaknesses would be meaningless in almost every battle, but against Shirou, they were going to be the cause of his defeat. With a quick spin, the Red Knight held Kansho in reverse grip and immediately lunged it at Kokabiel's exposed side. He clearly wasn't accustomed to having his sword shattered, so he didn't make it in time. Clang. But he didn't need to. Kokabiel's wings had bent in impossible angles and trapped the blade just inches away from piercing his flesh. And by the sound, Shirou could tell those wings were as hard as steel. Good try. You almost got me there. But let's see if you can find another opening in my defense. Kokabiel swung down his other light sword, but the Red Knight didn't make any attempt to retreat. Instead, trace, over edge. What dash? Kokabiel had barely a second to react after he sensed how the Red Knight overloaded the Een sword with magical energy. The blade literally burst, growing twice its original size and acquiring a more aggressive appearance with steel splints on the back of the blade. Kokabiel managed to put his body out of the way of the blade, but the same couldn't be said about the wings that had been holding it. Some of the wings were actually torn apart by the explosion, leaving a bloody mess between the two. But the Red Knight didn't stop there. Hey ass! He jumped at Kokabiel, both his hands holding Bakuya for an overhead swing. It was such a telegraphed attack that it sent alarms to Kokabiel. However, due to his wings having been repelled by the explosion, he had lost his balance, so blocking was his only option. And his suspicions were spot on. The sword in Shirou's hands changed in the middle of the swing. Bakuya faded away before being replaced almost instantly by a katana that sent chills down his spine. Throwing out the window any notion of grace, Kokabiel kicked the groan with all his might to get as much distance as possible. It was only his godlike reflexes that saved his life. The katana cleaved through his remaining sword like a hot knife cutting butter, and sliced his luxurious suite, leaving a superficial cut in his chest. The way the blade cut through his flesh as nothing left him a horrible feeling. Something told him that the sword would have cleaved through not just his flesh had he not avoided the attack. Kuo! Kokabiel used the wings that were still operational to regain his balance. His red eyes saw how the Red Knight rushed at him, not wanting to let him get a hold of himself. And he had to admit it. The Red Knight outperformed him in close combat. That's why he needed to stop playing around and use his true battle style if he wanted to emerge victoriously. Let's see how you fare against this. Kokabiel expanded his power, creating a huge amount of spears of light around him, and all of them were fired with a flick of his hand. The Red Knight's golden eyes widened as he saw all the projectiles coming at him, but he kept his cool. This wasn't anything new for him. After considering all his options, he chose the best one to counter the attack. The katana in his hand was replaced by another one, this one with a more fancy design. Its guard had the form of a star, and the handle resembled the key? Michael Retebu. Shirou summoned the angel's true name as he swung the katana in front of him. The blade cleaved through the fabric of space, creating a hole in front of him that engulfed all the spears. Huh! Kokabiel had little time to be surprised about the true name of that katana or its power. The moment the first spears entered the hole, several smaller holes appeared around him, forming an inescapable dome. He had just a fraction of a second to react. Even with his reflexes, the only thing he managed to do was create a barrier around him just before all his attacks were returned to him from every possible angle. Around 100 spears, each of them to destroy a small building, came down at him at the same time. It took everything he had to keep up the barrier as everything around him turned into a cacophony of explosions. Every second felt like an eternity, but he managed to resist until the last of the attacks. A swing of his arm cleared all the smoke raised by the explosions. Even if his body was screaming at him that he needed to catch his breath, he couldn't let the Red Knight keep the initiative. Retriever! But he was late. All the time he had been busy blocking his own attacks was more than enough to prepare the cursed sword, and it was already coming at him at match speed fired from the black bow. However, it shouldn't be a problem. He still had the barrier around him, and even if the wicked aura around the sword was giving him goosebumps, he couldn't feel that much power on it. Those thoughts were immediately crushed the moment the sword pierced through his barrier as if it were just a curtain of smoke. Even if the news about the Red Dragon Emperor beating the crap out of the Phoenix Heir spread like wildfire, nobody actually knew the name of the sword Issei used during the fight, nor did they know how it actually worked. And so, Kokabiel could just stare dumbfounded at the arrow that created a hole in his barrier by devouring the magical power used to sustain it. Putting everything he had, the fallen angel twisted his body as quickly as he could. He managed to get his heart out of the trajectory, but the arrow still grazed his shoulder and blew away 3 of his wings. He could just clench his teeth as the curse of the sword started to rot the flesh around his wound, noting that it wouldn't take long for him to lose the mobility of that arm. As a fallen angel that no longer was allowed to use holy light, purifying the curse was beyond his abilities. The explosion behind him that carved a massive hole in the school building went completely ignored in favor of focusing solely on his opponent. This time, the red comet that came at him didn't take him by surprise, so he was able to avoid it jumping to the side. The red comet halted by his side, the flames enveloping it dispersing to reveal the Red Knight wielding a long, flame-shaped, crimson sword. Kokabiel immediately summoned another pair of light swords to meet him, but it became apparent that he was no longer the one with the advantage. Not only his injuries were more serious than the ones he managed to inflict on the Red Knight at the beginning of the fight. Shirou's movements. They were completely different. They were no longer a clear stream of precise and practiced movements, but a chaotic festival of fancy pirouettes. Such weird swordplay should be full of flaws and wasted movements. But that was just a first glance. Even if it looked like he was fighting another person, that sword style still retained the basic core of Shirou's fighting style. Every movement was deceivingly calculated, with no wasted energy. The pirouettes were just a decoy to confuse the opponent, making them think that they would be able to see through them easily, just to be crushed without being able to pierce through the defense of his mind's eye. Being on the receiving end of the technique of the bride saber, Kokabiel found himself being quickly overwhelmed. His instincts were already warning him of his imminent defeat. Having been pushed into a corner, there was only one option left for Kokabiel. Enough of this. He concentrated his remaining power and unleashed it in the form of a shockwave, repelling the Red Knight several meters from him. Ha! The fight came to a pause as both combatants stopped to catch their breath. Kokabiel was the worse of the two with just 4 of his wings intact, his left arm at the verge of falling limp, and several burns throughout his body. Shirou, however, wasn't that far behind. Even if he hadn't received a wound that serious, all his muscles were on fire, and he was letting out steam with each breath due to his overheated circuits. The 2 of them were on their last legs. To force me into this state, Kokabiel spoke between ragged breaths. You are an even more terrifying killing machine than that Durandal user I met during World War II. The title of Slayer doesn't do justice to your skills. How can it be? You're not older than those greenhorns, but what I see in front of me is a true warrior, seasoned through countless battlefields. Shirou just shrugged at his question. Everyone has his secrets. But I must say, after having crossed swords with you, I can tell. That warmonger personality of yours. It was just a mask, right? A lie that became real after being repeated so many times. Hearing his words, Kokabiel let out a choked giggle. Heh, so you managed to see through even that. That was the only thing I came up with to make others join my cause. As absurd as it may seem, it was easier for them to follow a bloodthirsty megalomaniac than someone that asked them to willingly cause the twilight of our pantheon because he believed they were a hindrance to humanity. And if it weren't because I heard of a human that rejected the system of this world from that mad dog, I would have become just that. I see. So it is true that your real goal was always put an end to the overextended age of gods. So the age of man can finally prosper as it should. But even so, I cannot approve such method. A war to end all wars. All the lives that would be lost wouldn't be worth it. So you are not going to try to change my mind? It is too late for that and you know it. The only thing I can do for you is putting you out of your misery. Heh, I figured as much. However, I'm not going to die without putting up some fight. The fallen angel used his remaining wings to take some distance. When he was already more than 20 meters above the ground, near the boundary of the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy, he stopped and raised his hands. All his remaining energy started to accumulate into a gigantic light spear, his final attack. Try to stop me, Emiya Shirou. If you don't block this attack, both heiresses will perish, and even if I die in the process, their siblings with massive sister complex will initiate the war I crave. The morale that had been raised after Shirou managed to corner Kokabiel suddenly plummeted. This was it. That was the equivalent of a nuke. Only something on the level of a Mao or an Archangel could stop it. And it has been only 5 minutes, so the odds of reinforcement arriving were near to zero. DMN it. Issei clenched his fist with anger and impotence. Even after getting his as handed by his sensei, that bastard was going to get away with it. I guess I should answer in kind then. Trey-son. But Shirou's calm words made him turn to look at him surprised. The crimson sword was nowhere to be seen, and in turn, a European sword was in his hands. Its blade was longer than the average, with a classical golden crossguard slightly curved with almost any decoration. But even if it looked really simple, the amount of power he could feel from the sword made his hair stand on end. It made even Durandal look like a cute kitty trying to be intimidating in comparison. Drake. What is that sword? I don't know, partner. But I can tell that sword is easily the strongest one I've seen even with my fragmented memories. No wonder he treated the Excaliburs like toys. The sword wrapped itself in golden light as Shirou poured all his remaining magical energy into it. It wasn't wholly light, but its intensity was so great that it was starting to melt the concrete around the Red Knight. Heh! The smile on Kokabiel's face grew wider seeing Shirou accept his last challenge. Very well then. Receive this attack of mine, for this will be my parting gift, Emiya Shirou. Kokabiel lunged the gigantic mass of energy in the form of a spear unceremoniously. It descended upon the ground like a falling star announcing the end of times. The Red Knight readied his sword for a vertical swing, his eyes full of determination never leaving the falling star. Sword of selection, it's time to purge the unworthy. Shirou took a step forward and finally swung the sword. Meridak. With its true name released, the original sin fired its mighty beam of light that burns everything it touches against the falling star. The clash between the two attacks shook the ground, blew away all the crystals in the vicinity, and tore apart the barrier around the school like nothing. Anyone could see the result of the clash, as the light would have burned their eyes like if they were staring at the sun. But, even if it felt like an eternity, the result of the clash was decided from the beginning. There wasn't even a second of struggle. The falling star's light that was just bright due to its size was instantly severed by the light of selection. Kokabiel didn't have any time to react as he was engulfed by the beam. The last image he was able to see before his body was burned away was those golden eyes staring back at him. That unwavering gaze. That firm conviction to seek his ever-distant dream despite having seen for himself the cruelty of the world. That heroic image. Holding the original model of all swords of selection. In the end, Kokabiel passed away with a smile, knowing that the future of humanity now shone with life. The beam of light continued to ascend, illuminating the night sky and splitting the clouds like a gigantic sword. Covering that was going to be a real pain in the neck, but that didn't mean it wasn't a breathtaking sight. As the light faded away, the battlefield plunged into the mother of awkward silences. Wow! That was the only thing that some of them could say. All the eyes gradually fell back to the back of the Red Knight. He was standing firm there, with his red cloak waving with the wind. If the combat gear already gave the feeling of a hero, the sword in his hand reinforced that image as a real legend. However, the way he wasn't dropping his guard sent them alarms. It was unquestionable that Kokabiel had been completely incinerated, so that could mean just one thing. That was truly a fight worthy being recorded in history. An unfamiliar voice came from the sky. There, they saw a figure clad in white armor with blue gems and wings. Its draconic design so similar to Issei's boosted gear scale mail gave away his true identity almost instantly. That's the Vanishing Dragon. Even without knowing him, Issei's entire body got tense in front of his natural enemy. His instincts screaming at him to destroy that man's existence almost overwhelmed his sense of caution despite the immense power the white dragon was irradiating, comparable to even Kokabiel. However, the white dragon barely spared him a glance of acknowledging as he descended in front of Shirou. His interest seemed solely focused on the Red Knight. So you finally decided to join the fight. Or did you come to fight your natural enemy? The man inside the armor snorted at Shirou's words. As impressive as it is to see you standing just by sheer willpower, defeating you in that state would be meaningless. So you can rest assured, Slayer, no, Emiya Shirou. I came to retrieve Kokabiel's body, but you didn't leave a single atom, so I'll have to settle with just freed as Valper is dead too. The white dragon walked to where the fake priest's unconscious form besides the shattered fragments of the Excaliburs and picked him up like a bag of potatoes. He was about to take off, but a voice stopped him. Are you going to ignore me, White? It was Drake, but contrary to his words, there was just a little of annoyance in his tone. Oh, so you are actually awake, Red? Another deep voice came from the gems of the White Dragon Emperor in response to Drake's. It didn't take a genius to deduce that was Albion. Well, as you can see, the situation we found ourselves in this generation is quite peculiar. Even I cannot see the point in fighting as we are now. Perhaps we should just enjoy ourselves until the day we finally have our fated battle, Albion. That isn't a bad idea actually. We'll meet again, Drake. Train and get stronger, my fated rival. If not, the day we fight will be disappointing. Leaving those words behind, Albion's host ignited his armor and flew away, leaving another heavy silence. But this time, a loud sound interrupted it, like something hitting the ground. Sensei? Without any possible threat in the vicinity, Shirou finally collapsed from exhaustion, his swords fading away in light specks. Issei was the first one to rush to his side, ignoring completely the pain throughout his body. However, someone beat him to it. The image of Zenobia accommodating Shirou's head in her lap and staring at him with an indecipherable look was quite shocking. Those two didn't start with the right as Shirou outright rejected the teachings of the church. But for some reason, the blue-haired girl no longer looked like a living corpse. Her eyes were no longer that empty, as a slight glint of hope. A certain ex-nun rushed past him and immediately started to examine him. The explosion produced by Kokabiel's spear clashing against Ro Ajax managed to wake her up, so she had witnessed the battle. He's just exhausted. All his injuries have somehow disappeared. It was as she said. Even if the cuts in his clothes and the blood were still there, it was like he had never received any injury in the first place. Another mystery to add to the long list. I'll carry him home, Zenobia declared as she gently placed the auburn-haired boy on her back after being healed by Asia. Are you sure you don't want some help? Rias asked her with a sincere tone. You have to carry your partner too. The exorcist stared back at her. There was no longer that extreme prejudice in her look, but her pride still didn't allow her to accept their help. However, that was no longer necessary. No, I can already walk. They turned to look at an Irina that was walking to them with some trouble, but she was fine overall. If Shirou didn't have arrived then, she would have been far worse. Her eyes, however, seemed conflicted, her usual cheerfulness nowhere to be seen. The reason was obvious. It seemed she was awake when Kokabiel revealed the truth behind the church's lies. "We'll leave you the cleanup. We too have a report to write. And perhaps even more than that." Rias nodded at them. "We'll send you the shards of the holy swords. And you better start explaining what in the world happened here while we are at it." Asona, with her hair completely messed, spoke as she approached them. From her point of view, she just saw Shirou entering the barrier to join the fight, and just some minutes later, all hell broke loose, with that massive beam of light as the icing of the cake. Seeing how part of the main building was completely destroyed by the impact of the broken phantasm was starting to sour her mood, even if the city was somehow saved. The reinforcements of the Mao arrived at the place not that long after to begin the damage control. Coming up with a cover for the beam was the hardest task as expected. However, even if it seemed that this was just another skirmish between the three factions, it was far from it. An unpredictable variable had shown up. A human that proved to be a predator after defeating an ancient being in a straight confrontation has appeared in a world where mankind was relegated to be at the bottom of the food chain. A literal abnormality. Something that shouldn't have existed in this world, forever stuck in the Age of Gods. Not to mention all the impossible weapons in his possession that could easily shatter the balance of the world. The days where Emiya Shirou could just hide his identity behind the mask of the Slayer were coming to an end. But that was a thing for him to think about in the future. Right now, he had other things to worry about. For instance, the blue-haired exorcist at his door pleading to him. "That so please, would you consider taking under your wing this lost lamb?" It has been just a couple of days after the battle with Kokabiel, but more importantly, it has been less than half day since he woke up from his slumber. Shirou was still coming to terms that he just declared war on this entire world in the spur of the moment. It had been an accumulation of things that finally blew up. Everyone making light of mankind, the biblical god royally screwing up in his attempts of babysitting humanity, Excalibur not being the holy sword that was meant to be in consequence. He couldn't just stand idly anymore. Even if this was going to be a huge pain to deal with, this was his decision. He was going to show this world the true potential of humanity, and hopefully, it will renew its will to keep moving forward. In other words, he was going to protect the hopes and dreams of this world's humanity. It helped him that lessons were suspended for a week. Repairing the hole in the main building in one night is one thing, but rebuilding an entire gym took some days even with magical means. However, having Zenobia show up to ask him for guidance regarding her decisions in life now that she has lost her purpose in life after discovering God was dead was too much to process. What? That was the intelligent answer he was able to formulate. His face must have been a sight to behold. Since the rooms those two had used were now empty, he had assumed that they had returned to Italy. But it seemed that it was more about asking him formally if they could stay here. The way you rejected the gods and instead put your faith in humanity. The way you stood heroically in front of Kokabiel holding to your beliefs. Please, Emiya, no, Emiya-sensei. Teach me how to follow that path. If you are worried about the money, you don't have to worry, I'll surely find a part-time job. Or if you want me to compensate you in other ways, I won't mind dash. Wait, hold up a second. Shirou stopped her before his migraine got worse. I'll pretend I've never heard that last thing. If I've got it correct, you just got kicked out of the church after finding out the truth, and now you want to find a new purpose in life, right? After getting a nod from her, confirming that he wasn't just hearing things and she just wanted to bid him farewell, he caressed his temple. Letting you stay here isn't that big of a deal. The financial issues are something we can think about later. However, that kind of psychological help you need is beyond me. I just did what I thought was the right thing to do. There's nothing more to it. Her yellow eyes widened as she raised her head. That's fine with me. If I can observe your way of life, I think I might be able to find the answer I need. Shirou's eyebrow trembled for an instant. The words she used would have creeped out anyone else for sure. Chalking it up to her closed upbringing, his golden eyes then drifted to the other girl in front of his door. And what about you, Shirou-san? Do you want to stay here as well? The only answer he got was a nearly imperceptible nod. The girl in front of him might as well be a different person that just shared her appearance with Shirou Irina. Instead of a lovely, cheerful girl, she looked more like a walking corpse that came to collect blood for a dead apostle. Zenobia tried to offer him an apologetic smile, but it came out as one full of sorrow instead. To think that their roles as a team would have been swapped in this way. It was to be expected. Zenovia's faith in the biblical God was rather lax compared to Irina's. Shirou couldn't even imagine how it felt to be told that your only reason to live was long gone before you were even born. But the fact that a part of her still wanted to reach out for help meant that she wasn't a lost cause. She still could be saved. Come in then. I'll see if I can get you transferred to Kuo Academy. Even Irina raised an eyebrow at that. You want us to go to your school? But isn't it full of devils? I don't want to have the police asking me why I have a pair of school deserters in my house. Besides, if you get used to their presence, it's not that bad. However, if they try to lure you into one of their peerages, give me a call and I'll make sure the idea never crosses their minds again. Oh, all right. At that moment, the face Shirou made was really scary. And so, Shirou's life got even weirder. Then it was already